Well, you just don't have to be as wary, as you do when you don't have shades on. But when you've got shades on at night, or shades on inside, it's obvious you're doing it for that reason. Or you're just being a dick.
No, so see, sometimes I have a different experience because I'm short-sighted, so I have prescriptions. And sometimes I'm caught at dusk wearing sunglasses, can't really see, and also probably people think that guy's a bit of a dick. It's a bit of a douche. But that's just because I haven't been able to get back to the car and change my glasses. So it's a spectrum.
Well, I mean, it's a look, right? It's a look, right?
Yeah.
It's a fashion accessory like a hat or a bracelet or a,
It's
pair of shoes.
Yeah, it's the vibes, the feelings that you get.
Yeah.
Right?
But the eyes are so important to conversation and to recognition and all that kind of stuff that if someone is taking that away, then you, or if they're hiding their eyes, maybe that's a way of them being able to pick and choose when they interact with people, or what people see of them. Maybe
That's why I like it.
okay.
Because you can,
But although those lenses aren't achieving,
yeah. I know. These are just a fashion accessory.
yeah. They're quite cool. Like with a
Thanks, man.
like with a different hat, they'd actually look pretty sick.
Maybe you could give me your hat, bro.
Well, yeah, you want to swap? Thing is, my brain's too big to wear that hat.
Yeah.
Like, let's just swap for a sec.
Okay.
I love how you use the word brain and not your head. Did you hear that? He said my brain's too big.
Yeah.
He did say he did say his head's too big.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I guess his head's encasing his brain. That's how that hat's supposed to be worn. Like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good vibes.
Right. Well, I'm going to start these off.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get our cigars going.
Man, we've been wanting to do this for ages, bro. Thanks
We
for
have.
pulling us together
Let's
and
do this.
doing this, man.
Thanks for giving us your time.
Yeah. We've been talking about it for a while, and it was good. Text you the other day. It was perfect when you gave us a heads up. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, you were
Let's
like,
have a
hey,
chat.
the guys really want to do this podcast. Where are you? I'm like, well, I'm on the tour actually, recording
Yeah.
podcasts on
Been
the
up and up,
road. That's been really super awesome. And so when I got that text, I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's do this. 4 mics, cigars, whiskey.
Couple of beers,
Yeah,
good times,
yeah.
have a chat. Yeah, I don't know about the hats. I don't know. It's like getting all kind of metaphorical, wearing each other's hats. Doesn't work.
Yeah, I was kind of, I was already settled with your look, your vibe
Yeah.
as you got in.
Yeah,
Now it's-
I'm more than happy to swap back.
yeah, I think so. Swap back.
Good luck getting that hat back,
That's sweet.
Blakey. There's another
we
thing
go.
that would probably set us
Try
off.
just
Speaking of
just
things that
flame
would set us
without
off,
puffing for a while,
Yeah.
and just get flame all around it.
Marky's tendency to squirrel things. That can be anything from drinks through to clothing items.
Imagine if we got raided right now and the cops came in. Cigars,
Yeah.
cameras. They're like,
Surely,
Perfectly
what's
legal.
going on over here?
Perfectly legal. Alcohol, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
I know the local cop too.
Good.
Good dude. I think
This,
that's going to work.
who's going to talk to me about this space that we're in? I mean, this is some kind of vibe.
The Human Cave. The art on the walls would have started in 2008, 2009 at a friend's house where we used to rehearse in his basement in the concrete wall, and he painted it. So we used to call it the mural. And so as soon as Marky got this place, the mural started. And people add to it when they come to have
Yeah.
a few socials.
Speaking of getting things started, getting one of these things started.
Your cigar.
It's been a while since I've even attempted that feat. Yo! Sorry. You're talking about the space, right?
Yeah, we are talking about the space. I mean, it's amazing being in here, doing the podcast in here, and the stuff on the wall, and the memories. And Scotty was just talking about this wall over here and the art that started in like 2008.
No, initially we did it in 2008 back in Auckland when we
Yeah.
were up there.
And then you
Young
kind
and
of just
hungry.
do it here.
Yeah, and then once Marky moved down here, and mostly that's just people that have come through the place.
Yeah, everyone who's sort of had a something to do with this place or have been through this place has put this thing on the wall. Got a pen for you too before you go.
Yeah,
You
okay.
need to chuck, you
Yeah.
need to chuck your little signature up on the wall.
Yeah, we can
Leave
do
your
the
mark.
date when we did the podcast.
Yeah,
Yes,
nice.
You know?
dating, like, yeah, not many people put a date on their bits, which wouldn't be a bad idea.
I think that's worked.
And then the other two walls are Slack's
sweet,
memorabilia. Like I say, we're probably after our mums. We're probably our biggest fans, and it's the DIY entertainment industry these days. 99% of it, I reckon.
You know, I was talking to, we were talking about AI before we got going with the recording, and we started to talk about AI and the governance on AI, the future of AI, the corporate AI, the weaponization of AI.
Yeah. And then the old DeepSeek disruptor.
But the awesome thing about AI as well is I woke up this morning and I went to Grok, which is the AI that I use, and I was like, tell me about the Slacks. Right? Come
Oh,
on.
like they're a band
Yeah.
from Michigan.
You and I are going to have a chat about the Slacks. And they fucking knew everything about you guys.
No shit.
They knew amazing amount of stuff about the Slacks from New Plymouth, Taranaki, influential in the whole scene, started by two brothers, 1999, all of that
Shit.
stuff. And then you can go like layer
Yeah.
after layer of specificity, right? It's like, okay, tell me about their albums. Why did they write it? Information ape. Okay, let's dive into that. Next layer. Tell me about some of the songs. What influenced the song, and connect the songs to contextual events and culture and society today. And it will just break it all down for you. It's just fascinating.
Yeah.
Out of it, eh?
It
Yeah.
is just bonkers the amount of stuff they knew about you. And I know you, and we've done podcasts before. It's just, you know, and that information was so accurate. It's probably listening to our podcast, it's listening to your music, it's listening to everything, and it's putting it together into beautiful, you know, sentences.
wow.
It's just fascinating.
It's changed my job, like, no end. Like, it's saved me hours and hours
Of repetitive.
of repetitive, but like also ideation,
Yeah.
you know? And
So it's augmented as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, that's
yeah,
cool.
it's kind of cool because it's like, it gives you the tool you need if you have the ability or the knowledge and the skill to wield it. You know,
Yeah.
it kind of gives you everything you need, and the rest is like your own human experience and how you choose to use any of that information
Yeah.
and skill.
One thing, you know, I don't know about you, Scotty, you guys, is that I'm a comic.
Oh, yeah.
I write about 1,000 articles, news, satire news a year, right?
Tell a joke.
And and so I use AI a lot for comedy and art in terms of humor. It's shit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's, you know, like how
Yeah.
we're talking about
Yeah,
AI
yeah,
knowing
yeah.
the slacks and the intelligence when it comes to that kind of stuff, it's good. But as soon as you apply, you want it to give you humor and art, it's shit. You know, you wouldn't go to a movie and watch that movie. That's the crazy thing about AI. It just it hasn't figured out how to be funny.
Yeah, well, how do you work out humor? Eh? Like it's a surprise, I guess, like a pleasant surprise that you weren't expecting.
A lot of it's
And
delivery
maybe they
too.
just can't make that leap between that what is funny and what is not.
Yeah, a good way to describe art is knowing when to stop.
Yeah,
Okay,
Enough paint on the
yeah,
canvas.
AI doesn't know when to stop because it's designed to just go "Bleh," right. It just wants to give you more and more and more and more and more and
Yeah.
more and more and more and more. Do you want some more? Do you want some more? You're like, yeah. Do you want some more? It's like Google on steroids.
It's like
When I
Neo
first
when he gets the
discovered
thing
Google,
plugged in. Eventually,
I was-
it's
yeah.
going plugged in, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, there's going to be a point where you're gonna like do what Neo does in the Matrix, and go, "Grr," and you're like, and your body's like this, and you're just in this other space, and you're just operating in this digital space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it'll get there? It'll get there in the next generation, eh? There'll be a chip. You'll either choose to have it embedded or you won't.
Yeah.
And then if you do, you'll be able to know kung fu.
There'll be some benefits. You'll probably
there'll
get
be huge benefits. You'll be a
you
bionical human. You'll be like
you'll get automatic collation of air points when you buy stuff, and
Yeah.
you won't have to pull out an extra
you'll be able
card.
to function in mainstream society
It'll
way
be
better than
so
the organics
convenient.
who won't have it.
Well, the problem we have today, talking about your album Information Ape and this whole idea of, apes trying to understand complex information. And the problem with that is our brain hasn't got to a point that it can do memorization forever and solve problems and deal with, have complex data to deal with. And so we then created this technology extension where we use our fingers to communicate between, at this digital interface before it gets into the digital world, this thing in our hand, right? But when you see computers becoming so smart, you go, well, we need to be smart too. So let's plug ourselves in. And so what happens to the brain? The brain starts to do amazing things. Memorization forever. Your brain can just remember everything forever, right? and memory recollection and names and data and everything. And that's just like bonkers.
People will have identity crises.
Yeah.
They'll instantly be like, I
No,
don't
just
like
two
myself.
identities.
Or-
You'd have two identities, right? You'd have a digital identity,
Yeah. Yeah.
and you'd have your reality identity.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of digital extensions of myself online. I tweet 20, 50 times a day. My podcasts are like 3-hour podcasts. So there's a lot of me in the cloud, right?
Well,
it's a lot of data to form a artificial version of you.
Yeah, and then from that point on, after we do the machine implants in our brain, we're gonna have humanoids walking around with silicon brain, look exactly like us, with arms and legs and heads. They wave at us. They do all that stuff, but they're not human. And this world of because we're not having enough kids, we are below the replacement point of what we need to keep the civilization going. So it becomes a necessity to save the civilization by bringing these robots in, right? And then we have, we eventually end up for every one person, 2 robots. And that's 20 billion robots and 10 billion human in a world that is now the majority of the mass population and mass migration we've created and the mass birthing we've created. We are a minority as humans on Earth because there's 20 billion fucking robots wandering around going, we want to vote. We want to vote. Right?
Well, they've got robots have got a better than a vote. They've got like the influence of bots, So like bots can influence the sways of political and social tides and understanding. So like that's how they're influencing our opinions on which way we're voting or which way we're buying our food or
We're all influencing our own selves. Like you go on the internet, the way it works now is you're just looking at your own ass. Like you're looking at all the stuff you agree with or things that get a reaction from you, and it's usually pretty black and white one way or the other, like you're just looking in a grubby mirror, and it's like once you get a hang of that, then it's like, oh, well, that's what that is, and I'm not going to worry about it too much anymore. But you know what I mean? Because I'm talking about social media, not the internet as a tool. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just faster data collation, right? That's what it looks like AI is to me.
I
Like
feel like you guys are all talking about different things.
we probably are. These cigars are kicking in.
What are you talking about, Blake?
Well, I wasn't sure how to get into.
The funny thing
Like,
about
that
these,
it wasn't an easy triangle to get into.
That's because it was
Not
a
a
triangle.
man.
Or there were 3 points.
What's it?
You're going to
Yeah.
make it a square, Blakey.
when you listen to the podcast after it's recorded, and when you finish it, you will immediately form a start and a finish and an arc and an aha moment. And then once you go into the microscope of the recording, what you will find is there's a lot of weaves. Somebody starts a story about something and it weaves, and then somebody grabs it and brings it back. And that's sort of how it becomes a really good podcast.
Okay.
Well, because you're not droning on.
Well, that's
about
what
the
we
same
want.
thing all
We
the
want.
time,
We
right?
do want a good podcast.
Ideally,
Yeah.
you guys
Nobody
are going to
wants
have
a
to.
shit podcast.
You guys are going to have to step it up. Come on, fellas. You got the couch.
Well, you feeling a little bit hard done by? You didn't get the couch.
No. I'm just like, if you're on the couch and you're getting to relax back like that, I think you need to lift the game a bit. Slacks.
Okay.
Oh, well, what have you got to say about the topic that we were chatting about, bro?
I don't. I don't know, bro. I really don't. I don't know. I need a starting point.
AI.
Well, I
AI.
don't think it's going to change anything. It's just going to be another layer of stuff you pay for. Because it's not going to replace lawyers. Lawyers are just going to employ
Bro,
AI.
it totally can replace most
But it
lawyers.
won't. It'll create businesses.
Only because lawyers won't let it.
Exactly. Like, this is what's holding us back.
But it should do. Like, you shouldn't need to go see a conveyancer.
No, not at all.
Or need a lawyer to do a will, or like
Any
or
paperwork
you know,
that's
like
to do with the law,
to
any
buy a
admin,
house, like
yeah.
all that shit can just be done. Like, you can just fill out
All the bureaucratic admin definitely can be just done. Same with
Yeah.
assessment in schools. If you got practical assessments or something that the kids can input into a interface, and then AI does all of the data collation for the ministry and all that stuff.
The key point's trust, though, right? Like, if you have something like, say, like assessment in schools, the key thing will be like, who trains the AI for that scenario?
NCEA,
And then so what biases do they have? Like,
same as people. Like, it would save
like
moderation,
you'd
time.
have to have serious like
but they have all
regulation in place.
They have all of that stuff there
to make sure that it's all that it's not slanted towards one thing or another.
Yeah, but
Do
they
you
have
know
the
what-
guidelines. They just need something that can collate it all together instead of you having to sit there as a teacher and go through every piece of writing
Yeah.
and then compare it to the standards and then compare it also to like PACT and all these different tools. They could just be done so much faster and more efficiently with AI.
The key thing
But there'd
is,
be no bias problem.
yeah, the key thing I think is something deeper than trust. And I think the key thing is human-machine symbiosis.
Okay.
We don't want to polarize humans and the machines, that we don't know how they function. If we keep them as close as we can, it's always a race of each trying to pull away from each other. But if you keep them human-machine symbiosis by increasing the power of our processing mind to be equal to the power of the AI processing mind, then we can understand each other. Look at, think about humans and think about chimps. We're 99.6 or 8% the same, but we can still not hang out together, do a podcast together, you know. We can't, like, you know, they are still chimps. So that's the challenge we have with machine and humans. We don't want them to become like humans and chimps. We want to stay together.
Yeah.
So
Well,
the human-machine symbiosis is how you manage the trust,
was-
how you manage the distrust, and everything else.
An issue will become when they are automated enough to be able to replicate themselves without human input. That's when things might get really interesting, because then they could be quite autonomous. You know, and like I can't envision the online world as anything that's too much of a serious threat, because it's
Yeah.
not in your physical space
Yeah,
unless you
Mark-
choose it to be.
What were you saying?
well, to bring it back to what you were saying, right, is like if the capacity to align human beings with AI technology, which is what I was saying about Neo. So like having the interface of that,
That's right.
the robot, either in your third eye or in the back of your spine, embedded. And so what's the implication of that? That's the thing that will be absolutely a turning point, and whether or not you want to get on board and get on that chip. Oh no. Oh, Blakey blew his ash. Blew his ash out. Yeah, I saw you. It just wasn't ready. Eh?
Worst way.
Yeah, and whether you are going to take that chip, and it'll mean that when you take that chip, you'll be part of a hive mind essentially, right? And so it's either got the potential to either just raise the consciousness incredibly like that, or it can also could be a tool of enslavery for you, and so you're like
Ready Player One.
Ready Player One. So like you do have another identity, and you can live this other life and this other reality in that space, or you can remain to be a chimp.
Yeah,
An
and-
information ape.
Yeah, and the
Let
next,
me be a chimp, please.
Yeah,
Depends how
well,
far
I'm a
down the
chimp, but
track
like
you're
I've only
looking
got
at.
like 40 years left.
Should we?
Like if I was 6.
You've still got a choice.
the next layer is Scotty's layer is the corporates, the greeds, they control, they change, what AI should be. So the governance of it, making sure there's
Yeah.
really good regulations.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
the
a
same
huge
as
problem.
like human rights, and there's already issues getting that sorted.
Yeah.
And so
And that-
it's just
that will
going to
always
be
be an
again.
issue.
Yeah, always, and it's just going to be
It's
another.
also tough because regulations are politically it's a dirty word, right? We've been like since the 80s, since
But we're
the
talking.
advent of neoliberalism, everything is geared towards less regulation, and the people who and we're in situations now where people like industries almost write their own regulation.
Yeah, but AI is a new thing. So you need new regulations for that.
Yeah, but who's
you,
gonna-
you
but
can't
who's-
be stupid enough to say, well, there is a quota for making regulations, so AI can run free because we can't put any regulations because we've run out of a quota. We need to take some out. You can't. No, you must create new legislations for
Totally,
that.
you have to. But
But
who-
you are right.
the people-
Trump already today approved that for every new executive order, by the way,
Oh yeah,
for
they remove something else.
every one new regulation, 10 has to be removed.
Yeah, that's so reductive. It's so stupid. Yeah, and it's like I guess the key thing for me is that I kind of get the sense that the people who are going to create the regulations for AI are going to be people like Meta, like whoever's buying the Nvidia chips. Like those people are going to essentially regulate themselves, much like social media does. Like
Nvidia chips.
AI chips.
Yeah.
AI chips, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love that idea. I love that, a decentralized model,
Well, that
self accountability and self sovereignty.
no, but
In the digital
but
world.
I think that's the issue.
I don't need a passport in the digital world to hang out in the digital world. It's a global market.
Yeah, but if you do need to make sure that people
Robots don't kill
who
people.
train AI bots
I thought you were talking
aren't
about
trying to-
Asimov's robot laws.
to skew them in a certain direction, thank you very much. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I really don't know.
Nobody knows, and that's why it's so exciting and to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's like we're on the cusp of something truly like pivotal in human existence.
Well, it'd
And
be amazing.
on planet Earth.
It'd be
you know?
amazing if it was a tool that ended up helping humans straighten themselves out. Like that would be pretty cool. That would be the dream.
How
I
do you do
reckon.
that? You that's more DMT, psychedelics, and get yourself really
Yeah.
sorted. I don't think
Perhaps
technology
giving
will
people
do
the
that.
time to explore by making sure that all infrastructure stuff and the way things are run and governed that don't require humanity, that don't require emotion, that are done efficiently and provide for as many people as we can.
Yeah.
Like the old New Zealand old school nanny state when it used to make sure that everybody had a certain standard of living in New Zealand. And then it just became private-public partnerships, etc. I don't know why we're still paying taxes when it's user pays.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we should not pay any fucking taxes. Minimizing taxes,
Tariffs, just tariff.
it's a good way. If government's making less money, it means we'll do less shit because we want less government. Why can't everybody just live like communities and, natural networks of people that
Because
they can connect with?
we consume so much that we need always to be importing goods to the main centres.
We need to
'Cause
really
we're not
deal with that.
sustainable.
I spent 18 months in rewiring my brain around consumption. It was painful, but I fucking committed to it. And now my consumption is fucking nothing. Except cigars,
I gotta have a cigar.
And podcast setups.
I know. I love good gear. I love good gear.
Like, I reckon you consume the shit out of these cameras.
They are dual SD cards that record 16 hours in one go.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
when I go to Auckland and I do a tour and I'm doing 5 days, I will do 3 to 4 episodes a day. So I just run that motherfucker all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
come a long way.
Good gear, shout out
Yeah,
to the gear.
I would say that you are a high quality consumer. Like, you didn't go and just get any camera.
Yeah, it has to be like, one thing for 10, 20 years. It has to be the best.
Very intentional.
Very intentional.
Yeah.
And I love aesthetics.
Yeah.
Very
As
much so.
evidenced by your Terry Talon cardigan.
Yeah,
Oh, I
know,
love
right?
that,
How
man.
cool is this?
Yeah.
I want to climb into that.
Yeah.
He will watch
I
out,
wanna-
bro,
I
because
wanna
he'll
swim in
squirrel
a
it.
river and then put one of those on afterwards.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate after swim.
We should get back down to the dock campgrounds at the Pelorus River. I feel like that's the only river we could swim in New Zealand now.
Back down to
still.
Illuminate.
Maybe, eh?
Just to the muscle in. We don't have to.
Just a muscle in. That would be good, eh? Get on the road again.
Yeah.
Like the old days.
Like the old days. Before we worked out that you were a terrible flyer. We can't.
But a fantastic driver.
Scotty is the driver. He's the road captain.
Well, these two guys are sound asleep the following morning, sleeping off their hangovers. I'm fresh and on the motorway. getting us
I
home safe.
rarely sleep in the car.
Okay, bro.
Rarely. As I've got older, a lot more and more.
Well, if you're not sleep, I prefer you sleeping because otherwise I'm just listening to cricket commentary from the back seat on your phone.
Whatever.
Usually,
Yeah, I think one of the things about less consumption as well is putting all this energy and consciousness and mindfulness and your presence into this daily routine. I gotta make sure I get my 8 hours, and then I gotta be up, I gotta be moving, I gotta get my 15,000 steps, I gotta go to the gym. Those little things, I gotta hang out with my kids, I gotta, do the fun stuff and everything else that I don't have time for, because as less consumption I have, the more my brain is clear and focused on being present, not worrying about the next thing, the way that I described it, but it's about like enjoying that rhythm. Sun goes up, sun goes down, sun goes up, sun goes down, right? There you go. That's a song for you.
It is. Like, yeah, I can hear it. It needs a nice fat loop though. It is. That ain't a slack song.
Yeah, you're talking about how you spend your time, right?
Yeah.
Like
When you don't need to consume stuff because
Yeah.
you're not worrying about the next trip and how you organize it.
Yeah.
You're here, and that's all it is.
And I realized as well, like how much talk about consuming, like bring it back to the kind of the root of it, like eating, like what you choose to actually consume. And if you spend a lot of time preparing or thinking and eating and tidying up, or like if you prepare food, you spend a long time like consuming, using that energy to consume and focusing on actually consuming, like you were saying, instead of having that energy that you like, obviously when you have enough food to power the engine. So you like got, brain power and like, body to energy to go. But if you've got that, your time should be spent on earth, like doing the things that are worthwhile, to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well put. And I would just want to go on this weave is when I figured out that my body is burning all this crazy amount of energy to process the food that I've just put in my body, I was like, fuck this. Give me protein shakes, give me juice, I don't want to put anything in my body that is going to be using a lot of my energy to process steaks and, all that stuff. Like, nah, I don't want anything of that in my system. I have one meal a day that will usually be like, chicken or something that really easily digestible. And the rest is I get through my protein shakes, my carbs that I need. I have like lots of supplements I take for all sorts of different things. And, it's the best my body has ever felt. I'm on like a testosterone replacement therapy, because when you turn 30, every year after, your testosterone declines. So I want to, be strong and still building muscle when I'm 70, 80.
Yeah.
By the time I get to 70, 80...
We can stay strong into that age, bro. We can stay strong, yeah.
And, my life expectancy with this whole technology, where it's going, it's probably like 150. So I have to now think about, well, how do I get to 150 and what's my body needed and all that stuff. So this less consumption has really brought this really fascinating focus on health and rhythm of the earth and consciousness, why we're here, and spiritual layers and faith, and why the world is the way it is, and look at everything from this higher programming perspective. We are all in a individual to collective created simulations that we've created for ourselves. Japan is different, New Zealand is different, America is different, right? And not get bogged down in that stuff, because that stuff is not real. The real stuff is somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you, man. Yeah, where's the real stuff? So you're talking about
this is the real stuff right now.
Well, in front of your face.
Like you're talking about the sensory world there, right? You're talking about the worlds that we've created for ourselves, like, and the cultures that have existed and have thrived in humanity as a whole, right?
And the ego.
Yeah, and the ego. So
because we've programmed the ego in our DNA. So if you're a doctor, you're having doctor kids. Their ego is driven to become the best of the doctor, and enjoy that. Or engineers, or cinema movie artists, right? So that's with everything else, the ego comes with that as well.
Yeah, and training that guy, that's the trick, right? Training that guy. So how do you escape the ego? You can't, if you escape the ego,
you've been taking too much acid, man.
Then you ascend, right? And your consciousness, if you surrender the ego, and surrender thyself and like all that, and then you transcend. But then I bet you the ego goes, man, you've done well. You like transcended.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Your choice.
Yeah.
For me, ego now is a tool, and I choose to bring it to get something done.
Really?
Use
it.
You have complete control. You have faculty over your ego.
Yes, 100%.
Now that is, you are operating on another level then, my friend. And
it's something you work on every day, just like going to the gym.
Yeah, you have to be so intentional.
And I've been doing it for 5 years.
Shivers. I don't think I'm strong enough to go through 5 years.
Because the thing that the part of my success is never is enough. So I'm always digging deeper and deeper and deeper, and that's what keeps me going and keeps it sharper and sharper and sharper, right?
Yeah. And
so it's like I want to get to a place where life is a game, and I want to play the game to win. That's like I want to get to my ego to a point.
I just want to break even.
That I don't want to get caught up. Everything that I'm doing, whether I'm arguing or fighting with Scotty or being nice over there, it's a game that I'm playing to win in this game that we call life.
Oh shit! Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Be a winner at the game.
Yeah. How are you going? Are you in front?
Well, I just passed Joe Rogan in the #1 podcast in the world, so I'm doing all right.
Yeah, you're in front.
But yeah, that's a bizarre one that people can get caught up into. But for me, it's like I'll use it a little bit, and then I'll switch it off very quickly. It's almost like just, point me a little bit here, gas it up like ignition in a rocket, and switch it off very quickly.
I'm sort of more like aware, but can't turn it on or off. Like, I'm aware when I'm acting from an egoic place at the time, but I can't kind of stop myself. Then in reflection, I'll be thinking about why I went into that space. If like
It was
thinking
your
about
ego,
my
man.
Yeah, if it's something to do with pride or like.
Yeah, one of the good
or
way to
vanity.
measure if you're getting better at that, getting out, just every time you get into it, start a timer. So your job is to get out of it as fast as you can. So every time you have a timer, it will reduce naturally from 30 minutes to 20 minutes to 15 minutes to 5 minutes to 10 minutes because you are measuring that data.
Yeah, I just kind of do it.
Because once you get in, you know that you're in and you can actually realize that you're in. Your job is to realize it as quickly as possible.
But doesn't turning it off to reach a point in your own self where you're like, cool, like I'm done with it now.
Yeah.
Doesn't that require power of the ego to say that I'm done? I've had enough of this now, or I've got all I need to from
it's
it
the
now.
ego deciding that it's done.
Yeah, which therefore is kind of a
It's fake. It's not real.
well, not that it's not real. It's just that it's I don't know. I think that's the bit that I'd struggle with, because be like, oh well, sweet. Hey, I've done 2 minutes. Yeah. Look how good I am. I'm turning it off now, and I'm going to think about something else.
I think that's the ego, but you can be in a place where you can have that confidence that it's done without the ego involved.
Okay, I'd have to trust you. I've never tried it.
Because that's essentially like when someone does something to you that takes you to that deep place, you just don't respond to it. You're like, well, it doesn't bother me anymore. It's not even a thing.
I'm more interested in the id and the super ego. You could talk about ego until the cows come home. The shadow self is where that's where all the gems are. That's where the gold is. Examining the id, like what is the worst parts of ourselves. The ego protects us and makes us, gives us what we want, and we can get this, that, and the other thing. But it's making friends with our shadow self, the id. That's the thing that gives us true power, because we look at ourselves and we examine all the wounds and we examine all the worst parts of ourselves and make friends with the demons, and then you're incredibly powerful if that's the case. So it's the shadow that fascinates me now as an optimist. I like that ego thing. It keeps us bound to the physical and sensory world. And there's moments where you can get rid of it. I do it through meditation, and I can only do it for minutes at a time. If you're talking about turning the ego off, or making it so that you are not of this world, your existence isn't really important or critical in any way, but it is part of what's happening,
Yeah.
And so the only way I think that humans can do that is through psychedelics, which are awesome because it's a fast track, like the God phone up there.
Yeah.
You ring them straight away and you have a fast track, her or whatever. But through meditation, you can get there. People know that.
Yeah.
People know that you can surrender all that ego and you can become part of the oceanic energy and consciousness. But you could probably do it if you plug in your AI phone into your third eye as well, if you get the chip right there, where the third eye.
And it floods your body with just the right amount of MDMA.
And everything you need, like Soma, like the Brave New World. Yeah. And then and all of a sudden, man, we've got the grooviest human existence that we've
Everyone
ever
is
had, eh?
calmly
Yeah.
shopping online.
Like Wally. Imagine if when you did plug into that AI hive mind, that you knew everything from always, you know? So, like, you're not going to do things that are fucking stupid, are you? Because you know that
I don't think
everything,
that's true
right?
at all, because
so you're not going to do things like,
of course
you're going to
people
know
are
how
gonna
to fucking grow
keep doing
tomatoes.
stupid things.
Hey, you're going to know how to organise a huge festival. You're going to
But you can find that out. You can find that out now.
Contract. You know, you're going to know all
You
that
can
shit.
find all that
You're
out
gonna
now.
know kung fu, bro.
You can find all that stuff out already.
Are we talking about this like a singularity? Are we talking about a singularity here, where the human consciousness is one with artificial intelligence?
Well, imagine that's what would happen, eh? Like if we all plug into what we know as AI or the internet as AI, whatever, and then we know everybody knows everything because it's all there for access, and there's no barrier between the interface of your phone. It's in your neural pathways.
All your glasses.
Yeah, or you, it will be glasses, and then probably, you know, there'll be different
Then
ways.
contact lenses.
Eventually, it'll just be
Then
you.
suppositories. And then they'll eventually get it safely in your brain.
Yeah, well,
But there'll be a lot of people that will just stick with the suppositories.
so you'll know, like you know how everybody does everything now by watching a YouTube clip. Like you can do everything, just by watching a YouTube clip. Oh, okay.
Build a deck, watch a YouTube clip. Yeah.
And so
Change
you
your toilet seat.
You just be like, you'll be like Kelly Reid's, just like, dude,
The only thing you can
I know how to
do
build a deck.
is subscribe and like. That's what you can do with YouTube clips.
The
leave a
craziest
comment.
thing that's I think is going to be more crazy than all of this stuff we're talking about is AI agents. There are agents that are being created now. They're essentially their own individuals, and they do specific jobs and tasks for you. So you can eventually have an entire organization with no staff, and they are just run by AI agents. They do the hiring, they talk to customers, they buy the product, they do the accounting. You're just sitting at home doing podcasts, smoking cigars, drinking whiskey, and making the money by this company that's multi-billion-dollar company that's been run by AI agents.
But how are we going to get the
As long as it's cheaper
resources
and easier
to
for
get
me,
the cigars
I'm
and
for
do
it.
the podcast without working?
Well, there will be a few people that will
Just
do that.
Dish some out.
yeah, exactly.
That's I mean, call me cynical, but the way we're going, it seems like those type of people want to give us less and less. You know,
You're being a bit cynical, but you told me to say that.
But I think it's true. I think you're making a very good point. It's the same thing with like a Tesla car today. One of the reasons people love it, not because it's a EV and it saves the planet, they love it because you don't need. There are lesser things that you need to have a reason to take your car to a repair shop. There are more and more things that just can be fixed with an upgrade through their software.
Not in my car.
And that's why people love it. They want less and less of that garbage and more of the experience of driving a car. Right?
yeah.
Convenience will kill us all. I
Yeah.
think that's what's going to end up happening, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
Because all we really need to do to woe things back a wee bit is just have less consumerism. And most of that is food. You know, like if that massive food industry woed back and provided for people and not also like just processed stuff.
And one of the things that we're very bad at is consuming less and less information.
That's a tricky one.
Yeah, man.
We
That's
want
so
more
good.
and more information as apes.
I think what the information age has done, like with the internet and just rapid dissemination of stuff, is that it's kind of just pulled back the veil that we all used to think was there with information. And it's like, it's kind of made everything like less valuable in terms of information, because if it's not directly in your experience, then it's just chat, and you can let chat affect your day. So it's just figuring out how you get back to just what's happening in front of you and only being concerned with that, because there's not much you can do with things that are outside your sphere. You might not agree with them, but there's
But your device is always within your sphere. Your device is always within arm's reach
Yeah.
most of the time. So, like, that's your sphere as well.
Is it a device or is it already an extension of us? Our natural self.
Well, you look at how people react when they haven't got their phones.
Well, it's a pocket TV
And-
for starters, and then social media
yeah.
became like interactive social TV. Do you know what I mean? Like a pocket TV, and it hasn't improved humanity at all because people still sit around and talk shit, and heaps of the time that's fine. That's what people do. But
Well-
then when people start taking it seriously and reacting to it, when it's not initially intended that way or whatever, and it's all boils down to being chat. You know, if it's not happening right in front of you, what can you do?
Yeah, well, like chitter, like just like background noise that
Well,
like you don't
when-
need to take. Like
When they
consider-
when
like
they
you
were
get-
talking about taking away fact checkers from Facebook, it's like, why do you go to Facebook to get facts? Like you're using it wrong, basically. So it doesn't need fact checkers. It's just as long as you understand that it's like a big gossip session,
Yeah.
you know, and some people are making money off that.
Yeah. Well, fact checking is really about narrative control.
Yeah, and like, what do you need to know
Yeah.
facts about? What facts do you need to know?
sometimes like
Well, I like to there's lots of facts you like to know.
Yeah, but that's
Like,
what I
I
mean.
like
It's
to
like,
know-
fun facts. eh?
Which
Like,
one?
Yeah, fun facts.
Oh,
Some of
another
my
thing that
favourite
sets
facts.
people off on the band is when people point out fun facts and then
I
someone's
like fun facts.
irrationally angry
Yeah.
about it. That was
Love
great.
fun facts. Yeah. Well, it's because it gets to the point where you can get facts about anything, right? You can, if you've got a device, you can access any facts, and like you might go, right, this is slightly different.
What do you do with
This
them?
is- Yeah, well, like if you need information for, like, I don't know, if you're, for example, if you're walking somewhere or if you're driving somewhere, or like if you're on Google Maps or whatever, information that, like, facts, like it's 2.4 kilometers away and it's open. If I'm going to
Or the bus is scheduled to come at
Let me-
these are facts.
When you look at a map, are you researching facts?
Let's put
No,
it this
you're-
way. Let's put
you're
it this way. They
consuming
are
facts.
not using fact checking to get the facts right in your data and the consumption of the content that we all see. That's not why they got the fact checker in the first place. It's a tool to controlling the narratives
Yeah.
and not letting it go wild. It's a tool for that
Yeah.
because you can jump on X right now and for 30, 40, 60 days constantly say that Hitler was a good guy. Hitler was a good guy. He wanted Germany first. He wanted to clean the Jews and everybody out. Hitler was a good guy. If you keep saying that for 30, 60 days non-stop and keep adding facts to that are not true, people will
Facts that
believe.
are not true.
People will believe your narrative because they get so much ingrained in it.
But that comes back to that seeing your own ass. So the more you engage with something online, right, the more it feeds you similar stuff. And so you think
Yeah.
the whole world thinks like this, but it's just the algorithm that's showing you your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not, the symbiosis is not there. It's a very different world. It's not a world that you can bring back into reality and then assume that whatever you're getting from this digital world is real. You can't be doing that.
Well, entertainment. As long if it's entertainment, then it's fine. Whatever you're into, whatever you might like watching people
It's like,
renovate houses.
there are millions of
Cool.
people in the world right now that believe that Elon did a Hitler salute. And that's because
How
people
come he
take
owns that
that
That's a
salute
good
out
and
of
point.
that
That's a good
moustache?
point. Yeah.
How come people can't use that anymore?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Hey, hey,
It's just a thing.
I got a
Wow,
recognition
it's like
from
the
Scotty.
swastika.
Did you hear
You've
that?
ruined it for everyone.
Well, that's a good example of how something can be just presented in a certain way, which has always been the problem with media. But
So
it hasn't been
now-
until the recent decades
Yeah.
that people have become a bit more savvy
That's
about
the
it.
danger of the reality. If millions of people out there that think that Elon did something he actually never did, that's the danger of this whole thing. Because all of a sudden your reality is now changed, influenced by something that's actually not true. That's
Yeah,
messed
it's
up.
almost like
and
ignorance
then-
is bliss, eh?
And then you.
The thing,
what is
yeah,
truth?
it's a really hard example though.
If you could
Because
live in a
like
paddock.
Elon, like if he didn't do a Nazi salute, he did something that looked fucking a lot like a Nazi salute. And I would think that most people who are aware of the concept of Nazis would know that there's a couple of things that are ubiquitous with them in a in a cultural
Bowie did
way.
it. Bowie did it. He was pulled out for doing that at
Do you
a
know
parade.
why
he
Elon
was
did
at
that?
one
Do you know
time.
why Elon did that?
To start a ruckus, maybe.
You know what?
Like-
He did it to distract everybody. The fact that he's funding AFD, a party in Germany that has
Yeah.
deep history of Nazism.
Yeah, I saw his address
did
to
not
them.
Elon did not want that to be the focus. That he's supporting a party that has a
It's
connection
a
and
weird
past
way to try and distract from that.
So it's
Isn't
a-
it like that? Isn't
but
that
he's
a,
done it really well. Nobody's talking about Elon's involvement in AFD. It was a very
well,
tiny
some people
blip.
are because I've heard about it.
Yes. Some people are, but most of the world is talking about his Hitler salute.
Yeah.
So it's about that balance. I want more people to be bickering about this, and this needs to be low.
Yeah.
If this is too high right now, it's gonna crash.
So he's kind of playing the media at their own
yeah,
game.
that's right.
Yeah,
that's
which-
exactly what he's doing.
Some
Okay.
of those
Yeah.
people that do, you know,
Always a motive with
public
Elon Musk.
relations.
There's always a motive with Elon Musk.
There's
There's always a
Everything he
motive
does,
with
there's a motive.
There's always a motive with our media
Yeah.
too, right? Like
And he makes us believe that he just did it because he's an impulsive guy with Asperger's and he does silly things. No, he's doing it to distract us with the fact that he wants AFD to lead Germany, and AFD has Nazism past.
Well, there you
Far
go.
out, man.
Heard about it. Elon, wow. He, he's got his
hasn't-
finger on the trigger, really, isn't
Once he hears
he?
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
once he hears Information Ape, though, he'll probably change his outlook
Yeah,
on
I
life
reckon. I reckon.
completely.
He's King Louis of the Information Ape movement, man. He's got all the fruit. Hey, he's the fruit ninja. You know, like he's the Information Ape fucking daddy. Hey, you know?
Yeah,
Like he'll be the first guy to put a chip in somebody's head, man. Neuralink is a thing.
He's done it. He's done it to 2 people.
Yeah.
Neuralink, and it's amazing. This guy, he's paralytic. He can't move, but he
He
can
should
use.
he should do like what Willy Wonka did, like send out 5 golden tickets, like for people who want to get there.
Yeah.
Neuralink.
And I bet it's
and
exactly
have
like
and
that
also
too.
have a set of tasks to show whether someone's worthy of it or not. You know,
Snosberries,
like
Elon.
take him through the Elon Musk
Yeah.
factory.
through the Elon Musk gauntlet.
Who ever heard of a snosberry?
Man, I was get that. I'd buy that Wonka bar. I'd buy that Wonka bar. Would you buy the Wonka bar, Blackie?
Probably depends what flavor it was.
If it was chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if it was made with like Hershey chocolate, then nah.
No, and he would be like, "You stole what is it? Feta stuffed bell peppers. You it had to be
Yeah.
cleaned and sterilized.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
yeah.
get nothing."
Yeah, your klepto past will be exposed.
Well, would you go and live on Mars?
Like
I
how?
would. I would.
You would?
I would,
Surely,
yeah.
if
10,000 people?
Yeah, because I'll get the opportunity to be part of creating a new constitution.
Yeah.
The founding father of Mars.
You know what I reckon it would be like on Mars?
Adnan.
It'll turn out that there are no aliens, or not. We're not going to see any in our lifetime, perhaps.
Joe
And
Rogan just posted this bizarre looking structure on Mars that looks like a civilization, like 4 walls and then lots of different things inside it. It's actually a picture straight from Mars, from the satellite images. That kind of stuff, when you look at it, you go, somebody built that motherfucker right there.
But the state of Mars now is like that'd be like having a whole lot of derelict like St. Luke's, like Westfields, and like, but you can't buy anything from there, and you can't go outside. Like I think, and it'd be like, have you seen Red Dwarf? It'd be
And
like
Arnold,
that.
and Arnold Schwarzenegger would be the governor.
And if
of
hell is
there.
other people, or hell is
Nice
living in a
one,
room
yeah.
with your friends, unless you've got space,
There's
you have to be a certain type of
Arnold
person.
Schwarzenegger's head floating in a floating jar.
There's a science doco called Blue Planet Red by Brian Corey Dobbs. He came on my show and he basically did this whole doco about Mars and aliens and life before, and how the planet was blue like Earth and then it turned into what it is now. And the rust is basically the water from the, So he talks about microbial life, alien life, pyramids on Mars, face-looking structures that are there that are bizarre. And so this idea that, somehow we may have come from Mars to Earth, or there was some other civilization on that. You know, maybe we are Martians. Maybe we are not from the Earth. Maybe we came from Mars. Who knows?
All the men have.
Yeah.
Women are from Venus, yeah.
Girls,
Oh,
man.
well, it's that idea, the idea where, like, because, like the sun is kind of just exploding, like the universe is like exploding, like our sun, is the center of our universe. So everything is pushing out. So then maybe Mars at one point was peopling, and then as it orbits out, it stops peopling because the people can't, exist.
It got smashed
on
just
that.
about in half at one point by a big
Yeah.
fucking body of space.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's got a massive thing through it where it's.
Yeah,
They reckon that's what killed
and
it.
if that happens to us, we're not prepared for that. Like if there was a massive meteorological event,
There's one
it'd
in
just
7
be-
years, they reckon. There's one that's the size of a football field that's
Let's go.
supposed to collide.
Don't look up.
But they
Don't
always go,
look
oh,
up.
there's one passing by. It went by 20 million kilometres away. Whew, that was close.
They've had a couple where they've found out after it's been passed.
Yeah, space
That it
weather.
was like ridiculously
They
close.
call it space weather in the newspaper.
That's when you want to jump up into the satellite train, eh? The party in the satellite train. Speaking of Elon Musk, jumping in that. Imagine that link of satellite trains. I reckon it'll be like.
You reckon it's going to be like the Rock and Roll
It'll be
Express,
like,
but in
it'll be
space.
like Pete Diddy's parties, mate.
Yeah, there'll be the band,
It'd be like the ultimate party
Janis
train.
Joplin,
Yeah.
Elvis, all those
Space
people that are
train.
still.
No, only the people that are still alive.
No, they are, and Starlink. They're up there, jamming. Rick Danko.
Rick Danko,
It costs you a bit to get on that, I reckon.
Janis Joplin.
Bobby Azarian, he wrote a book called The Romance of Reality, how the universe is creating life, consciousness, and cosmic complexity. He talks about in his book this idea that the universe is deliberately organizing itself to create, to come to life. And the way it's doing that, it's creating these Earth-like planets where life is formed, and then consciousness arrives out of that, and the consciousness is then used to expand around the universe. If we as humans survive for 1 million years, we are gonna have the entire galaxy of Milky Way alive and conscious as a physical thing, the entirety of the Milky Way. And that is a beautiful idea that eventually, as the universe expands, it becomes conscious and it becomes God, and is either collectively connected the entire length of the universe, or there are pockets that are spread across the universe and they break off and we never interact with them ever again.
And then as soon as it becomes fully conscious, it surprises itself again and then destroys itself.
Starts listening to emo music.
Maybe that's how the Big Bang was started.
That's how the Taoists. That's
Maybe
what the
that's
Taoists
how the
think.
Big
That's
Bang
what the
happened.
Taoists- That's what the Taoists think. So like, once that happens, once the universe is fully conscious, it
It devolves.
Comes back in.
basically
All of our
explodes,
ideas,
and then it goes back to the start.
all of our
Expansion
ideas,
and
all of the
contraction.
big ideas about what's going on
Repeat,
are based
repeat,
on the
repeat.
fact that we are born and we die, and like everyone projects that out into a universal size, and again, I just, if it doesn't arrive in my letterbox, does it really affect me? What's a fact? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm always fascinated by the age-old questionings about what happened ages ago. Don't know. To you?
History? You're talking about history?
Good story. Good chats, for sure.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about facts, eh? I guess you can kind of take history as just a string of facts that are kind of true. Like you can learn. Like I've learned so much about history and humanity through the medium of podcasting. Because if you listen to history, you can listen to the greatest minds on earth debating things and talking about stuff, and you can learn anything you want to. You can learn about any civilization that has been on earth, and you can listen to two experts talk about it in a way that's digestible and like enlightening, because we understand what humanity is better because we see what we've already done, and we see the like trends and all the same shit that we've been going through for eons and eons and eons. For 15,000, now they think 30,000 years. You know, and it was Mother Earth birthed consciousness through the moist, wet ocean. And we pretty much think that that's pretty much what happened. And then all of a sudden we get to this point where we're animals, but we think we're like not. We think we're
Better.
like fucking gods,
Yeah.
which we are, you know, which we are. And then all of a sudden we've got opposable thumbs, and then we're completely fucking the natural environment.
I reckon that's...
because we're consuming so much. We're consuming in such a rapid rate, and we have to jump off the hamster wheel, but it's not going to happen.
Well, if population's going down, that's going to help.
A cataclysmic event,
Yeah.
or there's a huge shift in consciousness.
Bloody revolution.
Yeah, or a bloodless revolution, and it's a shift in consciousness. And mainly the only way that we could do that,
is to stop doing stuff and be slack. Basically, you've got to smash the system by not participating, by undermining it, by pulling the rug out from under its feet, by partying in the corner quietly, while also making sure you're ticking off stuff that needs to be done for Monday morning.
That idea that you were talking about with the author fella, though, you know, where like you got to a point where the whole universe was conscious in all of its expressions of life, or even inanimate matter. So like even rocks are conscious, right? Like anything that's matter is conscious. You know, like consciousness runs through everything. So how could you even get to that point? Like we're as a human being, as a species, as anything. How do you get to that point?
You do that by conquering land, and then surviving on that land. Yeah, I mean, if you conquer Mars as a land, and then you conquer other planets, and if you can stay there and survive, that's how you spread the consciousness. Consciousness is us being on.
That
a
sounds
piece
like
of
colonialism, though, bro.
Well, no,
consciousness doesn't need land.
To make it livable, though, like you have to have a different motivation, because you can't. And I don't think you could inhabit a planet if the motivation was profit. It would have to be making.
It's about survival. The
livable.
motivation is about survival.
At a primal level. But we're talking
but
about
our waste
consciousness.
management is a private business, and we can't even recycle properly because it's too expensive. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the problem, is the way that the system operates. And there's no one person in control. There's just a bunch of people following protocol and process, and not enough of those people going, oh, maybe we should just do this instead. It would mean not making so much money, but it would probably be better for people involved. And I'm sure that's happening. I'm sure that happens out there, but not on the scale that we need yet. You know.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that's happening out there. I'm sure there's people out there that are putting the important things first, you know, while still trying to make a living. That's the tricky part, right?
Balance.
Keeping a rock and roll band relevant, it's really hard.
Yeah.
You've got a mortgage and kids.
You just have to chase your joy. That's it. Chase your joy. We're taking it back to what we were saying before about like consuming and how much like time consuming takes up. You don't need a lot, hey. And like when everyone slowed down with the you know COVID, the whole COVID. I say it COVID. Without that. I found my vaccine pass. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Is it still valid?
No.
Can you still travel to America?
My vaccine pass. You guys get a vaccine pass?
You had to when you were a teacher, bro.
When we think about like, and everyone stayed home and nobody consumed, and it was like, fuck, that's good. you didn't have to, you know, like you had enough. Like I
still went to
food,
the
I
supermarket
had
and
enough
got
food to eat,
beers,
and I didn't need anything else.
I don't think that was true in its entirety, because there's a lot of people were just fucking shopping on Amazon, fucking buying everything,
Yeah, that's true.
Ordering delivery.
Actually, the level of consumption, the
Was-
change in consumption was kind of fascinating in how measurable it was.
Yeah.
I didn't do that,
Yeah.
so I didn't consume.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zoom came out of
But,
nowhere.
but millions and billions of people did. They were just fucking shopping every single day.
Yeah.
Everything. you
Every
know?
day.
Yeah.
And what's that? That's just so that's filling a hole. What?
And you know, when COVID started to kind of open up, we could have like, bigger groups. And people were consuming so much to go to these private group parties of 8 people and 4 people and 6 people. And then, isolate together and then party together.
Great.
Right. And that was still, people would consume very expensive clothing to go to those private parties and isolate together. Right.
Yeah, well, I kind of felt like when people slowed down, this was my reality here. It was very obvious that we were all moving too fast, and we didn't need to be spending all of our waking hours working for something that we don't really need.
Yeah.
And it became obvious to me at that time. And everyone was like, oh, yeah, it's so great, blah, blah, blah. And it'll be so nice, but...
You can see dolphins in Venice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Our consumption of information has skyrocketed since COVID. Like, the amount of pressure I have to do 3 episodes a week. If I don't do that, the machine just, spits you out.
Yeah. I got the algorithms up a little bit once on the Slacks, and it's just too much work.
Yeah.
It really is. It's got to be daily, and then got to be more and more daily. And these guys just don't produce content like that. Like,
Yeah, but see, that goes back.
It comes down to
right?
me.
That goes back to what we were talking about with who's training AI. Like, who's creating those algorithms that mean you have to constantly put out content.
Yeah.
And why are they doing it?
well, Facebook.
Because an algorithm doesn't have to work that way.
No, of course not. Facebook
it's-
has. It could remove all advertising. And
Well,
just,
that's what it all comes back to, bro. Is advertising.
yeah. Totally.
Like,
it could remove all
and
of
I
that.
think a lot
and
of
deliver.
our ills are on the back of the constant thirst
Totally.
for advertisers
Absolutely.
to almost demand access to us.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's the thing is that there's talk about a New Zealand music industry. There's no supportive community. There's you've got third party outfits that rely on bands to generate because the whole music industry relies on musicians and bands to generate, whether that's music that people listen to online and pay someone else to listen to, or whether that's because they'll do a gig for a sandwich and people can go along and enjoy live music. But the industry itself is other people that are basically in that line between you and the audience, right? And that's the problem with it. Like, it hasn't really changed. It's just got different clothes on because the artists and the musicians never really made any real cash out of their stuff. But at least in the old days, you were paying for studio time, and you paid that back, whatever small percentages, things like that.
Well, yeah, the artists are still getting screwed, except for the people who have cracked it. They're probably going to go. I think Tay Tay's probably sweet.
yeah.
If that's what you want to do.
But that's a function of the music industry creating an environment where our collective consumption of music generates money through advertising, right, or through subscription.
Yeah.
And the distribution of that money is heavily skewed
totally.
towards themselves.
Absolutely.
And so they have to pay out the top artists.
Yeah.
But as with most things these days, like, even that's getting less and less, and the people down the bottom are getting screwed more and more.
Yeah.
And that's what started to happen with the podcast industry.
mate.
But
Anything.
because we know what's happened to the music industry, we would not allow for that to happen. So we can have our shows on subscriptions and not even going to these platforms like Spotify.
Yeah.
Then we are just creating our own little community.
Your own ecosystem.
100, 200 people. They're paying you, $15 a month.
Well, it's
That's
the
good
Patreon
money,
model,
And,
isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Patreon model. And
Give it
boom.
another name if you want.
Yeah. No, that is the subscription model.
Yeah.
People pay you to get access to your content, and because your content is high quality and different and unique and fresh perspective,
Yeah.
they want to have exclusive access to that information. And then they can use that information for whatever they can take clips from my show. They can do whatever they want to do with that
Could be
content.
entertainment, could be educational, it could be,
news
enriching.
stories, right? Like this podcast, like will have, you record a 3-hour conversation with a historian like Paul Moon, which I did. That's like 40 stories that come out of that. So if you're subscribed to my channel and you're getting 40 stories out of that, you can push that on a channel on X or YouTube, which will be monetized, and you're making $5,000-$10,000 a month through my content that you have access to, right?
Is that okay on your terms of service? Are you're good
that's
with that?
fine. Yeah, that's cool, because that also becomes part of my community.
Yeah,
Right.
totally.
Yeah.
My community is monetized.
Or
They're making
it
money
becomes
from what
a
I
window
create.
to your own Patreon, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Like a
it
window,
does,
a shop window for your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people come and want to engage because they know this content makes them money.
Yeah. And see, as musicians, like the music industry is kind of like the bellwether, and it shows which direction everything is going to head towards. Like how quickly the general population, like most people consume music in some form or another, right? And like, so let's take a look at the trajectory. So say like in the 70s, you'd buy a record, right? And let's say it was worth $20, just for argument's sake. And it cost, it was that much because it cost quite a lot to produce, right? To actually, to get the vinyl, to cut it, the process for it, to package it, to ship it, was worth quite a lot of money. That's why that was worth that thing. And then when CDs came along, right, the cost to produce them just shrunk exponentially, but the price to buy them remained the same.
Went up.
And so no, well, just
It was slightly more
stayed the
expensive.
same.
It was more expensive than cassettes when they came out.
And then so the record labels just kept all that money. They didn't. There was no, like, even though we're told that advances in technology lead to cheaper products because it requires less input to create them, that the experience that's borne out is that the people, they just keep all that money.
Totally.
Right? And then so when when the ability to rip a CD and put it onto MP3 and then to share that with other people online for free came along, people immediately just stopped paying for music. And then so the expectation is that they shouldn't really have to pay for music.
blame
Like
Woodstock.
why pay for music if it's for free?
Well, the thing is as well is that you're not paying for music. You never paid for the music because you never owned it. You owned what ended up in the rubbish, the CD or the record player or the record. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. And this is why I really like the fact that at the moment with the Slacks, you can only buy vinyl. You can't get T-shirts and hats because it's branded landfill.
Bitcoin has started to solve some of these problems where you can have a music that you buy from someone. It will come with its own digital key, and that key would be then traded in the Bitcoin marketplace and has a value for your asset, which is like a song from the Beatles, right? So crypto has started to solve some of those problems in using digital assets and NFTs to kind of create value for that thing. Like I love buying music from iTunes. I still do. I have a lot of albums, and hard to define what my rights are to that album. It's just there in my iTunes. But when you bring the Bitcoin on top and you create my music collection as a digital collection, like same thing with all the vinyls you have here. If you pack them and put them to a digital coin, all of a sudden there is a value set for that stuff in the marketplace, which is the crypto Bitcoin marketplace. That's some of the things on how they're trying to solve, what you own, and it's not just a rubbish CD, but it's tracked somewhere, and there's a value to it.
And then, but then you still don't own the rights to the songs. That's the thing. Like but the CDs, as it turns out, Blakey, aren't too bad because some of my ones got pretty scratched up on tour in the van, and mostly still work pretty good, even when you can see through them.
Yeah,
not a lot of skips. But and it's convenient in my 2008 Orion.
Just as a point of interest, you can kind of just see the back of Scotty's head in the camera there. Like, if he's
that's the least of my head.
Yeah, it's the least of your head. But if he's like that,
I'll sit like this then. Is that all right?
No. It's just like it is kind of half the screen is the back.
Blakey, you want to
but
do you want to Steinlager me?
Oh yeah.
Only cans.
Me
Can
too,
me?
please.
Can me? I do have more.
there's Tokyo Dry there.
Tut.
Yeah, well, what is it? What does it all mean? Like,
I guess the thing is, right, like from my perspective of that is that like I don't like this. We often get this thing, a message that we get now, where it's like, hey, we have to like pay, like we have to pay, like say it's like sport, right? Like I've had Sky for 15 years, but I also haven't missed any All Blacks game that I've wanted to watch, right? Because I've just got it off the
Worked
internet
out a
for
way of
free,
sorting it,
right?
Yeah.
And we can do this for movies. We can do it for the TV shows we want to watch. And so let's take the example of TV shows. So the people who make TV shows will say, hey, you need to pay for the subscription for it because we've invested money into this and you're stealing this from us, right? And I have no truck for this argument because I know that when we release an album online, right, and we put it onto a streaming platform, within 5 minutes you can find it on some corner of the internet to download for free.
Yeah.
People have taken our art and our investment, and I'm talking about music in general, and people have almost collectively said that it's worthless, right? And so
No, they haven't said it's worth this. They just say that we should be able to get it for free.
well, you know what I mean, okay?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
No,
saying. I mean, obviously,
$17.99
There's
a
a
month.
difference.
yeah, there
There's
it
a
is. And so
difference.
maybe that wasn't the right adjective, but like, you know, like it's.
I'm with you, Blakey.
And so I have no sympathy. Like, if you guys, if it's okay to rip an album,
Yeah.
or take a song, then it's fucking fine to stream it at All Blacks TV.
Yeah, totally, bro.
Well,
And you know
tell
what?
yourself whatever you
My
think.
favourite thing to be.
And let's bring that back. That's my ego talking, isn't it? You know, like I can justify this
My favourite
just
thing.
fine. I've
'cause
got. Give me your smallest violin.
You can
Sky
go
TV.
You can go to the Slacks website and get all of our music for free. You can stream it for free if you can be bothered with the Bandzoogle website, or you can download it all for free.
Yeah.
I
So
would
if
love it if people were bootlegging it off some
Yeah.
site, and like, you know, because that's cooler, I guess.
Yeah.
Like,
The challenge with copyright is if I play your song on my show, and when I publish it, the systems like YouTube would say, "Is there any copyrighted material?"
they're
of
getting
this?"
better at it too, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
So if I say I don't have rights to your song, and they pick it up and say, well, we can trace there's a copyright somewhere, and you're
Yeah.
in breach, they'll just take my show off.
And I tell you what, as well, like we have digital distribution with a company called DRM New Zealand. They've just done a deal with an international company called The Orchard, and for the first time ever, I posted one of our songs on Facebook and got a message from them like, "These guys are claiming your royalties." So it's like, initially I thought it was like you can't play it on your site. I was like, no, I can. Like, we have a contract with these guys, but yeah, you can't get away with it anymore because they'll be all over it wherever it is now.
Yeah,
and
even
that's a
your
new
own
thing.
music, if someone else owns the
So
licensing
yeah, if
of
we
it,
say to you,
Yeah.
chuck one of our songs in the background,
yeah,
those guys will be on it
yeah,
because there's no conversation with them. And
Exactly.
they're just there to clip the ticket.
yeah.
I
That's
got
what they
one
wanna
from
do.
the cardboard thing that they keep the cans in, and also it's possibly the cans, Blakey, only cans New Zealand, is why they're so cold still, even though they haven't been in a. I've made up a fake. It's called Only Cans, and it's like, yeah, don't worry, I won't talk about it now. These guys don't get it. Marky gets upset when I talk about my other projects.
Fair enough.
Only Cans, Smell Blind. Don't ask about Smell Blind. That's another thing that'll trigger Marky.
Trigger
I
points.
don't know
Huh?
where that lighter went.
No, I'm triggered. No. I quite like being triggered nowadays. It like gives me like some like you know a bit of fire. Like if I'm
Yeah.
triggered, like I'll talk about it. I'm not gonna hate on anyone, but like
Hate that word triggered.
It triggers you.
Yeah.
It triggers you.
I hate the word
triggers me.
zhuzh when
Zhuzh?
yeah, when teachers used to say just zhuzh it up a bit by using Google Docs. You can zhuzh it up and it's like, spell it. I dare you.
Does that trigger you now, though? The
Still,
word zhuzh?
certain words do, because ones that shouldn't exist probably trigger me the most. Like
Yeah.
recently made up ones. I don't mind if a word changes meaning over time
Yeah.
through usage. I think that's normal and natural.
What triggered you, Scotty?
So many things trigger me, but
Yeah,
like
easily
mostly
triggered,
little
eh?
things. Like big things don't faze me, but little things that irk and annoy, that's what I struggle with.
Such
like
as? Like,
managing.
people are irked and
Like the
annoyed by
car not
different-
working properly, going to work, and for some reason the tire's flat or the water pump stops
What about
working.
too many road cones on the road?
Yeah, road cones will do
Trigger
it
you?
for me.
Yeah.
Like just because I think that it's that weird thing where the leftover nanny state where it's like this is for your own good, and it's like, excuse me, am I an adult? What, like I've got my
Yeah.
license. I haven't had like 1,000 recidivist drink driving
Yeah.
things. So why do I need $758 million spent on traffic cones and
Yeah.
and safety?
I'm with you, man.
And so that kind of thing does irk me.
Yeah, we're spending so much. We're spending $500 million on fixing potholes, and I'm like, okay. Again, same thing. We're doing it for your safety. We need to spend $500
Well,
million
infrastructure
for your
needs
safety.
work, right? But then you look at like Waka Kotahi, which I'm pretty sure means only one person in the boat paddling. But, like it's the way they do it. So when you're driving at rush hour, you're behind two trucks putting out cones while everyone's trying to go to work. And it's
Yeah.
like, surely the infrastructure stuff needs to be worked
Yeah.
around people's lives.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Anyway, we won't talk about that anymore.
We
'cause I can
we
see-
spend a lot of money doing that, but we spend not a lot of money in bringing autonomous cars, right?
Is,
We should
is
be-
New Zealand Auckland maybe, but like is New Zealand a country for that because it's such a like really kind of sparsely populated other than
Yeah,
Auckland.
yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Hard to map it.
Well, Auckland, I can see how that would.
I
Work.
went on a Waymo in San Francisco in a driverless cab.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've
Experienced
I've
it.
experienced it, the driverless thing. Yeah, it was actually kind
Yeah,
of.
I'd love to have like 3 or 4 or a fleet of cyber cabs when they come out, right? One can drop my kids off to school, pick it up. One can go to the supermarket run.
But then that'll also go off and
It can work for
people
you.
lift around
yeah,
town,
Exactly,
right?
yeah,
while you're
yeah.
away.
You can
Yeah.
just turn into an Uber while you're not using it.
Exactly. But I love the idea that it can mobilize me and the people around me in multiple different
But we
directions.
should do trains. Like like there's got to be a way. Like surely all moving escalators, sidewalks. That'd be good if everyone could just walk out the door and stand on the sidewalk, go past the coffee, grab a coffee on the way. Beautiful Waiwakaio.
Yeah, on a train.
Yeah.
It's like the movie Wall-E, right?
Yeah.
Well, if they made the walkway that's all around the coast,
Yeah.
if they made that like a moving sidewalk. that'd
The
be
problem with that is we'll all become fat and ugly, and we won't be able to move, and we'll
hasn't
constantly
really-
live it on that train.
Not really
Japanese-
much
the
different.
I can
Japanese
tell
have
you,
got
being
a-
fat and ugly ain't that bad, bro. That ain't that bad.
Not when you make it look that good, Blakey.
Yeah, you make it look really good.
The Japanese have got it really sus. Like they run the Shinkansen up and down the length of the country, and that's just the arterial route to all the major cities, and then there's arterial routes to the towns, and the transport does need to be completely revamped. Like we can't keep talk about consuming. We can't keep consuming fossil fuels
Yeah.
like this. We know that,
Yeah,
but
you-
we just keep
yeah.
doing it.
Well, yeah, good luck.
You know the thing that
Well,
I
they're going to
love
run out.
about
It's
the
finite.
Japanese subway
Look
system
at the
is
fifth form geography.
Yeah,
they
but not in our
created-
lifetime.
they created, the Japanese, a 3D model of the Tokyo city. And then they took this fungus that's super intelligent and you put it on this 3D map of the city.
Oh, and it works out the quickest way,
The
most
quickest
efficient
way to
Yeah.
move.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah, they feed the fungus with food and they trace the food in the quickest way to get through this land.
Yeah.
And then they take that model and then they run a subway station across the city using exactly those
That model.
pathways. And that's where you get this
That's
world
a
where
better
everybody
model than-
is
That's
constantly
biomimicry.
on
That's
the
awesome, mate.
machine.
That's biomimicry.
That's
That's-
better
Yeah.
than getting a computer to go, we think you should take a left.
Yeah, just
yeah.
using this highly intelligent thing.
Well, and
know,
also
a
like a
fungus
slack,
that creates the best pathway
we're
to
like
move.
electricity.
It's
I
just-
believe in fungus, bro.
You could
I believe in
get
fungus.
an army of sifters and do the exact same
Exactly.
thing.
If the slacks,
The
if
exact
people
same
followed
thing.
slack philosophy, because we're like electricity, we take the easiest path to Earth. And if everybody lived their life like that, they'd probably shed a lot of stressful,
Yeah.
I think. But it's not easy being slack. You've got to work at it in this day and age.
Yeah, I reckon I've become much more slacker after my DMT experience.
Oh, do you want to tell us about that? Is this
Yeah, what
going
do you wanna
over
know?
well trodden ground?
Yeah.
Where? When? Start there.
Taranaki
Yeah.
and 2022 or 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was that dimethyltryptamine, or was that another a different version? Because I know there's like
Talking about the DMT that I took,
yeah,
it was iboga.
right,
Yeah, it's a plant, a root of a plant in Africa.
known as the wood.
The wood.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's known as the wood. I took that, and the first sort of phase is focused on death, and then there's rebirth. So death of the ego, and essentially what it is, it takes your brain to a point where you can look at every single memory of yours as you wish, as you like. And then you can rewire those memories however you want to rewire them.
Wow.
And then when you're in your rebirth, you're coming with new realities in your mind.
As
So
as
what I
those
did,
things have been reordered. Yeah.
So what I did, like I grew up in a very poor household, a very tough childhood in terms of that, grind and in fear and constant anxiety and stress. When I was on the wood, what I would do is I would say, okay, brain, bring up me when I was 6. So the memory is of this kid that's malnutritioned, wearing awful clothes, dusty, doesn't have a dad around, So I would take that kid out in my mind within 30 minutes, his entire 18 years of childhood, out for ice creams, bagels, birthdays, trips. I'm creating these memories in 30 minutes
Shit.
for the entirety of 18 years of my childhood.
And now you have those memories.
Now I have those
Now
memories.
you can remember doing those things.
And what I did
that you
was
never
not to
actually
create.
did.
Yeah, what I did was not to create fake memories, but bring the positive ones on the surface. So the brain doesn't naturally
That's a cool
remember
idea. That's cool.
Yeah, the brain doesn't remember the negative stuff because the brain's designed to push the negative stuff
That's
up.
cool.
So when you can rewire your brain and push the positive stuff up, then your memory is much more positive about your childhood.
I think everybody would benefit from that because they probably don't recall their good memories as often as they recall the bad ones.
That was one of the many things that I worked on in a period of 2 days. And then the reintegration into real world is 3 months.
Shit. The come down, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, because everybody knows you and your memories and everything else in that way. So you can either rewire your surroundings and how they see your memories, because your memories are different to their memories about you, right? And in that process, when you do so much work, you will be lucky if you only lose 30% of people around you. I lost 90% of people around me from that experience. An entire new life built.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
That's intense, man. But like I do that, I think naturally. I've always done that through my life where I've stuck at something for several years and then time for a change.
Yeah. But I grew up in an uneducated family. My parents were not educated. I was the first generation to speak English. So there was a lot of already advancements, way far than what my biological evolution is used to. I'm getting this information dump. I'm an ape. My parents come from the silent generation, right? No education, nothing. And then boom, I am like now, catching up for all of that stuff to be at a level that, the best minds hang out in the world, right? That's quite a trip on its own. So when you do the DMT thing, you're also, catching up on all the negatives of going at this fast pace of consciousness, right?
I think I read I didn't read it all, but I encountered a great book at Polytech actually, and it's called Millennium, and it was about traditional drug use, and compare it to modern drug use, which is often a lot of abuse, or it's done frivolously. And it was fascinating because so many older cultures and ancient cultures, it was part of their life,
Yeah.
and it was acknowledged that there was that side of people that you accessed by imbibing some kind of condiment,
Yeah.
which is not unlike, again, modern slacks philosophy.
Yeah, well, like all civilizations have used some sort of sacrament, have ritualistically, and that's what you're talking about. You did a ritual, and that's what made it so powerful.
Yeah.
It's context matters.
Context does, yeah.
Timothy Leary and all those guys, Richard Alpert, like the great explorers into that psychedelic realm, in our age. But like the Druids did it, and the Greeks did it, and like everybody has used in some way a drug, whatever you call it, a drug being something that you ingest in your body that alters the metabolism of it. Then, as a way to get closer to God, to get closer to that consciousness that we keep talking about, the collective consciousness that we can plug into and we can feel and we can see all those things and how we connected and how those experiences of our early childhood affect all our behaviors and all the way our ego, reacts to certain situations. And you're talking about reprogramming that stuff, right? So when you approach somebody, you don't come from that place all the time, of fear or like I'm a poor kid from the Middle East, and I'm worth nothing. You come with a different. You come with a different narrative.
Yeah,
different truth.
And for some people, what they do is they outsource their connection to the God, which is themselves, into this moral being, higher moral being, like Jesus, and then asks that collective moral being to govern him instead of him governing himself by connecting to the God which is him.
Yeah,
And that's
in
why
Jesus'
we have
case,
these religions.
It's just forgiveness, but
But that's like God for some people is the spiritual connection and awakening. God for some people is someone that's morally watching me. Right? There's two types of gods. So some people do that.
more than two, bro.
It's more than two. Oh,
Sure, yeah, more than two gods. But a lot of people do that. They go, oh shit, I can't manage this myself. I need to pass this to this God. And then that will, guide my moral self because I can't control that myself. That's very scary to me, right? Whereas I prefer to just keep that sort of with me. Like, a real man is one that's capable of extreme violence but knows how to control it. Right?
Yeah, well, you're talking about accessing the wild man, eh? And then caging the wild man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that concept.
But a lot of people they can't do it, so they give it to a moral higher.
Well, it feels good to be able to give everything away, like to say, and that's the thing of faith. It's like, it's so...
Why me worry?
It's freeing. It's freeing to go, do you know what? Whatever happens to me, it's not in my control. It's in your control.
Yeah.
That's the
And
plan.
I'll hand all that shit over to you.
Yeah.
100% believe in it.
And
I mean, whatever if you can do that, you probably can ascend in your consciousness, or you become
my ego is too greedy to give any part of my away to anybody. I want to have total sovereignty of everything that's mine.
That's the ego fully, right?
Yeah, that's the ego.
But you can turn that off, eh?
Yeah, I can, but I refuse to turn that off when it comes to giving part of me away to other, things.
Like your creative content.
Yeah. Well, I do share the creative content, but I think I'm talking about like my soul and my God and
Your
who
sovereignty.
I am. My sovereignty. I wouldn't give that away to my wife or to my kids or to a God.
Or to a company or a government.
Yeah,
or,
big time.
Yeah. But then it might be just like slowly coaxed from you, and that's what is
Or
happening.
the walls that you've put up get slowly chipped away.
Well, it's about
or
being
they're
a-
just the
it's-
walls are an illusion.
Or yeah, yeah.
What I love is not so much about the resilient walls. What I love is the anti-fragility of my fragile self.
Oh, hang on, give me a sec. The anti-fragility of your fragile self.
We are
That
all
does
fragile,
sound
right?
a little
But
bit like it's not like I not was
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah. It's. I know we know we're all fragile. Okay, so instead of putting walls up that can be smashed and then you give up because you've been conquered, you have this way of like, let the virus get to me. I get stronger as the virus is getting to me, and I always keep ahead of the virus.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Anti-fragility is a really powerful concept that the resilient gets shocked and the anti-fragile is resilient to shock. It resists the shock.
Resist it, yeah.
That's the same.
Resist it.
That's the Wim Hof method, bro. That's cold plunges, bro.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Because it is. It's the same thing.
is,
Because
yeah.
it's like your body is like into the lizard brain going, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
This
And
is
you can-
crazy.
yeah.
Like this is get out, and you need to override that,
Yeah.
right? You need to override that feeling of.
And you can
okay,
simplify it. You can simplify it. You can call it a person within you. Take all of that stuff and say, this is my inner bitch. Right? And then you fight that inner bitch every morning. You wake up in the morning, it's like, oh, I don't want to be in a cold shower. But you say you talk to that inner bitch and you say, no, you're fucking getting into the cold shower.
And harden up, cup of
Yeah,
concrete.
yeah. And I talk to myself when I'm in the gym. It's like, shut up, bitch. Get on with it, bitch. You know? So
why do you
it's
call
like-
yourself a bitch?
Yeah, that means that your ego doesn't like being considered a bitch, and therefore, like, yeah, in a way, that's egocentric, and I'm not saying that as a slur either, by the way, but it's it's interesting. Like for a lot of people, I know people whose motivation is that they don't want to be seen as equal to or less than a certain person or
Right.
something, you know, like, yeah, and it's interesting. Eh?
I
Like
don't really care about that stuff. I don't. I mean, I that's why, you know, the idea of having your own little community, you live in that reality in many ways. You're not really looking for that validation from Hollywood or that recognition from your family members. It's fun to have friends that, you know nothing about my podcast. They don't watch me. They do nothing because they know that they can hang out with me and talk to me. So they don't need to consume any stuff that I do in that world. That's also nice. It's also fun to have. Whereas in the past, every single friend was deeply ingrained with every single part of my thoughts. Now it's like, you know, I know Scotty and Scotty knows a lot about me, but Scotty doesn't know 95% of all about me.
What
right?
would AI say if we
AIG.
if we AIG and said, tell me about Adnan?
The last time I
Yeah.
posted something on the
That's
Slack,
a pseudonym. Adnan Belushi is.
what was
is-
it called? E-Rock? G-Rock? What was the AI engine that you use called?
Grok.
Grok. G-Rock. Grok. Not G-Rock. Grok.
Grok.
Right. Yeah. What would Grok say?
Well, I
Should we
think
ask it? Should we ask it?
you can, but I don't
Can you
think Grok...
can you pull that up, Adnan?
Honestly, I'll tell you, and I'm going to be honest, Grok doesn't know much about me, which is the good part. Grok doesn't know much about me, and he a little bit from my podcast and things like that. But I think what I have developed, the way I talk and the way I do my podcast and the way I live my life, is the information that's coming out, which is going to Grok, is going through an incredible ego-designed defense mechanism. Military. I have my brain has its own military, its own national security agency, right? It's putting stuff out through that secured channels and encrypted. They're all encrypted, right? So there's a lot of stuff that these AIs don't know about me that I know that nobody knows about me.
Yeah.
same as all the algorithms. I think they think they've got a handle on what people are into, but I don't think your browsing on social media actually reflects
my
necessarily
ego
that
was
much.
stoked that Grok knew anything about the Slacks. My ego was like, yeah.
I mean, they don't know much about you personally. Grok doesn't know much about you personally. They know from the point that you publish your songs, they can figure out from that point what you are, but it's only specific to the information you've put out.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff is not put out to the AI, so they will never know your entirety unless it's plugged in you and it's monitoring everything of you.
Yeah.
And that's why you're talking about sovereignty, eh? So, like, would you give that up? That's it. You give up your sovereignty if you do that. You know, you give up access to your mind and your body, essentially. Yeah. So, like...
But you should still be able to manage the machine and say the machine, you're only giving out this stuff.
As long as they bring the terms and conditions down to like 3 sentences.
Yeah, that's the one.
You know, because
just
otherwise
scroll to the bottom.
It would be like the worst interrupting cow. You'd just be getting advertisements in your brain fucking day and night.
Yeah.
Well, that's what would happen, I reckon.
If it was based on how things operate now.
So, like, I could see it happening, like... So, okay, Neuralink comes out, right? Well, for want of a better term, right? And like, you can get it, right? And if you get it, you know, you're part of Neuralink, and then, you know, all of a sudden, you don't have to watch a YouTube clip. You know what to do.
But you'd be watching it in
so,
your
like,
mind.
all of a sudden, you become this being with access to all these skills and information. Maybe not
What skills and facts are you talking about? Porn? Are you talking about porn and people saying subscribe and
You're
like?
talking about...
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the internet, guys. Like, what skills do you think that people are going to get immediately in their brain,
like,
bro?
But like, we just like you can
Kung fu.
learn how to. No.
Like, it's not going to be
but
kung
let's
fu,
bring it back
bro.
to building a dick.
You're not going to get. You're not
Building
going to
a
get.
dick.
You're not going to get kung fu
I'm talking
lessons
about
if you
talking
get
about my rug.
Neuralink. You know what I mean? It's not going to be
maybe.
that. It's going to be advertisements.
It's
No, I was talking about.
You can
building a
increase your.
dick.
You can
No,
increase your
I was talking
monetization.
about having access to all the information that is available to the internet.
How do you filter out all the rest of it, which
But-
is 99% of it?
Yeah, I don't know the inner workings
Well,
of the robot,
exactly.
bro.
Don't talk about learning kung fu when you're probably just going to learn how to set up an OnlyFans page.
But anyway, the point.
Because they'll be like, the algorithm will be like, you need to make some more money. You need to engage more. Like, that's what it would be.
So how I see it playing out is that you can either go down the route of, hey, come and get the Neuralink, the latest Neuralink, you know, the iPhone 20, 8 or whatever, in your spine, the head, your frontal lobe, wherever.
With a monthly part,
Well,
1 gram of MDMA a month.
and then
for the first 12 months.
And then you have immediate access to this network, right? That other people take ages to do, right? And they can still do it, but you can't do it with the same efficiency. And then there is a class that develops where everybody who has got this link, they all come together and they all go, well, we've got this fucking thing sorted.
Reddit.
Huh?
Like Reddit.
Well, but it's gonna look different, right? It's
Well,
gonna
I
look
think
different.
what you're sounding like to me is Nick Rowe, who thought I would be a good surfer based on my ability to surf really
it's
well
not.
on California games
It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that.
on my Atari.
It's like if that happens, and I think it will happen. And I don't know. Do you guys agree that that's probably how things are going to play out? It's a possibility, right?
I'm leaning towards Scotty. I think I understand what Scotty's saying and where he's coming from. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I haven't figured out your thoughts.
Okay. So
process.
So when that happens, let's say when, not if, right? And that's a very real possibility
Yeah, we'll just
because it's happened and it's happening. Can we agree on that? Is
keep
that a
going.
fact?
Yeah,
Is that a
keep going.
fact?
Keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to be corporatized. It's going to be monetized. It's going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be like what's the word? Mediated and curated, and
Yeah.
and it's going to be distributed to the masses, to the vox pop. That's us. In a way, like you can buy a new TV, you can buy a new phone, right? So you can get this new thing, right? All of a sudden, you've got this new thing, and the people with that thing are the people who are all of a sudden operating in this next level, right? They become a different, a being unto themselves, right?
I would
They
say,
become
I
a
would
different
say
society,
a different
right?
level, not a
Yeah.
neck level. Because again,
Well, we're splitting hairs on the
Yeah,
syntax.
yeah, yes,
But
yeah,
so then, I think there will be a black market that develops, so you can get this thing without all the corporate, like with all the, without
Yeah.
all that fucking thing. But you can still, there's dudes who can know how to do it, but you
You can
can,
fuck with the firmware. And,
and then there'll be the straight organics, like you, Adnan.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway, like
I just can't wrap my head around how.
I agree with Scotty.
I just can't wrap my head around how, like, if you have, like, what's essentially a hive mind, right? Is that what you're getting at? Where, like, it's...
Well, have we got a hive mind now?
no.
Have we got a hive mind now?
I think the human
No,
race
but
has
we're
always
super
had
connected,
one.
eh?
Yeah,
well,
but it's
we've
still
always
not...
had one. Like we're as repressed as they were in the Victorian era, but it's just different. You
No,
know,
but
like,
if
there's attitudes that are acceptable and there's attitudes that are not, and
but we're talking about linking consciousness,
but that's not going to change. What again? Like I don't
and that's
understand.
just what I can't wrap my head around. So like, how does native thought fit into that? How does
Indigenous knowledge.
yeah, like
Well, I would imagine that they don't know what would happen. Maybe your brain's got a way of tuning it out the way you can stop hearing background noise after a little while.
or you can log in and log out. I don't
Who
know.
knows?
That's what I can't wrap my head around. And
I
it's
think
just-
one of the things we're also going to experience is as the pace of processing information accelerates, we're going to see a acceleration in memory loss as well. We're gonna forget a lot of the things that we knew how to do. Think about the Polynesians. They came to New Zealand 1100 to 1300, 200 years of back and forth, and at some point they lost the entire ability to
navigate.
because they
Yeah.
didn't need to leave this land, and they were isolated, and so they were happy to kind of
Like Moana.
sustain their people and build on what they had with these chiefs that would control 50 people and regulate and have sovereignty over this 50 people. And so that information was lost, and a lot of the information is a natural part of us losing information. But the problem with AI is we're gonna be needing to lose a lot of that. It happens now on X. The entire machine algorithm lives on a 2-day viral cycle,
Yeah,
and then it forgets. You have to forget everything else that happened 6 months ago and keep going. So every time we have Christmases, it's intense to reflect on the 12 months you've just had. It feels like you've had 10 years
yeah.
because of this pace, right? So that's also going to be one of the things is we're going to lose so much of ourselves. And I can see this through my acceleration of life growing up from, someone in, let's say, in your generation may have lived in 1900s or late 1800s, and me growing up, in a modern era, but like that point, and then catching up so fast, I have lost so much of myself because my acceleration has been so fast in the 38 years that I've lived.
What have you replaced that with?
Something new.
But that's still yourself?
Yeah,
Is
still
that-
myself.
yeah.
Still myself.
So,
Still myself.
so you're thinking about bringing it back to sovereignty, so that's the human experience, right? So you're just moving through, so like you're trying to get rid of the things that don't serve you,
Yeah.
so you can be a better human being.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be God and become that, connect to that ultimate self, which is what I talked about before. It's like, there's a game to finding yourself and being grounded to yourself and staying there. There's a game to it. I naturally find myself someone that is present. I don't have to go sit in ashrams for 20 years to find myself being present. I think that comes naturally to me, because why would I fear about doing something that I haven't done yet? Why would I fear about it? something that I haven't done yet that I need to do. Why should I ruminate over the fear of doing that? I'll worry about it when I do it. If I miss the target, then I can repeat again.
What if you know that what you're about to do is going to be painful or sacrificial? Like, it's hard not to fear
That's
that.
where you say, "Don't be a bitch."
Yeah.
Discipline.
That's why I have this person in me that I call the inner bitch, and I talk to that. You know,
Yeah.
that's where I channel my aggression a lot.
Self-discipline. It's a tricky one.
You know,
How you going with that,
if you have a drive to win, you want to win at any cost, and so you live a regimented mentality, and people around you have to stand up to that higher standard, or else you get
If they want to be around you.
yeah, or else they get ridiculed and they fall off, and then natural process, you get the people that are high performing at a pace that you function, and you stay in that natural pace. And you gotta find that optimum point where you're having fun, you're enjoying, nothing is becoming too serious. You know, you're not
That's
obsessing
important.
about those things.
Yeah, that seems like it's you've brought that up again, and it's like that drive to win is like, it seems like you kind of have to, in order to function day to day, where you're constantly trying to win. It sounds like what you're describing is you are putting up strategies to not fall foul of that constant sort of check whether I'm winning or losing. And you're doing that by putting in these sort of strategies that people like myself, who don't have a desire to win, that's my natural state. You know what I mean? Like, and like, at what point does that mean that you're losing by doing that? Like, if you're trying to win, you definitely want to be leaving people like me in the dust, you know. But the way that say that my personal, it's not a philosophy, but the way that I'm wired naturally is to actually just be like, just what you've described. That's just my constant day to day. Like, does that mean that I'm winning?
Yeah, you're winning at the game. Winning is not measured by what you get as an outcome. Winning is measured by you being able to live that regimented lifestyle every day.
Right. Okay. Then I'm definitely not winning.
That's the winning piece. As you get up and you do your routine and you show up and you grind at that. You know, the pain that takes to keep doing what you do. That's the fun part. Whatever comes outside of it, whether it's you become rich or you become famous or you become the top of the world with that,
or whether you just become enlightened.
Yeah, you become enlightened.
Yeah.
But you really enjoy. I talked about this before earlier in the show about this routine of wake up, go to sleep, wake up and go to sleep, and that's the rhythm, natural rhythm you're in. I've tried a lot of artificial things. Have felt artificial to me, and people would say you got to slow down and chill and do nothing. I've done that, and that actually makes it worse because that's not my natural state of being.
Well, yeah, I think everybody wants to either, you know, like, you either create or
find,
you consume.
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to be creative, if you want to do something,
that's a very good
if you
point.
want to make, see something out of the time and the energy and the labor, but that's an
Consumption
intrinsic
is
drive.
awful. Consumption makes me depressed. Creation makes me alive.
But it can't be an either or. Like, it has to be.
Yeah,
it has to
it's
be a yin
both.
and a yang, right?
But you're aware that you need to make sure you keep up to creating more and consuming less. If you fall in the trap of consuming more and creating less because it's the holiday, the harder it gets to kind of swing it back because your drive to consume more and more becomes more aggressive.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Even like trying to stay still and do yoga, right? There's a fucking drive that goes, you fucking do yoga better next time. You fucking do this yoga. The drive goes towards that fucking trying to, find more peace. It's like, fucking hell. I thought I was trying to get away from this fucking drive.
Yeah, that's not how I approach yoga. Like, for me, yoga is like, like the yoga, the tantric thing is to try and align the chakra, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm not trying to beat my chakra into line. I'm trying to like actually
Align yourself.
well, I'm trying to activate them first. So like they activate, and so like my consciousness then is moving to those areas of my body. And I'm not saying to them, bitch, you better get into line, otherwise it's fucking otherwise I won't be in line. And I am trying to completely come into my breath and into myself and then shift consciousness. So that's what I'm trying to do. But that's only me. I'm using I statements here. But like that's a different approach to life, right? That's like, do you approach it like, I am going to be the best yogi in, that I can be, or is this something that I need in order for me to have a really happy lifestyle? Because the intrinsic drive to be the best at something means that you have to sacrifice a whole lot of stuff, But if you are living a life where you can just be, that can be part of who you become or who you are or how you live day to day or the routine that you put yourself into when you're awake, because when you're dreaming or when you're asleep, that's a completely different, realm. But in that realm, I'm only talking about myself, and I was saying what you were saying before, Blakey, is like it's whether or not your drive is to be the best. And like I would love to be the best at something, but I don't have
the drive.
I tried to be when I was young. I tried to be really good, but even then I didn't have the drive. But that's why we formed the Slacks, because being a full-time Slack is a part-time job, but you can also give everything in the moment to the music or to the creativity
To the moment.
And it's like, that is where you transcend.
Yes.
When you have a full connection with your brothers, your friends, the audience, like people who are consuming your creativity, because you're either a consumer or a creator.
This is where we're getting penned in by our own language here. We've got to try and stop using consumed. Well, I'm consuming the shit out of these beers and
Exactly,
whiskey.
Blakey. Exactly. We could talk
but-
about
but
creation
that's
and destruction.
But that's our physical self, right? We need that for us. We need, our bodies cannot survive without consuming. We have to consume. So like we're like that, and that's why detachment is the road to enlightenment.
Again, you guys like I'm a material girl living in a material world. I think Madonna summed it up. Just like when you were talking about touching your shadow, that's the stranger from Billy Joel. Like, or you get all your real philosophies from pop music, from probably 50s.
We all have a face that we hide away forever, and then we take it
late
out and show
80s.
ourselves when everyone is gone.
One of the things we've lost through human evolution is this idea or reality that people who create really good things, which helps you to consume less, because once you buy that one thing that's created by a human and with a lot of love and intensity, you can have that for the rest of your life. So you eventually end up consuming less. But when you live in this world of like consumption of stuff that only lasts 12 months, then you're constantly wanting the next new iPad, the next new iPhone, the next new this, the next new TV, the next biggest screen, flat screen, this and that.
Because we're told,
the next
right?
new
We're
car,
just told
right?
and sold.
And the people who control this manufacturing world and the software world, they design it in that way. I mean, Apple was sued for purposefully and deliberately
Planned obsolescence.
slowing down some of these iPhones so they would go and buy new iPhones.
Yeah, like how, how have we reached the point where that is not only is it acceptable, it's like
Good business.
it's good. If you do that, you're good at business. You're winning at being a business. Like, how the fuck have we got to that point?
Yeah.
Like, it's because just going back, like regulation, and like regulation is a dirty word. It's not regulation. It's rules, or it's just like why have these safety nets not been put in place?
But again, you're outsourcing this problem that you have in you that can't control its consumption to regulation. But the point
I'm fine.
of the news,
I've never bought an iPhone.
I'm not talking about you. I'm saying I'm just generalizing, right? So if I generalize, it's if we can help change people from their behaviors of consumption, they control what Apple will do, what Apple won't do. If they stop buying something that Apple creates because we are in control of our consumption behaviors, then Apple will stop creating that stuff because we don't want it anymore.
It's a cool idea, but I don't think that works because they've got billions of dollars in pushing that stuff onto people.
Yeah, and they've become so good at selling. Like that's the thing. Like they've been using AI
And with how many generations
to
deep
target
and-
us as consumers for a lot longer than we've had ChatGPT available
and
to
I
us.
think people that do PR work and do marketing and stuff, they've been paying close attention to how that works for over 100 years and have gotten very, very good at it. And a lot of people will be like, no, it doesn't affect me. But it's just constant. You're constantly receiving messages of some form or other. And usually to buy
One of the things I love about being on X, and I spend about, anything from 6 to 10 hours a day on X.
Shit.
And I have no advertising through my subscription with X. I see fuck all. And I'm not on YouTube. I'm not on all these other devices. I'm on X, and I see nothing when it comes to advertising.
But sometimes advertising doesn't look like an ad.
Yeah, of course. People are pursuing, changing your views about everything. It could be a review of a product they put out, right?
Exactly.
And you watch that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right.
And
it's
so
not but
say
at least
Apple.
the numbness of that awful advertising is gone.
Yeah.
There's a numbness to that rubbish that constantly you're forced to watch. But now you can pay to not watch.
Yeah.
Patent.
Like I saw a video of some people in America. They were putting some gas into their car, and in order for them to be able to pull the nozzle and squeeze the gas in, they had to watch a 30-second ad that was on a screen on the fucking nozzle.
Wheel.
That, like
supermarkets. Are starting
like
to do that
how do
now.
we fight that? How
At the checkout point?
How
you
can
can't.
we-
You can't fight it. You
it's
can't.
so
Close
so
your
fucked.
eyes.
You can't fight it. You just have to just be like, oh
Make a
well,
wish.
because the supermarkets are doing it now at the point of sale, where you slide your card. Now you're getting RTDs. If you need RTDs, go online and get them here. If you've bought alcohol, and so it's like, at what point do you say fuck that shit? Like I'm with Banksy on this. Deface any public advertising you can find.
Man.
Totally, absolutely do it. It deserves it if it's in public space.
They manipulate
Absolutely.
our buying, our impulsive triggers. I was talking to my kids about this. We went to Farmers and we bought a few things and we got to the counter to pay. Guess what's next to the counter? All these new amazing toys. And my kids are like, oh, can we add this in? And can we add that in? And can we add it? So I'm like, no, guys, this is impulsive buying. And this is, obviously not using those big words with young kids. It's like, they're tricking you. They're doing
Use
this.
the words,
So,
bro.
And it's cheap.
it's like, and they're like, oh.
So to defeat it, we have to purposely not put something from the end of an aisle into our shopping cart. That's like
Well, people should be going, why are there plastic toys at the supermarket? Like, why can you buy toys at a super? Like, it should be basics, really.
Well, hey, that sounds pretty communist to me, Scotty.
Exactly, Blakey. That's how that stuff is. Like,
Talk to the duopoly that exists.
I'm
Yeah,
not saying
exactly.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
you can't have a supermarket. I'm saying
Oh,
you should
I
be
mean,
able to
sorry,
sell
not duopoly. I
Hot
mean
Wheels.
free market.
Yeah, free market.
Yeah.
You communists! How dare you stop the free market from happening?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there was a time in my life when my kids were young, we would go to a veggie shop to only buy ice cream.
But I mean, that's changed a lot. There's a
They had some good
why
gelato.
the fuck would you put an ice cream
There's a-
machine in your fucking veggie shop?
there's
Like,
a purple
come
dairy.
on.
Diversify, mate. It's
The
good
purple
business.
dairy in Inglewood. When I was at high school, we used to do, you'd go out and do a real job for a day, and that would teach you some stuff. And I got a job at Raj's Dairy, which is now the Purple Dairy in Inglewood, and that was largely fresh produce back in the 1990. And now those sorts of places are gone because the supermarkets have all the produce. You walk down my beautiful hometown of Stratford, and all of the food places are bakeries and that kind of thing. Whereas 30 years ago, you could go get fresh produce from all those places. So it's all changed because of the massive supermarkets and
You used to go to Video Easy as well, bro?
totally. And but how can you? I can't change that. I can't go. That wasn't good. That wasn't a good move for a large number of people. Can we roll back? Because they'll be like, no.
Well, you can if you go through Adnan's route of creating smaller, self-sufficient
Supermarkets.
No, societies like small.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's what you want, and you just want to make sure that
down-
no one's going to come into that community and be like, you need to pay us a tithe or a fee.
In
or,
that community, you cannot get ice cream at the grocer. In that
No,
community,
And when you
get
live
it
in
from
that
the ice cream
way,
man.
you don't need bigger governments to build more roads. Do this and govern this, run more fiber, and then do surveillance of your data, and it just builds and builds and becomes this big brother from the George Orwell's 1984.
man, it's-
So if we go back to that basics of living, you don't need the government because you don't need all of that stuff to consume. You're just hanging.
you just
out
needed
in
the
your
Ministry of
little pocket.
Works to fix the road every now and then everything else was good.
Consumption also means your movement throughout the day. And my movement would, most days that I enjoy now is just being in one spot, right? And so that also changes all of this
that's called
consumption stuff.
sedentary, bro. It's sedentary adult.
Yeah. Just,
Keep going to the gym.
What do you reckon the ideal size of a micro society would be in that
I'd say
scenario?
100.
100?
Yeah.
And so that immediately, so what happens in that society? You got your roads, right? Let's just say, for example, a culvert washes out underneath one of the roads that you go under. Who of those 100 people is going to know is going to have the engineering skills to be like, this is how we fix the culvert? Like, we'll get Doug can drive the digger, and and he can clear out what's
Baker
been there,
can make the bread.
and then
Dwayne
we're gonna
Pipe
get
on the
then we're gonna
plumbing.
get Az over there. He's gonna lay down the aggregate.
It's a highly specialized group of people.
But for 100 people,
Get some Romans.
So if we
get
go
some
to
Roman
Mars,
soldiers.
right? If we go to Mars right now, we're not going to be shipping musicians and band members. and,
that's a fucking mistake, bro. Like,
okay, but you
reckon
need
Elton
highly
John will get on
specialized
there, I
people
reckon.
to create oxygen and
Rocket Man.
build the infrastructure you need to sustain the human civilization. You can't just all of a sudden dump a lot of people when they can't be
of course.
useful on Mars.
of course, you're talking about this in a Martian context, not
Yeah.
in a Taranaki context.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Over here, it's like I think you can view it as reversing back to what we used to be, or how we used to live here, and how the Polynesians used to live here, right? You're reversing back to a lot of that, but in a modern way.
A modern subsistence.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's you have to unpick a Gordian knot to get to that point, right?
Oh yeah.
Like you can, if you that's essentially a commune, and
The trouble with all philosophies is people. There's good ideas, and then you get real people together in groups, and you have to deal with fucking people.
People, yeah,
And
that's true.
And it's like
true.
we're all perfect in our imperfectness, that's the struggle.
And that's why we have 7 to 8 billion people in the world and only 200 governments that govern that much people.
and
Think about that.
and governments change.
what percentage is
So
starving?
how can we have more people governing in groups or in individual levels and less than 200, less than 50 governments?
Yeah, a minor cataclysm or a bloody revolution. We're coming back. This is the only way forward.
Yeah.
Or another couple of lockdowns where
It's
people
like,
can just stay at home and
luckily
drink beer.
we're like the farmers in the field, you know, we're
Yeah.
the peasants in the field.
We are
so
peasants,
like,
yeah.
you
Can
might
you
not
pass
notice
me a Steinlow?
We won't notice until the robots.
What's the time, man?
Is that? Have you got a cold Steinlager in there, Blakey?
Can we have a break, bro? I'm gonna take a little. Is anyone gonna take a leak?
Yeah, we'll have a break. We'll be back. Okay, everyone, we're back. And we're talking about
Hey.
rum.
Yes.
And my favorite rum. And so this guy, he starts buying all this rum and mixing it up in his Wellington apartment bathtub. Right? He's trying to figure out, he wants to make a rum, right?
And he's blending rums in his
Yeah, he's
bathtub.
blending, in his bathtub. And he's like, you know what? This doesn't really just, like, I want something that punches me in the face, right? So he's like, okay, let's do this. Let's buy some gunpowder.
What?
Chuck it in the rum.
And start chuck it in the rum. And he starts like chucking it in the rum and he goes, wow, this is fucking fiery, right? It's gunpowder you're drinking. He figures out a way to kind of find that balance
Getting
and
some
start
saltpeter.
and start this company called the Gunpowder Rum.
Yo.
And he does about 300 bottles a year, all handmade by himself, no factory or anything. And it's the most beautiful rum you can drink.
Really?
It's fiery.
Gunpowder rum.
It's got spice. It's got the punchy. You mix it with some just Coke with sugar because you need the sugar to fight the fire,
Okay.
and then some ice. It's
So you
beautiful.
have to mix it.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's gunpowder in the rum, and it's amazing.
Shout out to Gunpowder Rum.
Gunpowder rum.
Well, yeah, that's
Bro in
that's
Wellington.
kind of what our music's like, really. In Slacks, is like you've got to mix it with some stuff, and you probably won't get it. Yeah, I don't know. How do
Mark,
you-
I was saying to Scotty and Blakey that "Love to Go" is one of my favorite tracks.
to make love to.
You weren't
To make love
just
to.
saying that. Adnan was saying he'll put it on a half-hour loop.
and I say make love.
and get down to Love to Go.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It'll be like Pavlov's dog. Every time you hear that little figure, you'll just get hard.
Right? It's such a good song. It's there's a type of love that I like to make is the playful love.
Yeah, man.
You're kind of being cheeky, playful, and that "Love to Go" song is like perfect. Like you want to get cheeky, have a couple of drinks, and get silly, and it's
Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. That's given me a completely different take on the song now, knowing that that's what you're up to. But I like it, man. I like it.
No,
I like
no. I've given the secret to the AI.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
That'll come up, when with your G. What is it?
Grok.
Grok. G-Rock.
Yeah.
It's not G-Rock, it's Grok. Mind you, I'm going to call it G-Rock.
Yeah, I love you
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, I'm going to do that when I get home. I have a suspicion that most of AI is going to be lifting off my blurbs. I think. Maybe.
Yeah.
Let it
Can-
out for a week.
Looking
the
at my own
podcast,
ass.
Yeah.
and we'll
Can
all
you
of a
write
sudden-
this invoice in the style of Scotty Slack?
Well, the invoices are pretty straightforward, but
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be no capital letters. First and
often.
foremost,
Depends.
and that's the key. If G Rock can write something in the style of Scotty Slack, and the first thing it does is not use any capital letters, then
depends on what
then
it's
you
doing.
know that he's actually a good bot.
Yeah, well, it was an idea that was a good idea, but also not a good idea. But it still separates us from all the other Slacks bands that are out there because there's a few, and there's a few, and they don't
There's a
have.
couple.
They have a lot of spaces between the and Slacks, and that's why I was onto that in 2010. I understood the internet well before the internet
I
understood
think.
itself.
Well,
Whose idea was it to create the Slacks? Scotty or Mark?
you're talking the name.
It was
the band.
the
and
band.
and the
Oh.
name as well.
The band was a osmosis type of thing. I think me and Marky were both at a point where we were like, let's do something that's fun and cool, and like emulate our heroes. And the rest was kind of, there was no plan. There's no master plan other than let's be a band, right?
And how long were you playing music until you settled with the Slacks? You had to discover yourself in a period, right?
I remember having a band. I was teaching at Fitzroy Primary School and had a band, and it was like a hippie. We were called like hummus porridge or something like that. I can't remember. And then Marky was in Auckland, and it was with Dave, and also there was a guy that was like a student teacher. He was a real hippie dude. He made soup. It was like hot water with stones in it. Anyway, Marky was like, come up to Auckland and we'll start a band. I'd listened to Dark Side of the Moon that Christmas, changed my life. Sold my house, left my missus, moved to Auckland, started the band. And then
All after listening to Dark Side of the Moon.
Pretty much after listening to Dark Side of the Moon. And then it was just what it was, right? And then the band split up because we weren't making waves. Me and Marky were still perfecting our songwriting. Marky moved to Japan for 2 years. I kept playing Mary Hopkins numbers in wine bars, keeping the vibe alive. Marky came back, saw what I was doing, wanted a piece of it. I was like, yep, okay, sure. He got involved. And then literally 2 weeks later, we got put together with Blakey and Zany through a friend. And we kind of already knew them anyway, but like it just was that thing that.
And you've been
didn't
going
know
since
me.
then.
And since then, so that was
Since
2000. That was 2008 when this current band
Right.
formed. And it's a different entity from what it was when it
We
started.
started in '98.
How many tracks have you written with this current band?
So
10 plus unreleased stuff plus singles.
Wow.
So 20 songs, 21 songs plus Big Aroha, Tutui and Yena plus other unreleased songs. So easily 25 songs.
it must be about the 3 albums.
No, not this band with this lineup.
This lineup.
And do you think the Information Ape is a product of you all being together since 2008?
Totally.
Is revealing your best self?
As much as
Are you talking about the song or the album?
The album.
The album.
we've always tried to run a rockocracy, which is a band version of democracy, and democracy is a messy beast. And
It doesn't actually exist.
It doesn't actually exist. It does in the slacks. Like there's layers of dictatorship.
Democracy exists in the slacks exactly as much as democracy exists in the real world.
No, it's
Exactly
not
the same.
It's a facade.
But it's there. You interact with it. You vote. You vote every 3 years. You know,
and
like,
everyone's heard in the slacks.
Yeah,
Everyone's heard and listened to in the slacks. But not everyone's an action.
But does it work as a democracy?
It does musically because that's our philosophy in the studio and always has been.
No, it's not true.
It always has been that, like, we get people involved in the studio and we, like, it's all good. You know, like, there's no...
I'm not denying
how
that. I'm
did-
denying rockocracy.
And how did this whole vibe build up about celebrating Kiwi culture and the Kiwiana culture? And I think you guys are known, according to G-Rock, you're known for like
G-Rock.
It's like, you know, we are right now in New Zealand going through an identity crisis, right? Who are we as Kiwis? What does it mean to be a New Zealander? How do we go back in history and know more about our history? And how do we create something that's modern that we can be part of? And one of the things that contributes to that identity creation is music, and people that use music and art to express to people what it means to be a New Zealander.
I wish I knew when people interact with our songs, like when they first hear them, I'd love to know what goes through their brain, but you just don't. You can't.
Some people tell you.
Some people do, but not many people do.
And then people do more and more. I find the question, what you're asking, you know, or what you're saying is like art, music, whatever art it is, should always reflect its culture. It should always be a reflection to like what's going on at the time. And
I would argue that it can't but help reflect
it's a way
its culture.
to know the truth and the way to capture the data about your surroundings.
Well, it's more romantic than that, you know. It's more like
so it's a reflection of culture.
yeah, it's like it's an immediate comment. It's like that if it doesn't do that, then it and it's not doing something else, then it's failing. You know, like if it's not reflecting first of all probably the artist, you know, what the artist is doing, and then it should be reflecting what's happening in that artist's time and place. That's why all the great genres of music they take you places immediately. You know, like all the great artists, they immediately take you to a place. and that's what we're just feeding from our time and place, and that so like if you can listen to some Slack songs and kind of understand a little bit what's going on in New Zealand from our perspective, then
I don't think people listen.
Job done.
I don't think
You
people
know,
listen
as
to
an
music
artist.
that way, man. I don't think there is definitely people that listen to music that way.
Just use
I
I
do.
statements.
I do.
I
I do.
think
That's
that-
how the information ape when it came out, and I heard about it because you guys used AI to create your music video, which is how I kind of connected to it. But when I listened to that song, I played it for an entire weekend back to back on repeat. And I was like,
crazy.
why is this fucking thing talking to me, right? And then I called Mark. I was like, I better fucking have you on the show, and like, I was very aggressive because I wanted to talk to him about Information Ape, and we had a really fascinating conversation.
Episode
I've
15.
listened-
For some
I've listened
reason-
to
Yeah,
that
I
listened to
podcast.
it. I listened
Yeah.
to it.
For some reason, it's kind of given me that, that drive. Like,
I
wow,
think that-
Information
I
Ape.
think
That's it. That's what's going on. Information Ape.
Well,
That's it.
well,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Right?
That's cool that got to you that way, because I think that's what a lot of
Because
our
we're
music
always
is.
when an idea captures you that way, it's revealing a reflection of me.
But you're thinking about it in a different way. I think
Yeah.
a lot of
It's
people.
a reflection of me because I found something that I need an explanation to, and boom, it's in front of me.
That's
Information
that's
Ape.
the magic of
You know?
popular music. But I think
Yeah.
most people.
But you are so much in the muse when you're creating this that you're shooting a little bit ahead in time. That
That's
when
a nice
people
idea.
catch it, the people catch it. It's like, how did these guys know 2 years in advance to write the stuff to be there for me to catch it, or it becomes my shining star.
Well, I think.
Well, keep in mind too, bro, that Maki wrote that song a long time ago, before the concept of AI had been distilled in any kind of popular
That's
way.
my point. That's
aside
my
from
point.
science fiction,
It's like,
like
there's something there.
so it's coming back
could
from the
see.
past. Yeah, but so I guess
It's not intentional either.
It's a little bit of foresight in some ways.
Yeah.
It's also a lot of my video and also Waru's piano intro. No, but also I think the way that people interact with music is that I think the songs that really connect are when people have them associated with big moments in their lives.
Yeah.
That's what you want. That's
Yeah.
what the great songs, as well as having great music and great lyrics, they also manage to connect with a large number of people who are going through some shit.
Yeah, and one
like
of the
grunge.
things I love a lot, probably top 3 in the list, is evolution. So I thought Information Ape really expressed this idea of evolution.
That's
I
cool,
love
man. You were
evolution.
listening. You were paying attention. That's
I
cool.
love,
That's fucking really cool.
love evolution.
Listen to it for a whole weekend.
Yeah. It was, I just had it on repeat and had it on repeat, and it was amazing. It's just the whole build up, the sounds, the 30 seconds like before the song kicks in, and then it kicks in. It's like, but it's kind of like it has this big build up, but it then shoots down. That you gotta have big balls to do that. Do you know what I mean?
Dynamics, bro. That's that's Sammy Johnson.
Like some people have big balls to drive something and then just drop it back. And then you're like, wow, this is like, it's so cool. And then the whole acoustic part comes in. Do, 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 do. And it was just beautiful.
Marky's a pretty good lyricist, really. Like he was a jock at school. Like he played rugby and stuff and beat up third formers and all those kinds of things. But he's quite a good lyricist.
Gave
for all
third
for all
formers
that.
wedgies.
Oh, it's so brilliant. It's so timely. It was just like, it's beautiful, beautiful.
That's why we released it like 18 months before we ever got around to doing anything with the album. Like the whole
Yeah.
the thing with the Slacks is that we love what we do, and I think we dedicate quite a bit of passion to it, but we also sometimes don't know what we're doing. And so
So I have a thing. I have a song that someone wrote for me for the intro of my podcast. So when you listen to my podcast,
Yeah.
there's like a cool punk rock song, and then the show starts. So maybe for this show we can start with Information Ape
that'd be great, man.
Great
But
idea.
and
the
like build it
Orchard-
up for like 30 seconds, and then like get into like
You can use whatever music you like, but I bet you the Orchard will be claiming. Like
Can I say one thing?
no, you have our permission. You have our permission, bro.
Can I say
Absolutely,
one thing?
100%.
And then to a listener of podcasts and a listener of your podcast, like that music is kind of a little bit sacred because it's like a herald.
Yeah.
It's like a herald to what's coming.
Yeah.
You know, and I actually, as a podcaster, listener, consumer, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that I'm hearing the same thing, and it's like getting me ready for the, you know, the vibe that
Yeah.
this person or that
Yeah.
thing's laying down. So I thank you very much for that.
Thank
That's
you.
an honor.
Thank you.
But back at you. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and
shit,
then
okay.
maybe on the way out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because for me that's like that's you, bro. We're on your
I
we're on
think-
your show, bro.
You know, and I had a guest on my show last week, and he started just randomly talking about my podcast on my show to me on how he sees my podcast, and he's like, you know, that's why guys like you are now starting politics podcasts. And I'm like, whoa, what do you mean? This is not a politics show. He's like, no, it is a politics show. So, no, this is a comedy show. I have lots of different people like the Slacks come on my show and we don't talk about politics. But the problem is, when you look back, because when people consume podcasting, they would scroll the last 10 episodes and see what the vibe is.
Yeah.
So if it's all just intense politics stuff, then they
You've had
feel
some
that's the
politicians
vibe.
on your show.
That's only a small part of what
Heaps.
you want.
There's
though,
a
right?
lot of politics going on at the moment. It's very hot. Everybody wants to come on, but then you chuck in the Slack somewhere, you break it.
Different thinkers, right?
Yeah, and then
Slightly
this conversation
different,
more
askew.
chilled, more relaxed, more long. You know, you listen to it when you're trying to sleep, or you listen to it when you're.
Yeah,
that's it.
we've been putting people to sleep for 20 years, bro. It's like, I love it.
Or just doing the chores, right?
Doing the chores, and I've got to say, this is the first time I've ever really experienced a cigar. I had like a little cheap, thin one once. Would have been from like a bottle store
what?
when I was 21. Made
It's
me
very
sick.
interesting to
This
hear
is
that from you
actually
because
lovely.
I texted Mark today and I said, "Do you guys smoke cigars?" He's like, "Fuck yeah, we smoke
No,
cigars."
no,
yeah!"
remember what I said?
For these moments, you like to smoke
On occasions
on
such
occasion.
as this.
Okay.
Celebration.
Yeah, but
we
this is
will.
the first. When you say occasion, means he's had more than one time of experience.
Nah,
smoking
and I've
cigars.
had one.
That's the first time I've ever wrestled a stogie like that in my life.
And
Really?
Blakey
Well,
just
you know,
asked me
like,
for some of mine.
My 21st.
Yeah, well,
you know,
I polish mine off and fucking.
That tastes lovely, and
It's a
I
nice
thought I was
fruity
going. I
taste.
thought I was going to whitey.
quite
I thought
sweet.
I was going to have a whitey.
Well, you are.
I was concerned,
Whitey Montgomery Slag.
but not anymore.
Well, this
But on occasions such as this.
we're smoking New Cuba from Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
Hey,
Nicaragua.
yeah, right on.
It's kind of like, for me, it's like the flavor is totally unexpected. The flavor was totally unexpected.
Did you feel the sweetness when you started?
Yeah,
totally.
I was still
what
feel
the
it on
fuck
my
is
lips.
this?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. I've been totally judging my cigars by
Back
pictures
at
of
ya.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. And that's a totally different experience. I can see why people enjoy them.
I've just
Yeah,
been
cheers,
hit
bro.
by the a realization, an understanding that you're saying that your audience that you have for your podcast, subscription based, is a community large enough to where they will discuss a podcast, maybe especially the ones where they're learning. And I just been hit with the realization that they're just listening to a whole bunch of idiots talk shit at the moment. And I just kind of want to say to any of your podcast community who are sitting down to dissect this conversation, that if you don't think that we're idiots who don't know what we're talking about, I'd lose respect for you.
Hang on, come on, Blakey. We're like
Seriously.
we're free range chickens. We're like free range vegetables. We grow in rows in the sunshine.
Yeah,
I think you're wrong about that.
We're barely qualified to talk about music.
But
But let me put some meat on that thought, right? Let me put some meat on that thought.
Sure, yeah, load it up, mate.
And
Yeah.
the meat is
straw
that
man.
if you can level with us knowing that we are dumb and you still listen to us seriously.
Not
and-
you.
No, I'm talking about everybody, right?
He's talking
Everybody.
about himself. Use I statements, mate.
Self-deprecating.
No, I'm
on, Blakey.
talking for all three of us. Genuinely, when I say
Well,
that.
this is where the trust in the podcast comes. That I have to maintain a theme across every single episode of how I do my show.
Yeah.
That no matter who's coming next, everybody's excited, and they know on a Monday and a Wednesday and a Friday there's a new episode. They are in rhythm with that theme in many ways, the fabric of knowledge that they engage in. So they are very well aware of the sandpit that I create. But every time someone else comes on the show, it goes to a new place in that sandpit that they have never been.
Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, and so that's what it's about. It's
Well, come join us in the sandpit.
yeah, exactly.
And then, listeners,
Yeah. I
we
think that's
will guide you into the depths of the sandpit.
And we're house trained. So
We are house trained. Yeah,
so
and
the
the
sandpit
themes,
is
like,
safe.
the themes for me is so much. They always fall down to this whole idea of primordial ascent. Primordial ascent means how we are evolving in cosmology, expanding as universe. We're evolving as humans. This whole idea of progression. That theme is very strong. Always, talk about aliens, consciousness, the mind, the machines, the AI, this and that. And then, at times it's totally creative. Comedians, musicians, and artists and painters.
And I'll still man you on that, Blakey.
Okay,
'cause,
go on.
Because to call yourself an idiot is fair enough, right? Like you can call yourself an idiot.
Well, I'm using the term idiot very loosely, and actually kind of colourfully, almost comically.
Yeah.
Well, I would say comically because you're
Like,
not an
I'm
idiot.
not using it like if you were to ask me to really define exactly what I was saying, I wouldn't use the term idiot.
Yeah,
I
how
think
would you
what
define
it was very
You're
conversational.
taking him, Mark. You're taking Blakey like literally.
This
for
is
he
what we
said.
do in
But
the Slack.
there
I'm
was
not-
a layer of satire that came.
Sure.
with what
Thank
he
you,
said.
and you would recognise
And
satire.
that's why I didn't put a lot of weight
thank
into
you.
that thought.
Thank you, Adnan. Thank you.
Adnan, I'm very used to Blakey's satire. Believe me.
We
Believe
call
me.
it Fox
but he
News.
doesn't. But he doesn't get it.
Well, okay. So after
You don't get away with
backhandedly-
satire in the
after
Slacks.
backhandedly insulting
Oh well, okay.
the viewership, right? Can you
Backhandedly assaulting. Yeah. I did,
How do you qualify that?
and well, because what I'm
Because speak about yourself as an idiot, not about me, please.
well, okay, sure, but like,
It was
You know what I
satire.
yeah, like that's your ego talking, Marky.
Yep.
That's your ego talking.
Yeah, should I turn it off?
Well, turn and actually set
Turn
a
it
timer.
down. Turn it down. Just turn it down.
I think the biggest thing that people
Well,
can
qualify yourself,
learn
then.
from
Qualify
watching this episode is really this idea that don't be part of the algorithm, but understand it from a perspective where you can at least watch it, whether you can control it or can't control it. You can
absolutely.
driven to
Absolutely.
try to learn to control it, but at least be aware of it that it exists. That's the main thing we've discussed so far as the main big theme.
I think
So that's not dumb. That's a very sophisticated idea
often,
that people can learn from this conversation.
Yeah, but he's.
I'm a salesman. I gotta sell my
I
show,
agree-
right?
that was my point in there. Like you, of course,
He's not going
because
to let it go.
no, because what you're saying is what my point was is that you might. There's a reason that the king had a fall in the court. There's a reason that the person on the street who's crying, like scripture or whatever. There's a place for that person. So like to say that we're idiots and I know it's a satire. It's very deep.
It is a satire, and it comes in the context of like he's had like politicians on the podcast, or he's had like experts on the podcast.
Yeah.
And then he gets us talking about fucking G-Rock, like
And
we
somebody
but
might
literally
listen
like
to it, Blakey.
change the language
Somebody
Because
because
listening
we are
might,
so unqualified to
somebody
be
listening
talking
might
about
quit
AI.
their job.
I think with my podcast, what I have found about myself is there are 3 types of conversations that I love having. One is with really highly qualified specialists. I love that stuff because
Oh, yeah.
I
You're
can
learning shit and, bring it on board.
the drug that I get from my brain to focus on that specificity.
And then
is,
give
I
them
love
space,
that.
eh? And
Yeah, I
then
love
give them
that.
space.
It can be someone who's a beekeeper, like you just talk about, like
But they know their shit.
bees, right? They know their shit. And then the other conversation I love is this stuff. Like it's kind of like shit talking in many ways.
like what Blakey was saying.
So there is
a bunch of
value in
idiots.
There's value in this format, and then the
Okay,
third
yeah.
format I love.
Value in the musings of a layman.
Yeah, the third format I love is friends that I've known for many, many, many years, and you talk in a way that's so deep that kind of lets people listening to that improves your bond to the person that's close to you.
Yeah, you see the
So
relationship.
there's
and feel
value, and the
relationship.
value. I've learned these values from my interactions from people who talk to me about the value that they gain, right? So when you understand the art form and how people consume it, and they give you feedback. Like I was talking to Mark the other day, and he said, after I did my podcast with you, I started listening to podcasts, and it really changed the way I look at things. I was like, okay, well, there you go. That's like one more person giving me feedback about podcasting. And then I'll be like, oh, tell me more. Like, what was it? And then he'll give me more information. And then that adds back to the show in terms of, well, let me create more value in this way so people can have these awakenings that they want to listen to the podcast. And the podcast that I do as a video podcast in long form, 3-hour plus conversations, nobody does that in New Zealand. So when I do a lot of Kiwi content, all these Kiwi guys go, I love that format. It's the only one in New Zealand, and I want to subscribe to that because I want to learn from that format that I apply.
Well, a lot of the time, I think when you're listening, you're doing other things, and you want something that's longer than the 3-minute pop song.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
they're all consumable. It's all
Yeah.
great stuff.
And you
to
feel
listen
like
to.
you're part of the conversation. You're like you're in that rhythm. You know what's coming next and where it's going, and you're gardening or you're tidying stuff up in the garage or whatever it is. It's a fun way to this age of information and digital personalities. It's a fun way to kind of just get out of that and just enjoy uninterrupted conversation. And it's a tough one in terms of attention economy, right? Why would Scotty watch 4 hours of this when he can just jump into his new Amazon he's got that he's very excited about, and there's like thousands of $100 million budget documentaries about music?
And just telling me stuff I've already read 100,000 times in magazines.
Yeah.
It's like it's my
or lose yourself in
security
in
blanket.
in the latest game, right? In the latest virtual reality.
But that's another. It's just another form of entertainment. Like you can't be calling people out on what they enjoy. You can't. Like there's no cultural hierarchy when it comes to what do you enjoy.
But what's interesting
Well,
with
of course-
podcasts is
Of
that
course there is.
There is,
If-
but
if
you
you
don't.
are-
You can't. It's not legitimate. You can't tell someone what they're enjoying is
No.
crap.
But
No,
it's the
but we do.
here's an
course.
interesting stats for podcasting. If you consume podcasting during the day, you would listen to it. If you consume podcasting during the evening, you will watch it. Right? It's very different. It's like if you want to do
I
it,
listen
because a
to
lot
it.
of people don't listen to podcasts in the evening because they are naturally wired that it's audio, and so I only listen to
Yeah.
that stuff in the daytime.
Yeah, when you're
but now that
driving,
the
when you're
podcasts
working.
have video, people enjoy watching it in the evening, which means they enjoy a different type of conversation, which is more relaxing and chilling instead of hyping them up.
Well, what I noticed with my kids, I've got a 20-year-old and a 17-year-old son. They consume on multiple devices when they're watching and doing stuff.
Yes.
They've got a tablet, a computer, and a phone or whatever. That's just alien to our generation because you
Totally.
just had one.
Yeah, that's too
and
much for me.
If
yeah.
you've got one, you've got one. But that's just how it rolls. Like every group's different.
So why wouldn't the grandchildren of our children, those children that you're just talking about, why wouldn't they want to have infinite, screens open?
Well, because if you can't close the lid on it, that's the difference. If you can switch it off or close the lid, sweet.
But you could. But you imagine you could.
Well, I don't
Like
think
your ego.
If they stick your chip in your brain, I'm not sure you'll be able to.
Well, it might be like a SIM card. And you
It'll
just
be
go
in the
tick
terms and
it pops
conditions
out.
and T's, C's and V's.
Definitely,
It'll be in there. That's where it'll be. Because there's a reason why those things are like 18 pages of fine print. The best thing I ever got on the internet was a guy that wanted to get us involved with cassettes, and he had three. His agreement form was like 3 sentences, and it was like clearly us like basically handing over all our songs. I actually did a warning to people. I was like, just don't go there. Like, if there's 3 T's and C's, dodgy. If there's 10,000, also dodgy. Like, you've already ticked those boxes.
Yeah, the information ape. It really was that album that really spoke to me. I just loved it. It was.
I like the.
It was
I
a
like
beautiful
the,
time.
Thank
I like
you,
the.
bro.
I like the concept of information ape because I felt like it was something that people could relate to, and I also felt like information ape was just like a nice encapsulation of the idea that we're into some new stuff, and nobody really knows how it's going to pan out, but it's
Yeah.
definitely having an effect on us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cool concept, you know. And then we just tried to twist the rest of the songs into some of a theme of what it's like to be living in 2025, 2024, because that's when we officially released it.
The thing that really made it cool for me personally was that the song was written a long time ago. It was written, probably early 2000s. And so, like, it took 20 years to develop the technology to where Scotty could take the lyrics, put it into a computer, and it would generate this absolutely beautiful image.
Let's
the
just-
images, images for me,
Can I be
are
clear?
more. Hang on, the images for me are more impactful than the lyrics because for me the lyrics, you know, like I've been living with them for 20 years, but to see the interpretation of artificial intelligence, like I said this last time we were talking, it's like if you had paid an artist to create those images, it would have taken the artist. Like
He's talking about me.
you know, I've already given you, you know, your flowers, Scotty. But like,
Thanks, bro.
but yeah, and thanks. That for me, that was like that. Those images are beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, and they correspond to what's
Now-
going on. So the
yeah.
message just becomes so much more powerful.
These images are the images we're talking about of how these apes are behaving like humans in environments where information is quite obvious, right? And the reason I love that, it really spoke to me. It really visualized for me what information age is all about. We are literally apes. We should be looking like that physically, because that's a reflection of our evolution of consciousness and intelligence, because of how messy everything has become and overload of information. So to me, I was like, wow, that explains it. This idea that I don't know where it came from, that we use chimps in human environments doing human things.
I think it's like
It really was like wow, that's it. I wanna that's exactly what I'm trying to explain to people.
all credit to Marky. The lyrics fantastic, and so like I spent 3 months putting prompts into what was essentially a pretty basic AI machine back in the day.
It was the second version of Midjourney. Yeah.
And that
You
was
tried to outsource
And it was-
it first, eh?
it was-
you tried to outsource it first.
no, that was just the like post production stuff.
Yeah,
which was
post-production.
rubbish because the guy didn't know what he was up to. But that's because I knew what I was up to. But what I was saying was like Marky's lyric was amazing, and so it was the source of the prompts that I was putting in, and I did multiple prompts for every scene to try and get the vibe that if you could just replace daily human activities with chimps and apes, it just creates an interesting juxtaposition and a conversation.
Yeah.
Can you play a little bit of the song, Marky?
Now,
Yeah, just
Yeah.
like, you know,
Libby.
just
with the guitar.
no, just you a cappella, like
A cappella.
the first
guys know,
few,
these guys know.
the first
Do you
few
know-
pieces of the
well,
information ape.
Well, one, or like, you know,
Give it a
like I
go.
can recite the lyrics, I can sing the lyrics if you'd like. Like
Sing the lyrics, we'll try and back you up.
it could go wrong after 3 whiskeys and a cigar.
How about you Sam Hunt the lyrics? Can you Sam Hunt the lyrics?
Okay, well,
Every generation.
yeah. So
Bob Dylan.
Is it,
So,
can you
to bring it back to what we were talking about, right? To bring it back to what we were talking about.
Oh, what
So,
are you
like,
Sam Hunt them?
Bob Dylan them.
So
Go on.
every generation must find an inspiration. Just a little more information, please. You know? So it's like, let's have it. Let's give all this
Yeah.
information.
Give us more information so we can get
What
to
am I
this
looking
unified
for?
state.
What am I looking for?
The constant computations and countless calculations. The way the camera has been looking at me lately.
Yeah.
So it's like we're just in this. We're in this like.
You're considering
and we're
yourself
always
from an
on
outside
camera.
perspective.
Even when we're not, don't think we're on camera. We're on camera, man.
Yeah.
Like we're carrying a camera. We can't lose a. You know.
In classic Marky style, he's actually forgotten some lyrics. He's jumped some lyrics.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm freestyling here, baby.
I want to hear Sam Hunt them. Come on.
So
You're
I'm
about
not
to.
Every
gonna do
generation.
it how you want me to do it. But
Let's find the inspiration.
But one of the things that really sticks out to me is there's a if we can walk together and maybe talk together, there's a chance that I can dig your scene.
Yeah.
So
it's a great
that's
lyric.
the thing. That's the human thing. So like, if we can talk together and we can understand everybody's opinion, you know, then there's a chance that we can all go, okay, that's your thing. This is my thing.
Yeah.
I can dig what you're doing. I'm not into it, but that's cool. Just do it. you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
So that's
And
it.
I don't want to impose what's
Yeah.
mine on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
And a lot of people do that these days. It's like, you know, what you're not invested in climate change? Wow. That
What
you know,
are you
I'm gonna
up to?
ridicule you. I'm gonna
What
I was
do
like, no,
you
I don't
like?
give a fuck. I'm interested in fucking basketball. Like, leave me alone and cigars.
And then we had this really hilarious kind of gig. 'Cause, you know, we do gigs all up and down the country for all different reasons, usually for really, really good people. And this
Yeah.
is an example of that. We had, we did this gig for the permaculture, the National Permaculture like Assembly. What was it
Of
called?
New Zealand.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
so like
Aotearoa.
it was a really awesome thing. Like these people are amazing, you know. Like
Yeah,
they're
it
they're
was
living
cool.
the
It was real
things.
cool.
They're living the things that we're talking about in terms of consuming. You know, they're
Yeah.
creating their
They're
own.
doing it, yeah,
yeah,
properly.
they're doing it
The
you
right
know?
way.
Yeah.
Uh,
Talking the talk, walking the walk
Yeah.
simultaneously.
Yeah, basically.
walking the walk, and I'm sort of struggling to find where my point was, but like,
They totally
We played the
connected.
game. We played the game. You're talking about the game.
And they
Yeah,
connected
talking
with us because
well, it was a great thing. I
we
can't
talk
remember-
the talk so they can walk the walk.
I can't remember.
Basically.
I can't remember what my point was.
We gild the pathway for people with real intent.
Yeah, we played.
But
we,
where were you
we
at?
played for
Rewind
some.
the tape. Where were we at? Because
We played with some really brainy hippies.
Yeah.
And they enjoyed what we did, so we felt validated.
I think the thing about the album as well that captures to me is this idea that it expresses technology and the tech world and our digital world where we have these digital extensions of ourselves. It talks to that extension of us, at least in my case. Like, I have extensions of me on Twitter, which is now X, and I have done 32,000 tweets, right, since I've been on it, and since 2009. So that's an extension of me,
Yeah.
right?
That's your digital online personality.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the information
G Rock would have a decent understanding
Yeah,
about
yeah,
you for
yeah.
sure.
So Information Ape spoke deeply to these extensions of myself in a selfish way, because my human self is going, you guys really need to listen to this. You need to be more human. Listen to this. So I'm pushing Information Ape to my digital self extension to become more human like me.
I think your digital
You know?
self is
Yeah.
like with everyone. Yeah, people. I don't know what's going on with people, but people want to express themselves.
Use
They
I
want-
statements. Got
they-
it. It's free.
I want to, people, and I want to express myself. You know, like I think that's a driving force for people is to be heard, to have their
Yeah.
opinions like heard. It doesn't have to be validated. I think people just want to express themselves, and
Yeah.
digital is a great way to do it because it's quite a convenient way to do it. You can reach large numbers of people without having to go out of your home. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the great thing about AI and live music is that live music's always going to have this place. It's going to be it's going to become like a shrine, like a chapel, right? Because
To yourself.
live music to people that want to get into that, it's going to become even more precious. It's awesome.
And you think someone like Bob Marley pulled that off so well that he was able to do the music in a way that millions and millions of people were able to see the light in a much more intense fashion than me seeing the light through Information Ape, the little light,
Yeah.
And
That's an
someone
interesting comparison, bro, because like that guy was really honest and incredibly talented.
And he was a conduit. He was borderline prophet.
Yeah.
Plus, he was mixed race. Like that. And that.
Okay.
Yeah, because like he was
combination of
what they call mulatto. Yeah, so
mulatto.
he was like the product of two different cultures, and you can't compare Bob Marley to anyone really, because
the guy was honest and just incredibly talented and incredibly honest. Same with Lennon. Lennon was like
very honest
when he was asked questions.
Yeah,
so what we're talking about is like like if the AI can write a Slack song, right? So I've done it before. It can. Easy. Yes, it can write a Slack song. So can
That
Andy.
bad.
So can Andy. and so like the thing that will separate AI from the AI that can create a Slack song to like coming to a Slacks gig is that you will not get sweaty listening to an AI
You're not selling
version
it,
of
bro.
Slacks.
You're not selling it.
It's like it's
You will
like the
be
big
clean
scene
and
at the end of
hygienic.
Matrix. I'll bring it back to Neo. And like when they go back to Babylon, like the whole thing is just a rave. We crave that gritty kind of earthy human thing that makes us because we're animals, and we're not like these cyborg beings, like these integrated with like technology and like AI and so you were talking about the being a chapel. That's where people will go to feel true connection.
I think that's where
with humanity.
people already go. Like that's what festivals are all about. That's what those things are about. People
And
go
churches.
there because they already. Well, church is true, but like like that's just a different vibe.
it is a different
There's a lot of
vibe,
people that don't subscribe to that, and so their thing is to get out of the rat race by going to some of these places and getting loose, and that's okay. Like as long as you've like cool.
But like getting loose is like getting loose.
So I think of
it's
getting-
like all doing the same thing in the same.
No,
direction,
I think of
right?
getting loose for a person as like breaking out of what they have to do daily to like for a crust, like to pay the bills, to get on with the real world. If you can go to a place where you can like put that aside for a bit, that's what I think festivals are good for. Remember when I was at Luminate, Blackie, and I had like gluten-free pizza and danced for 8 days?
Yeah,
Remember?
and you danced for 2 weeks afterwards as well.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
You got to get back there, Scotty.
Well, we should. We should go back to Luminate. That would be great.
yeah
Mushroom in.
yeah that's what music does. It talks to the same thing with there's the same thing with comedy, right? It's just that genre that sort of
Takes you away from
and
lifts
you
you to a
laugh at
different place.
dark things, or you know whatever it is, but it's this sort of it's this collective consciousness and intelligence that we are able to describe as comedy. It's something that very few people are in powerful positions to retain and maintain as popular culture.
They can't do it. Yeah.
The Ricky Gervais and
But you look at like you can't when you find something funny and laugh out loud funny, you can't repress it. Like that's it overrides everything else.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that reckon
Yeah.
that
And the funny thing about me getting into like, wanting to be a comic and write comedy, I would always go back and use the lessons that I've learned from growing up as a child and having your mum and dad do comedy in the house, right? Your brothers are doing comedy, you're doing comedy, you're laughing all the time. That's childhood. That's what childhood is in many ways. So when I try to apply method to my comedy today, I always go back to what I learned, what comedy was in my unique environment. So I create my own rules about what's funny. And that power of using, instead of saying, oh, well, let's replicate Ricky Gervais or Joe Rogan, let's use them as a master's degree and learn their methods and replicate that method. It's like I would rather go back to my childhood where comedy was happening and use those methods to express my unique comedy. Right?
Yeah, well, like you're talking about it being a collective thing, but I think it's more of like the last bastion of, you know, of where you can actually speak these, talk about these concepts, make fun of these ideologies, like step in a space where it's really risky. So that's what makes it funny, because people, it's you like kind of explaining the truth in a comical way, like all the great wits, you know, like all the great thinkers and all the great orators are all comics.
That's what satire is.
Yeah,
right?
it's a satire. It's like, because you have to have intelligence to have wit, but like you have to also know how to perform and deliver it in a way that people kind of feel it. Like some people choose to be offended, but most people like think that's out there to say, but I'm laughing at it because it's been said.
The key is to try and say it in a way
I like that.
Yeah.
that takes it as close to the edge of offending people without crossing that line. That's the key to great comedy.
Well, not
comedy-
even
no,
just
and
about offending
and
people,
it's
just
delivery.
saying things
Yeah.
that are fucking...
That's what I mean. It's like
There's some
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
is some truth to that, but you also have to be aware of the fact that comedy is about feelings, and feelings are personal. So what's important to say is, I'll start with what's not important to say when it comes to comedy. You shouldn't be saying, oh, that's not funny, okay? But what you should be saying is, I find that not funny.
yeah.
When you add the word find in that phrase, you're basically saying, oh, okay, so you find that not funny. Okay, let me, explore it now, and then I'll tell you what I find, right? So comedy is about feelings. Feelings are personal, and it's okay for people to not like your comedy and be offended, because that's their personal feelings that's coming. It's not a reflection of your comedy. If you take those kind of feedbacks and try to adapt your comedy to try to figure out what the offense line is, then you're in trouble. Because the rule is there's nothing that you shouldn't joke about, whether it's rape or pedophiles or whatever it is. But what matters is the context and the subject of the joke and the target of the joke.
The way you deliver.
Yeah, you can talk about rape, but you're not targeting that person that's been raped.
How does
It's
Jesus-
concepts,
yeah,
right?
that is
comedy-
concept.
Because
Yeah.
with music, especially in these days, the recording process is very different from the live process. So when you're writing and recording, I would think you don't care about an audience. But when you're performing live, you've got to include the audience, because that's what live is all about. But what about comedy? Because until you have a live audience, I don't know if you can.
Yeah, it's a good question. And you're saying, so you do satirical comedy?
News, yes.
In
I
the
write
form
satire
of
news.
prose?
In the form of news.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, have you ever crossed the Rubicon of live stage comedy, stand-up comedy? Have you?
Well,
Blakey's done some stand-up comedy.
I'm thinking about it. So what
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing is, I have a live audience in a way that I put my comedy on X. I get instant reaction to that comedy. And the recent one I did was on John Minto. He's got into trouble. He's an activist.
John Minto's a legend.
And a lot of people in my world think he's a fucking lunatic,
Of
right?
course.
You know?
Yeah.
But the point I want to
Still
make
talking about him after 40 years.
yeah,
though.
the point that I want to make is I wrote a satirical story about him because he got into trouble within certain groups of people when he put out this hotline to track and find IDF soldiers so we can tell them they're not welcome to come on holidays in New Zealand.
Fuck, that's a bit.
Yeah, and so what I did is I satirized that. So my joke was John Minto launches a hotline to track and find every Holocaust survivor so that he can tell them that Holocaust was not genocide. So that was the comedy. So I'll write that, I'll put it up, and the reaction is instant.
I imagine.
Oh, man,
Yeah,
like-
I imagine there was.
Don Minto, rah, that's him, and blah 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 blah. So that's the live audience. But I've done a lot of stage talking, like inspirational talking. I
Yeah.
did my TED talk on stage. When I did my TED talk in 2018 in New Plymouth, you're on stage, the lights flashing at you, and the audience is dark. Mm-hmm. So your body naturally goes, well, I'm gonna get the reactions from my ears. So I can hear them not laughing, or
Yeah.
gasping, or not breathing, or breathing, or
Well,
relaxed.
like reacting at a
Very
moment where
reacting.
you might expect a reaction.
Yeah.
He's
So
talking
my
about
talk
reading the
is
audience.
not structured. If I see there's a reaction, I go deeper in that reaction, and I keep playing with that until kind of gets to its peak, and then I move on to the next one, right? So that's super fascinating to do with a live audience stand-up comedy. So I'm starting to figure out the methods that I would like to use, how I construct the joke, how I tell the joke, how long is the segment, and then I want to write, enough jokes where I can either use the internet or go on stage and just bomb.
Yep.
Just, do a lot of bad jokes and just trying to figure out
That's
what
a
it
good way to
is.
do it.
And the
I've got
and
extra
the,
bad jokes.
And the thing
the
about
comedy gym.
satire comedy for me is I must, to keep at that sharp edge, I must write at least 4 articles a day. That's the thing for me. So with stand-up comedy,
did you
I'll have
publish
to
them
get
all?
on... yeah, I published them all.
Shit.
Yeah. This year I'll write about 2,000 of them. And I wrote 3-4 today before I came here.
Wow.
And so the thing with when I do stand-up comedy, I'm going to apply the same method. Is I got to get on stage at least twice a week and keep bombing and keep doing the stuff. In 6 months, it will start to kind of catch on.
Yeah, bro.
At some point, you do have to curate something, though.
Yeah,
You know, like-
but what you can do is you can curate a lot of bits, and then if you're good enough, you can transition between these bits and
Yeah.
have a full bit.
Yeah.
That's how Joe Rogan did his comedy special with Netflix, Burn the Boats. It's essentially him doing weekly, twice a week in his comedy mothership in Austin, Texas, getting on stage and doing lots of different bits.
Blackie was just there.
Did you go to the comedy mothership?
I did go to the comedy.
Did you go to Kill Tony?
Mate, it's exactly where I wanted to go. I was in Austin on a Monday night, and it just so happened that week was the only week where they weren't in Austin. They were in Las Vegas for Skankfest,
Okay.
and so we couldn't go. And so
It's
we
like
went
It's
when
to
amazing
Seven
how
Days
Kill
goes to
Tony
Palmerston
has
North, eh?
become
it's
the
cr-
late night show,
It's-
status.
Kill Tony is such a unique phenomenon.
Yeah.
Like it's yeah,
fun.
like it's wild.
Yeah.
It is a wild. It's the concept is wild, and the like the personalities
Yeah.
are like incredibly unique.
Yeah.
Like yeah,
That's a
and the
great
idea
show.
like if I'm I think it's like comedy's kind of the only medium where something like that actually works. If you did that with any other artistic endeavor, like it's either going to be, some kind of high, like it just can't work. Like such brutal critique,
Yeah.
or on the other side, almost over the top showman like promotion and fawning.
Yeah.
Like the sides of the coin that show operates in are at extremes that, like, if you try to do that to say songwriting, and say there's a panel of there's some kind of like larger than life host who is a professional songwriter that some people would know, and he gets a
James
crew
Reid.
of his mates on to come and
Simon Cowell.
and get a Marky to go out with an acoustic guitar and play Information 8,
Yeah.
and tear shreds off him, or fawn over him to a point where it's like,
It
like
sounds
it
like
just
Pop
it just,
Idol,
it
bro.
just well exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's Kill
and so
Tony
and,
to a
and, and
T.
so but Pop Idol was so bad, but Kill Tony, I mean, not that it's not bad, and I love it. I'm not saying that it is bad, but it's not that it's not bad because
Blackie's
not like a
actually
novel.
does some stand up in Austin.
Yeah, get to the point, Blake.
Did you do some stand up?
Marky's trying to circle to
this
this.
is a
It's
true
ridiculous.
story, bro. This is what
It's
people
a
want to
true
hear.
story. Yeah, but that's not why I was there. I was actually really looking forward, like getting into the mothership, and because I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
And like that.
What do you think of
and,
Joe Rogan's
and that,
comedy?
That kind of shift towards Austin is like it's weird. It's like it's kind of like a scene, right? It's like how in music you'd have like like certain scenes in certain places of certain genres.
Time and place, man.
Yeah. It's
So the thing that I struggled with my journey to getting into stand-up comedy, and I've kind of figured it out now, and I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is. I had been thinking about comedy that I want to do on stage through this lens that it's all going to be recorded and it's going to be fed to my digital extension. But then it clicked to me. I was like, no, you're going to enjoy it if it's not going to be recorded at all unless you do a special. So you can go on road and you can talk to people physically and you know that stuff is only going to stay in the physical world. It's not going on the internet.
Yeah.
And that's what I think the secret is to not create this whole project around filming and then putting it into the algorithm. It's actually about going for 5 years and doing it on the road. And then after 5 years, you go, maybe I'll do a special. So people get a special every 5 years to go be like, oh, that's his comedy. And then it disappears. You
And
don't
you've
feed
honed
the
it as
machine.
well. And that
I
thing
think
about
that's what has kind of become my, like, that's the model that I want to do, you know?
yeah. And that's the thing, and then so like the Kill Tony is almost an antithesis in
Whereas
a way
Kill
because
Tony's
you
like
get
everything is
because
recorded.
but you've got 1 minute as well.
Yeah.
Which is just like it's almost laughable to
should
think
be.
that in 1
It
minute
should be
you
laughable
can-
if it's good.
but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The idea that within 1 minute you can like put forward some well thought out, well curated comedy that after 5 years on the road has been honed to a point where you can put your best foot forward.
That's
to
what
do
we
that
do,
in the
Blakey.
space of a
That's
minute
what
is
the slacks
laughable.
do.
Like yeah.
20 years on the road.
Which is why I find it so enigmatic. Like the show is because I talked about those extremes it operates in, but the fact is the majority of the show is like this kind of weird mediocre thing, and it's spruced up through showmanship, an amazing band. Like it's
There's some good guys that
lot of
come out of
advertising.
Kill Tony, you know?
A lot of
There's,
advertising.
fast forward, Marky, just skip through it.
the guy who does Dr. Phil,
Oh yeah.
know,
Adam Ray.
Adam
Yeah.
Ray, he's come from Kill Tony. Ari Matti, the
Well,
Estonian guy.
to be fair, Adam Ray, he had a solid career long before he was on Kill
Sure.
Tony. Yeah.
But
So he
Ari-
did
Ari
do that
Matti-
thing. He did spend 5 years on the road, and he did have a minute ready to go when the spotlight hit him.
No. He didn't do a minute. He was straight on as a guest panelist, as an expert panelist.
All right, so he was a comedian amongst
Yeah,
the crew.
yeah.
So have you ever heard of Don Rickles?
Yeah, of course.
So Kill
I'm
Tony.
a nice guy.
Yeah, Kill
Always had my
Tony.
cigar then.
Kill Tony is the only comedian in roast comedy that's come this high since Don Rickles. Don Rickles is the master and the standard of what roast comedy is. And Kill Tony is now the top alive roast comedian.
You're
that's
talking
there.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, he was crazy. Like, he was invited. Everybody knew that he's a roast comedian. And Trump invited him to speak at Madison Square Garden to just roast the entire world, right? And he does this piece about this island.
The floating garbage island.
Yeah, which one is it?
Well, it's the
Puerto Rico, right? Puerto Rico.
yeah, but the misdirect, like obviously the floating garbage islands in the Pacific.
Yeah.
And so the misdirection, the joke,
Comedy.
comedy of it is that he referred to Puerto Rico, and so
He must have been being satirical.
the satire part of it, Marky, there is satire to it,
Yeah.
is that Puerto Rico has a massive problem with their garbage because their infrastructure can't support the amount of waste that they're creating.
Yeah,
and
huge
so
problem.
there was actually satire.
They need to.
Misdirection satire, which unfortunately
It's lost on me.
is lost on 99% of the people who engaged with
They
what
just
happened.
need to do what
Yeah.
Taranaki does with waste.
But that was really, I mean, if you think about Don Rickles when he was doing the roast of Reagan, in Reagan's inauguration. You watch that and you go, if you compare what Tony Hinchcliffe did to that, it's very soft, you know.
That's the climate, that's cultural climate.
Yeah.
Did he roast him at his inauguration?
Yeah, Ronald Reagan.
It wasn't like a correspondence dinner type thing. It was like at his inauguration, he did a roast.
Yeah, national
Fuck,
TV.
that's cool.
Yeah, it's
He was
amazing.
a Hollywood dude, though, Reagan.
Yeah.
He knew how it
and
worked.
Don Rickles' roast was incredible. So when you watch that, so the thing that was trending on X when this whole garbage thing exploded and everybody was outraged, it was, the people like of Elon Musk, they're posting, it's like, watch, here is Don Rickles roasting Ronald Reagan at his inauguration.
It's wild.
And when you watch that, people all of a sudden, the reaction is, okay, if that's there, then this is fine then.
Yeah.
This is cool.
That's context. But I think the difference is like what Don Rickles did and what that kind of Hollywood roast thing is different to what Tony Hinchcliffe is doing with that Kill Tony thing, which is like they're not roasting celebrities. They're not like roasting these people with huge identities and egos. It's the dude on the street that they're roasting, you know. So it's like it's a flip on what's happening because it's not like who's the guy that does all the Hollywood roast? There's still a Hollywood roast culture, right? Jeff Ross, yeah.
Ricky
Jeff
Gervais
Ross is the man in terms of, but you don't see him out in any other context, right? You just see Jeff Ross in the roasting. Whereas Tony Hinchcliffe with Kill Tony, he's pulling people off the street and then pulling the piss out of them. So like, it's actually a completely different format, you know? Yeah. Like it's the same thing. It's the same type genre of comedy, but it's doing it in a different way. And that's what has made it like an interesting phenomenon.
Yeah. Well, I think there's an important distinction to make in that Tony's roast comedy isn't necessarily like the foundational aspect of the Kill Tony show.
Yeah.
You know, like, Tony Hinchcliffe the comedian and Kill Tony the show aren't necessary because the Kill Tony show is
different.
almost like like people refer. It's almost like a hoary chestnut. But people refer to it as like, or compare it to like a WWE production where like everything is intentionally magnified and intentionally presented in a way to make it seem larger than life, you know, which isn't the same as his roast comedy.
It's a unique style. The same thing, you know, when you watch Ricky Gervais, he's got a unique style that no one can ever replicate. Same thing with Jerry Seinfeld, Joe Rogan.
You can replicate Jerry Seinfeld. Like it's almost to a point where it's not funny to replicate it, but it can be hilarious.
Yeah, that's my point. It's so unique that everybody, you know, like Adam Sandler, Eddie Murphy, you know, you watch their stuff, Eddie Murphy's stuff, like when he recorded in 1985, it's still like relevant today.
Talking raw, delirious.
But he couldn't say that shit now. Like when he's talking about faggots.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Like you're saying, it's like.
But hey, like Tony Hinchcliffe would.
Yeah, well, okay, so
he would use that language.
It gives you like a hope, right, that it hasn't changed that much.
Well, Joe Rogan did it in his Burn the Boats. He's basically saying this whole time, I can't use the F-bomb. I can't use the F-bomb. And when he gets to the end of his segment, he goes,
uses
faggots.
he
kind of like tricks people into this.
Thinking it's going to be fuck.
It's going to be but then he drops it, right?
Yeah.
And he drops it, the timing of it as well.
It's like Joe Rogan's not very funny though. Like he's a great guy. For my opinion,
his stand-up comedy isn't.
His stand-up comedy, I've never laughed at his stand-up comedy.
It's the same with art. You've got art that's amazing, and you don't know why.
Joe Rogan, but like
his format is what I enjoy, not the comedy.
Yeah, right. His comedy's not that good.
The format is kind of like talking to you in a
sorry
podcast.
About that, Joe.
You know?
Oh yeah, which is a totally different thing from.
But the thing with podcasting is like, or with anything, if you're doing multiple things, like he's a UFC commentator.
Yeah, like he's an
podcaster,
incredible voice. He's got the whole world listening to him.
But there's a lot of people that follow him in his MMA world. They have nothing to do with his podcast and comedy. They love that Joe Rogan. then people love this Joe Rogan. But the problem with that kind of thing is, my point I want to make is, if one thing becomes so bigger than everything else, people kind of see you through just that.
Totally.
So much of him is like he's a podcaster. That's like the number one thing people. So his show is more like you actually listen to his podcast, but in a comedy format.
Yeah, and I do listen to Joe Rogan amongst other podcasts, but I think he's like he's a better podcaster than he is a comedian.
Well, yeah.
You know, that's that. I like listening to him because he gives people space to talk about stuff, and more I think he's injecting his own thing. But like, I honestly think he had a huge part to play in the re-election of Trump. Like,
he did,
that when he had him on a show, and like I was waiting for him to challenge him, but he just didn't.
That's the trouble with all the media, though. That's always been the case.
Do
you know why he did that? Do you know why he did that?
Because he wanted Trump elected.
No,
because he wanted Kamala on and didn't want to think that he was going to challenge her.
One of the reasons why Joe Rogan does his podcasting, he believes in the ability that a long form conversation can rehabilitate and re-heal your image. Trump's image has been damaged so much through a lot of it as just fake news about him. That format, Joe Rogan just wanted to make sure that the world knew Trump as Trump was, unscripted. So it really broke down all these ideas that people had about Trump in their mind.
Yeah.
Through a caricature of media. All of that just vanishes from your brain because you can listen to him directly, and he's talking about everything that you consume about him through media.
Yeah, New
he did the same with. He did the same.
The conversation with Trump and with Joe Rogan is that it really, that's all Joe Rogan wanted to do. He wanted to focus on rehabilitating that image.
Yeah.
He didn't want to do anything else.
That's right. So
he did that really well.
So he wanted to help him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Which is what he did with Bernie Sanders, right? He did the same thing when he had him on, and helped a lot of people who had been fed an image of Bernie Sanders that wasn't himself, or that wasn't necessarily true, and they had him on for an hour and a half, and you had people who weren't Bernie Sanders supporters who were going like, oh, hang on, like actually what he's saying doesn't actually sound like communism. It actually sounds like
and that's the
common
beauty
sense.
Of the platform, right? That's the beauty of the media.
And this is one of the
format.
things
the format. Yeah. Have you heard Lex Fridman interview Zelensky?
Yeah.
You listen to that?
Yeah.
That's fucking out of it, eh? Do you know, him and Trump sound so similar. Like,
Zelensky.
honestly, they like Lex Fridman's like interviewing him in the studio. Like, he's going to do Netanyahu as well. He's going to do like...
Wasn't he trying to do Putin as well?
Yeah, he's going to do Putin.
Yeah.
Like,
Those guys don't say anything, they say
so
what
they're in the studio doing this podcast, right? And he says, and this first question is, like, you know...
Will you speak in Russian?
Yeah, no, he says, will you... there's a lot of people that hate you. You know, like, what do you say to those people? Yeah. And he says, everybody loves me. And like, there's people outside the studio protesting him.
Yeah.
Right? So like, and when Joe Rogan has Trump on,
and he says everyone loves me.
It's like, these people are megalomaniacs.
It's
you know,
just
the
PR,
difference
man.
is,
Like,
I think
it's how
Zelensky's
PR
on the front
works.
lines. That's the difference.
No,
Trump's in an office.
The thing is the PR community caught up with the guy that was working for Hitler.
Zelensky's also in an office.
That was like,
No,
tell
but he's
a
close
lie
to the
enough
front line.
times and it becomes a
But he
truth.
doesn't have a fucking
That's
gun
what
in his
PR is.
But he's in
Yeah.
a state of war,
and
bro.
that's,
Yeah,
you know,
but-
Yeah,
you
like,
say it enough
you know,
times
like
and
he's
enough people
staying,
hear it,
you know, he's
and that's
there.
what people talk about.
All right, we're having two conversations, so let's
We're
bring it
having
back.
two
It's always a risk. Always
Yeah,
a
it's
risk.
Bring it back.
That's the first time it's happened, though. Which is
Bring
It is
it back
the-
to
we've
the
done,
music.
we've
That's
done well.
the thing. The format's so powerful. I've had so many people on my show that's been dragged to the mud, and when I bring them on, you can see within them they feel like, you know, this is my opportunity to rehabilitate that image and put stuff out and for everybody to see, and they become newsworthy stuff. And when people listen to it, I can see the shift in these people's mind about this person. that they have known all the time through media. And now here he is giving his first-hand experience.
Who's the person you've had on who had been dragged through the mud the most?
I think Cam Slater was one.
Cam Slater?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So obviously, Nikki Hager wrote a dirty politics about him. And so him
Well, not
coming,
just about him, but yeah. Great book.
Yeah. And so when Cam came on, he had an opportunity to focus on his image and why he operates that way and the influence of that thing. So Nikki Hager's basically saying attack politics is not good because we need politics to be, you know, flowers and positive and blah, blah, blah. In a nutshell is how I see it and
Okay.
how it was being portrayed to me.
Or does it need to be free of attack politics?
Sure. But then what Cam Slater was doing, he's saying, I'm giving you the real reality of politics.
Which is that it's a dirty...
It's a dirty, despicable game.
It is, yeah.
Played by dirty, despicable people.
People, yeah.
These are not nice people.
No.
So him staying true to that position and continuing doing what he's doing
Vilified him.
and coming on the podcast to express that, it really, you know, it rebuilds that image. So people have
Okay.
a
I'd
new...
be interested to listen to that one.
Yeah, I'll
But
send
see,
it to
that's
you.
and
Shit.
that's the trouble with putting yourself out in public, is because the minute you put yourself out in public, what you're trying to do does not matter anymore. It's entirely the way people perceive you and
Yeah.
receive what you're saying.
And podcast is if I'm obsessed about perceiving you every day, like we do with Trump, and you drop a podcast, I would go and listen to that to help me shift my perception about you, right? So that's
you're
how
open-minded.
that's how podcast consumers are open-minded. That's why they're consuming podcasts. So they're like, oh, Cam Slater, just like you. Oh, you had a chat with Cam Slater. Let me listen to that and see if it shifts my understanding of who this person is in my mind.
But you're still going to listen to the podcasts that kind of affirm your feelings, or maybe not, and that's the beauty of it. It's like you can hear the opinions of people who aren't. But like, I think when you bring
Some people love to watch it. I mean, a lot of people watched it for just rage farming. They're like, Cam Slater, fucking hate that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Rage farm. Watch
And that's
it,
the
real
thing is that
motherfucker.
podcasting actually, I mean,
Working on a rage
it
farm.
works on such a continuum that you do have episodes like what you do where you can give someone an opportunity to shift their perception.
Yeah.
But you also have podcasts that are like literally like the walls of the echo chamber.
Yeah.
You know, that like are just used to reflect a certain ideology and intensify it.
Yeah.
You know, like
That's right,
we've got to be careful that we don't just slip into a thing of like praising all forms of podcasting, because it's almost like all forms of art, all forms of music. Like there's
my 18-year-old daughter.
Yeah, there's
she
a way
turned up to,
it can be dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to be aware of that. And that's why when I do my shows, I talk so much about how I think about my show. And that is a good way for people to learn that they can look at it from a distance and you know, take that information.
yeah.
And it's contributing towards ensuring that we retain societies being sophisticated. I think we're losing that in many ways. Societies are becoming less and less sophisticated because our realities are shaped by consuming content that's always out of context.
Yeah.
When you watch a 10-second video on TikTok or Instagram, you're getting out of context content.
Well, there's this.
And that becomes dangerous. So podcast allows you to
matters.
fix fill in those gaps
Yeah.
and keep yourself sharp.
And also insert nuance.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's a lot of what like in the sort of malaise that we're in societally, like where we're constantly pitched into like a political war, like a left-right polarity,
Yeah.
a line in the middle, and you are somewhere on the continuum.
Yeah.
And then going into like culture war, whether you're for or against something, like
Our culture loves a spectrum. eh?
what? Yeah, totally. And what's the key thing that stops that from happening, which is Like stopping that from happening, I think, is like a really, really important
Yeah.
thing to try to achieve as a society. It's nuance, right? And it just gets sucked out where we have to say. I mean, you brought up Elon's Nazi salute. I'll put that in inverted commas for you.
Yeah.
Or we might look at, say, Tony's Puerto Rico joke.
Yeah.
You know, where the point was so the nuance that we discussed earlier is intentionally removed.
Yeah.
And what you are left with is either do you support this as what this 5-second soundbite says,
Yeah, that's
or
right.
or do you
Nuance.
decry it?
Yeah, nuance removed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is the it's almost like nuance is almost like dark matter to thought.
Yeah.
You know, or like or sorry, not
Yeah.
thought it's dark matter to discourse.
Yeah. The other good example was Biden in his farewell speech says there's an oligarchy, a dangerous oligarchy being formed in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, wasn't that just
And-
projection? Like
Well, exactly. And so the funny thing about it is that every person I spoke to, a lot of people I spoke to who consume out of context news would say, yeah, Trump's going to be great, but I'm really concerned about this oligarchy thing that's taking shape. What do you think about that? I'm
Yeah.
like,
yeah,
you
look-
just gave a Medal of Freedom to George Soros. What do you think he's been fucking up to? And
Yeah.
Bill Gates, right? They've been around, and if you listen to it, it's a reflection of what Biden is saying of himself. You know, RFK Jr. was at his confirmation hearing in the Congress at the Capitol Hill, and they started, Bernie Sanders started to attack him, and he goes, "Well, hold on, Bernie. You and every single person on the stage has taken money from pharmaceutical industry." And he's like, no, fuck that. How dare you say this? I never did that. It's like, yeah, you did. And then he proves it and he goes, oh yeah, I did take, but I only took 1.5 million out of 200 million. So it doesn't really count. It does count,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And that's why you guys are pushing this whole
I only took
big
1.5
pharma movement. So yeah,
couple bucks, Scotty.
I believe there are. Yes, Blakey. Are you already out of cold ones?
How's your energy levels, Adnan?
great. I feel like I'm just getting started.
Yeah, so do I in some respects.
Yeah, I guess the conversation is going into different places.
Yeah, well,
You've been on political afterburner for the last 10 minutes.
So that was your trip of going to Austin, Texas, huh?
Yeah.
That's cool. Did you have any barbecue type food?
I did. Yeah, I
Mostly
did.
a buck.
Yeah,
Was it
of
good?
course. Yeah, Texas barbecue.
he went to a
Good
Texas
times.
high school football game as well, which is apparently like a little rite of passage there. You know,
Oh, cool.
Texans love their football apparently.
Yeah.
We like rugby here. Did
I also the most Texas thing I did was shoot some automatic machine guns.
Wow.
At a place. We rocked into the store and a lady greeted us and she's like, "Oh, you guys here for Full Auto Friday?" And we're like, "Yep."
Sounds fun.
So like, yeah, what is that? Yeah, 30
Were you
bucks.
paid?
30
What?
bucks, machine gun, magazine.
What's the equivalent of
It-
Full
it
Auto
was
Friday in
ridiculous.
New Zealand?
It doesn't exist.
You sure it's got nothing to do with pies?
And I'm not, well, I mean,
No, there would
Hang
be.
on,
there
let me
would
think
be,
about it.
there
Yeah,
would
let
be,
me think about it.
It'd be
Yeah,
like
there
deer
is.
hunting, like
no, I
Friday.
think you got to get away from guns. Like it's got to
No,
be,
because
because if we think of like of automatic machine guns being like a total distillation of Texas culture, then what is a total distillation of New Zealand culture?
It's like full auto milking, like milking the cows on full auto.
Yeah, but most New Zealanders haven't pulled tits.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah, it's got to be something that all New Zealanders get behind and do.
Full
Like,
auto
is it
online
rugby?
shop.
Is
it
it?
would have to be. It used to be rugby.
It used to be rugby. I don't think it's rugby anymore. Like, is it
Boy racer culture?
Yeah, is it putting a rotary into a Mazda? Or
Are you here for Rotary Fridays? Meep.
Well, yes. Okay, so maybe doing some skids in the stock car.
In Hamilton.
Like it was kind of
it's too subculture,
it's
eh?
way too subculture. But if I was going to do that, I'd want to do it in Kaikoui for sure. Yeah. Okay. What What about like slowing down at a passing lane? No, speeding up at a passing lane. Like,
No, that's not.
Speeding up on the passing lane Friday
yeah, yeah.
can happen any
Where
day
you
of
just
the week.
like where you just drive at 75 for like 15 k's until you hit a
Yeah,
passing
yeah,
lane.
look at you.
Boom, 160 up the hill.
I don't think that's the same thing. What do we do in this country?
What do you think?
What do we
the-
do for
what,
fun?
what do you think? How would you describe the New Zealand culture and identity today, from your view? What do you think? What is it? How would you describe?
So we talked about this with the music, right? So this is what we were trying to reflect. So
Yeah.
everybody's got a different idea of what the culture is that they're living in, right? Everybody's got an interpretation.
Yeah.
If my interpretation, I'm going to say
Oh,
my
I statements. I statements.
My interpretation of New Zealand culture is, it seems to be that. So I work in a job where I get lots of interaction with foreigners, people who come to
Who aren't New Zealanders?
who aren't New Zealanders. Lots of interaction with New Zealanders and local people as well, but I get the privilege of seeing this place through other people's eyes a lot, and I think people think New Zealanders are super laid back,
Yeah.
like almost too laid back. It's like a boon and a bane. So we are so laid back that it's awesome, but it's also like, why don't you get on with it? Like
Where's
hurry
my
up and get
waffles?
on with it.
Where's my waffles?
Yeah. And how can you let this happen? How can you let this happen? And just roll over and just let this happen,
Yeah.
So like there's two sides to laid back. So I think Kiwi culture is laid back. So I think we're like, hey, sweet as, it's all good, for good or for bad. I think that's a really true cultural trait of New Zealand. So like if you go the Firearms
I think
Friday
how
or whatever,
can-
it would be like
Full auto
going
Friday.
Yeah.
full auto Friday would be like 6-pack Saturday at the beach, like it's like go to the beach, chill the fuck out, drink a 6-pack of beer, and
No,
and,
you're there for
and be outdoors.
You're there for Crate Day Friday. That's the New Zealand version of full
the
auto
cool
Friday.
thing about that description of New Zealand is it's then applied in different ways in different environments. I can see that description in something like the All Blacks, right? So they found a balance where they can maintain that laid-back, slack culture of New Zealand, but they can do it in a way that they're highly competitive. So they have both. It's like, I'm laid back, but I get on with it as well, right? And the All Blacks
25 hours a week.
expression of culture.
25
yeah.
hours a week, you get on with it.
Yeah.
25
Right.
hours a week.
So
right?
there's a specific
Yeah.
measure.
Do you know, this is a quote from, so we had 8 families from around the world turn up on Thursday to the school, right? And these American families are sitting there. One's a lawyer, the other one's a doctor in LA, right? They got this kid who's just feasting on his boogers. He's feasting on his boogers. And the mum says, right, she's from LA, she says, we came here a year ago and we stayed here for about 3 months with our friends from New Zealand, and we saw a completely different way to parent. And they said, we wanted to come here so we could learn how to parent our children like this. So, and they're from LA,
And
so
they're high society LA.
doctor and lawyer.
and lawyer,
right?
yeah.
So another 2 weeks ago, I had this Japanese family, right? This dude, 52 years old, his name's Hiro, awesome dude, never spent the night outside, never been camping in his life, and it's like, this stuff is gold. Like, what we have here is actually a truly precious taonga, because these people don't, these people come from context. You talk about reality, imagine that, their reality. The dude that's never slept under the stars ever, he's only ever known.
Which to most New Zealanders is just almost a given that you would do that at multiple points in your life. Yeah.
And that's not something like, it's not an English culture thing. It's something that's unique to this land.
Kiwi culture.
It's Kiwi
altered
culture,
or,
you know. It's may have been inspired by the Maori people because they're all about the Matariki, the stars, the navigation, this idea of then creating this Kiwi culture out of
The indigenous
that.
culture is alive here, which is
Yeah.
beautiful. You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't fully conquered. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They signed a treaty and they got a voice at the table, and that's what makes it different to like so many other colonial countries. Is that the indigenous voice is still here, and it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's alive and it's good. And I don't consume it in an indigenous format, but I'd consume it All Blacks doing the haka format, through those kind of lenses. And I can also see
That's the distillation of it.
Yeah, I can also see the distillation in the Kiwi culture that comes from that indigenous culture. But there's also culture in New Zealand that's come from overseas
Well, of course.
that
Hey, yeah.
has been evolved in the land
For
over
sure.
here.
And
That's
so
Kiwi culture.
for a long time it was we heavily borrowed from British culture.
Yeah.
And then that started mixing in with American culture.
Yeah.
And now that balance has shifted far more to American culture, imbibing American culture. Like the fact that we have Bloods and Crips in New Zealand is a testament, one, to the marketing of gangster rap music, and two, to the ubiquitousness of American culture. You know,
You're talking about the Labour Party and the National Party, bro?
well,
with the
yeah,
blue
I
and
am.
the, with the blue and the red.
Yeah,
Yeah, black, yeah.
exactly. Yeah, and that's what when I was in America. That's what I had this conversation a lot where I was saying, like, you guys don't realize how ubiquitous your culture is. Like, where I can be like, I can meet someone and I'll say I'm in New Orleans,
You're talking about sports team, eh?
and they say where they're from. Yeah, and I can be like, oh yeah, so that's where
The
like
Pelicans are playing. Oh yeah, yeah.
da 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 da, and they're like, how do you know that?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, bro, you don't understand how much your culture gets beamed into my sphere.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah.
Yeah, that's so true. That's like, Joe Rogan would never be able to comprehend how much of his culture is being injected in
Yeah, I
communities
think
around the world,
I think he's starting to grasp it a bit more now.
yeah,
surely.
But that's just incredible,
Yeah.
the millions of people that sort of suck that.
I
Joe
just
Rogan.
think about the number
Well, hey,
of,
what about like Mr. Beast?
well, the young people,
like-
the young people that are listening to Tay Tay,
Wow.
like
Yeah, she's another one. She's huge.
because we had the
she's cracked
experience.
the algorithm.
Well, we had the experience of a song being relatively popular because of being videoed in a dairy, and those kids who were in primary school at the end of primary school are now turning 21, and
Wow.
so we've got that same thing that Tay Tay's got for the next 3 generations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it's who can explain the connection? It helps when you've got a massive PR team behind you.
Yeah, I think we want to make sure that we don't lose the cultures we have in the world. And, a lot of these places like Japan, you can argue that, it's not the indigenous people of Japan, but I think the indigenous and the immigrated collide and they create unique experiences, whether from their past or their combined past, in this unique thing that becomes New Zealand. It's like we don't want to lose the Brazilian culture. We don't want to, it doesn't matter if it's however it's evolved from its indigenous roots. We don't want to lose the Japanese culture, right? We don't want to lose that stuff. That's good
We
stuff.
don't want a
right?
global monoculture.
Yeah.
No.
And we don't want to beat up the white Kiwi culture that's unique to New Zealand as well.
Oh, yeah, nah.
We don't want to be anti-white.
Yeah, putting in a rotary into a Mazda.
And
We
we
want to
wanna
make
learn-
sure
yeah.
we want to make sure that kids in Hamilton are doing that for the next few generations.
But I think it
Like,
doesn't matter
it's
if you're black, white, brown, yellow, whatever.
We can all put rotaries into
Exactly.
Mazdas. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
You're talking about technology there. You're talking about cars.
Of course, but I'm also talking about culture and generally,
Some cultures
Yeah.
would
When I
not consider
had
putting a rotary
one
in a
of
Mazda.
the most amazing and prominent New Zealand historian on my show, Paul Moon,
Aye.
who knows about Polynesian history, Maori history.
I love that episode, bro.
Yeah, it's a really good episode. I get to learn so much about that world, and then I naturally integrate a lot of that in my world, right? I'm an indigenous Arab, so there is that bond of tribal ways of living and being and what we value. So, like my daughter would go to school, and one of the things she loves the most is singing the Maori songs and doing the Maori dance. It's like, okay, that maybe her DNA of indigenous DNA is resonating with this culture, right? So that's something that I love about the New Zealand culture is I have an idea about what it is, just like how Mark explained it. But then I'm learning about all these different pockets of culture and trying to express that myself as a Kiwi, right? It's I bring a lot of uniqueness to my Kiwi expression through my world outside of New Zealand, right? That's what the Europeans have done. That's what the Polynesians have done. That's like three pockets, right? The Europeans, the Polynesians, and now the new immigrants that are adding to that pot. That I think it's like we don't want to lose that. There's a lot of polarization going with the Treaty Principles Bill and all sorts of stuff. There's a oppressor-oppressed framework, and I'm sure there's a lot of Maori people that don't want to constantly be seen through the oppressed framework. They are successful. They have nothing to do with their iwi or their past, and they interact and they identify into the New Zealand culture. It's a $60 billion Maori economy is worth $60 billion. I mean, you think about the scale of that, the intelligence we have in that indigenous world. They were trading food at huge amounts with colonies in New South Wales. Way before, we're talking about 1814, 1820.
Yeah, they were trading with America before.
So they have it. The business sense, they do it now. It's $60 billion economy, will be $150 billion very soon. There are companies that are creating AI tools to protect the Maori language so it's not weaponized and used by
alien weaponry.
All these AGI companies, OpenAI, Google, Apple, and Grok.
G-Rock. Come on in then, G-Rock. We're changing it up.
Can we finish this podcast with like AI talking about G-Rock talking about the slaves?
Yeah.
Hey, but to say what you're talking about, bro. So luckily for our country, we were young enough and Māori was staunch enough that it was brought to the table and signed in a treaty 170 years ago, whatever, and so which was essentially a trade agreement, but put our indigenous people who are Māori and all indigenous cultures run through a similar thread. Like indigenous cultures run through the rhythms of the moon and the sun and the seasons. The gods are all pagan. The gods don't look like us. The gods look like Papatuanuku and Rangiatia, and so that's the indigenous vibe. So luckily, when that happened and the French and the Dutch were sitting in the harbour, but the English were there translating in Māori thanks to the missionary, and so they had this bilingual treaty that said we can trade, and it talked about the sovereignty. We're back to the sovereignty, right? Self-sovereignty of do we give all of our country and all of ourselves to the Queen, or do we create a kingitanga, which is their own king movement, and just sit at the table with the Queen, right? So luckily we have a bicultural country, I would ask you to name any other country that has managed that with a colonial kind of a colonial influence that now, even to this day, sitting at the table of the halls of political power, and saying, when all that treaty stuff went through, and they were trying to push that treaty stuff through, and they were so cunningly put together by the language of like the English language,
Yeah.
And what happened was all the iwi around New Zealand sent delegations to New Zealand, to Wellington. And what did they do? They fucking danced and sung in the streets, and performed like this powerful kapahaka, like that you're talking about, that is crystallized in the like All Blacks when they do it, to Australia. But like, instead of taking up arms and smashing the system down, they sung so like Jerry Brownlee could not be heard in the halls of of Parliament. They just sung, and like that's the power of like what is happening here. And all you have to do is head out to Pariaka and feel the wairua out there, and then you understand what actually peace is. And like you talk about time and place, and you talk about slacks and the art. We're reflecting this right here, right now, and this we have the opportunity as a bright beacon of hope for the rest of the world to show what actually biculturalism looks like, what the marriage of colonialism and indigenous understanding and culture and like worldview can be. And that is a hopeful drop the mic.
Yeah, that's a good one, and I think that again is part
Marky
of
needs to piss.
part of the New Zealand culture, I think. And at the same time, it's important to
Pick the mic back up.
it's also important to note that there are a lot of people that are against that vision, right? There are a lot of people who see it differently. The David
How do you
Seymour.
feel about that?
I think it's important for me. The number one thing is that we protect that there are different thoughts to what New Zealand culture is, right? You talk about your projection, Blake would do that, I'd do that. So that's number one thing to protect is
Protection, partnership, and preservation.
well, you listen to the Paul Moon podcast, right? Let me give you some context to my point. Paul Moon's argument is the Treaty of Waitangi was something that was created to solve some of the problems at that time. But by 1854, the problem was different. Things have moved on. There was mass migration because of the treaty.
They started claiming all the land.
Yeah, we had to go set
and
up.
the promise made in the treaty was broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
The interpretation was
and so
became
but Paul Moon's argument is the treaty was there was a common understanding that the treaty has expired. It's no longer serving, right? So
Well, then you got to write another one, and until you write another one,
well that's the thing. And when you get to 1975, there's no mention of treaty in legislation. Then the Labour government creates this whole principles that are flexible, and Paul likes the principles being flexible, not specific, because it allows for interpretation, and it's given powers to something that's outside the parliamentary power, right? And now Paul would say, I have to question the motives of the Treaty Principles Bill. It is definitely not anything to do with specifying the principles, because it only talks about two principles, not all of them. So the motive is something else. And we can speculate what that motive is. But it may be that some people in positions of power see a different version of what they think the New Zealand culture is or how we express it. And one thing I love about how Paul does it, it really broke in my mind that I'm bombarded with the New Zealand indigenous culture history and identity through the treaty, right? So he opened that box up for me and that veil, and he educated me about the Polynesians, what their culture was, and then coming here, using the land to make it unique Maori culture, and from 1300 to that treaty, and then after that there is a lot of history too, right? And so it really helped me have this really good full-on understanding of the indigenous people. And he also made the case about there's a lot of arguments that say, well, Maori are not indigenous people to the land, there were people before over here. Paul breaks that. He says, well, we leave rubbish behind. There was no evidence. So Maori are indigenous people to the land. They're the first people that came on the land. Well, they were Polynesians, and then eventually they became Maori. Because they created that unique culture on this land. So he talks about that, and he talks about the achievement of that they were smart enough to deliberately come here before the British even invented the navigation system, right? So in Paul's expression, there's beauty in us understanding the fact that, you know, people say, oh, New Zealand is not, it's a very young country, it's only 150 years old, but actually it's like 1,000 years old. And we lose the essence of our culture by discounting it and seeing it from the point of treaty. But if you think about the Scandinavian cultures, right, they don't see their history from a point. They see the entirety of it. We've been around for 1,000 years. So I find beauty in the evolution of our culture, of who we are, not from this point of only look at it 150 years. Because the reality is we were here for longer than 150 years.
Yeah, but remember that the people who are at the top of the table, they weren't here then. Like, as much as which I think what you're saying is actually is a really, really good point. Why do we discount from 1300 to 1840? Why do we discount that as our history?
It's not that it's discounted. It's that it's lost in the oratory tradition.
Well, no.
So
It's discounted in the term of what we say New Zealand existed from, like, not from the treaty, but when we sort of gained independence from New South Wales. You know, like we count it from then on.
Yeah.
And it's because the people who are doing the counting, they weren't here in 1300. That's really the root of the reason why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, and he talked about the fact that the colonization in New Zealand was not intentional. There were 2,000 British people living here, settlers, permanent settlers, and they found all these dodgy deals that the New Zealand company was doing with the Maori people.
Well, I mean, that was intentional settling, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
New Zealand
it was,
company?
Yeah, New company. But then the government had to get involved. But the initial agreement with the Maori people was, we just need jurisdiction to manage the 2,000 of our people.
Yeah.
Right? After they did that, it got out of hand and the mass migration started, right? And he also shared very beautiful stories about the fact that the first European settlers in New Zealand spoke fluent Maori because that was the only way they could survive here. And in the first 2 or 3 generations, the Maori people were more literally qualified than the European settlers.
surviving.
Because
in New Zealand.
the mercenaries that came here, they worked with the Maori people to build the curriculum, to build the Maori language, and use it as an educational
And the missionaries
tool.
actually said to the New Zealand company, "Hey, don't come, don't send any more because you're
You're fucking it.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
fucking it. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, that's
So
a fascinating.
It's a
culture.
beautiful. The podcast has really opened my mind about looking New Zealand in a much more richer sense. And Paul does it in a way that he's not attacking the Maori people or degrading their value by saying let's ignore the treaty. He's saying, well, there's more to Maori people we should know about. That the only looking at the treaty point until now gives us a very negative and an oppressed reality of who they are, but that's not who.
It's a
truth
colonial
is
lens.
more.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a colonial lens.
Yeah.
Or victim. It's a colonial lens of victimhood. It's still looking at it from a colonial sense. So Paul beautifully really breaks down this idea of New Zealand culture that's way more rich, and it's really given me a much more positive boost of what that is. And so I don't really put a lot of money and weight into these things because they don't really define what the truth is, right? It's just politics and it's game theory and lots of different things going on, the motives behind that are never what it's expressed on the surface. So consuming my reality about what New Zealand is from people like Paul Moon allows me to understand the culture first from the point it started to now, and then look at everything from that encyclopedia lens. It's like, oh, okay, that fits over here. I see it, but there's more to it. I'm not going to make that little piece my reality of what New Zealand is, right? That's, again, the power of that long form. Really allows people to kind of take a step back, look at the full thing, and then consume everything that's thrown at them.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm an optimist. So for me, I'm thinking, culture here is.
And Paul talks a lot about the threat of indigenous cultures. We are losing them. We're losing the language. He talks a lot about that, and he's very concerned about it because he loves to retain it. And so there is this constant fight between, the English language creeping like weeds all over the Maori language.
As a teacher, I went to teachers' college in the late 90s, and I've seen the opposite happening from that, to be honest. Like in the education system, there's definitely a push back to try and somehow repair what happened, before none of us were here. And so for me, and I'm pretty... Is there more? I don't know how I describe myself about this topic, but I see it in the education as that's not like that at all. In fact, it's looking at more and more what's rich about all cultures, and then making the effort to try and repair some of the nonsense that went on before we were here, and it's a good thing. And
it's cool that they're taking that.
It's definitely happening out there. It's definitely a lot better than it used to be, for sure.
Yeah, my kids love the Maori language. They sing the songs and enjoy the words, and you have this effort of trying to use Maori words when you construct a sentence in English.
Yeah, Te Reo Pākehā.
There's a lot of that sort of going on. India's become very successful in doing that with English.
Yeah.
China is putting a lot of millions of dollars in doing that with China, bringing in that American words to help infuse some of that American culture. So you do that.
That's a cool
Which
thing
is
about
almost,
language,
it's a function of language, in a way, really. Yeah.
And then Paul also gets into a lot of debates and cancel culture, where he gets cancelled because... he went to the National Library to do he was invited to do a talk at the National Library, right? So they go, yep, we'll have you. And he's like, yeah, cool, I'll come and do it. And then a week later, he gets an email from them. He says, could you share with us your lecture? What do you want to talk about? He's like, oh yeah, these are my notes, right? He gives that to him. And they come back and say, oh, well, it's disrespectful for you to use these Maori words in your speech because it's a Pākehā version of these words. So the argument is that the white people have created different meaning of Maori words, which they use to express a white version of what that word means. So because you're a white person, you're not allowed to use those words. You need to take them out, right? So Paul obviously challenges that. It becomes news and everybody picks it up. And Paul has this argument about if we want the language to be alive, we should allow people to use more and more of it.
Yeah.
And find ways to maintain its original sense. And the problem you have with the Maori culture, Maori language, is that every different region and every different chief and every different iwi has a very different view toward the language is. It becomes very hard at a national centralized level to kind of inject that. So he goes, well, I'm not going to do the speech because I want to use the Maori words. And so he essentially gets self-cancelled because he refuses to do the show, right? So he comes on my show, my podcast, to talk about why we should be allowing or encouraging other cultures that are part of the New Zealand culture to use more of those words, and sometimes those kind of attacks fire back because I'll be like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna stop using those Maori words because I'm then inviting myself for critique. I would just talk into my own in my own language. So now I'm at a stage where if someone says kia ora in an email, Adnan, blah, 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 I'll reply back saying hi.
Yep.
Because I'll refuse to engage with that because if I do, then I'm opening myself to that and I don't know what the rules are with this person.
But there's no rules, right? As long as you understand that kia ora is just a way of saying hi, Adnan. then it's all good.
Well, I used to use Namihi.
There's protocol. Yeah,
I used
there's
to
protocol in
use,
emails for sure.
I used to use Namihi
Depends on the context, though.
Totally,
Yeah.
but like
in my emails
totally
as
get
like
it,
a
As a sign off. Yeah.
And then, sure enough, after 3 months, someone pulled me off saying, "Oh, you can't use that. You should use this."
Yeah.
You know, naku something.
do what I do and say
So
Merry
you kind of
Hikareti
go, well,
to people at Christmas time.
I'm used to language having a standard.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, when I was at school, when we were getting taught how to write letters, now if you can imagine this, like in the mid-90s, there were classes where we were taught how to write letters. We were taught...
Maori letters?
No, just writing a formal letter, right, to put the
write a
date
letter.
on the side and then the address,
Yeah.
And then the different sign-off that you would have, whether you would say sincerely, faithfully,
Yeah.
there were different rules for it.
Yeah.
Protocol, bro.
And
Protocol.
and so it's the exact same thing, but it's just in Māori, right? Like, yeah. So if you, it isn't that
But the thing with
it
English
it isn't that the Māori language is precious, right? It's that some people are really strict with how you use language, even in English.
Yeah.
You know, that like there's a
But
certain
English
way you do
allows
things.
a casual way of talking without being ridiculed.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
You can end a
but-
letter by
but-
saying cheers or ta.
yeah,
or,
but
you know.
some people might ridicule you for saying cheers when you should say yours faithfully, right?
I
Because
just ignore those people.
well, I mean,
Stay away from me.
yeah, just like how you ignored the first person, right? It isn't a function of being Māori; it's just a function of people's relationship with the language. I think, yeah.
And what's trendy, because that also has an impact on how people operate on a day-to-day basis. So, for example, at Christmas time, I like to send out a general email, not a general email to people, but when I'm messaging people, if I'm getting Merry Hikareti, Merry Kiharameti,
Okay.
I like to send out Merry Hikareti because that means happy cigarette. And the number of people that don't pick up on it, because who looks at whether you say kind regards or yours sincerely? Like,
Yeah, I'm not a fan of transliteration in general.
I just
anyway.
don't think anyone looks at how you sign off your email. You know, like I think that if you're doing that,
There's a lot of ideological problems with the whole, let's restore the Maori culture. There's a lot of ideological issues that are problematic.
it's got to be done in a systematic way.
My son comes home at the end of the Maori language week, right? He's 7, right? And he says, "Dad, did you know that we stole the land from the Maori people and they are special people?" Right? So I'm going, okay, this is a 7-year-old that is having this view of our history. And how do I judge this? How do I analyze this? What do I say? What do I not say? Is it real? Is it an ideology? Is it an oppressor-oppressed framework viewpoint? Because we, based on our personal experiences, we block moments in history in our unique ways that creates our view of what the history was. And so for me, the standard that I apply is, evidence-based, first principles-based, and seeking the truth. I think Paul talked about how dangerous the truth can be if your truth is your truth and my truth is my truth. We have to have a truth, and we need to seek what that truth is. And so that was just an observation for me with my son coming home with that concept, right? It's like, well, how do I deal with this? What is this thing? Is it real? Is it not here? I have exactly.
Yeah, talk to him. Yeah.
And the objective of my conversation with him is to keep an open mind. You can hold that thought, but just keep an open mind because there's more to it. There can be more to it.
Always
right?
more to it. Every time you hear a story.
And he did
there's more
the
to
same
it.
thing with cars. He's like, "Dad, did you know all the cars are destroying the planet?" It's like, okay, wow, that's now that's a 4-hour podcast I would like to do with you, Mr. 7-year-old, right? But you go, okay, cool, hold that thought.
Well,
but
this is
keep it open, because this and this and this, and he's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So yes, have a conversation.
Yeah, and this is
don't let
this
it
is
block.
nuance I was talking about earlier, right? Like where if you can have a statement that's presented as a kind of like a global summation. Yeah, cars are killing the planet, right? And then do you say I agree or I don't agree, or do you say, well, let's invite nuance into the conversation?
That's it.
Yeah.
You do not go to agree disagree.
No.
You guys are well. That's
Yeah.
And with him, it's like, if we're busy, like, he's having this conversation when I'm dropping to school. I'm like, well, this is, you got 60 seconds. How do I reply to this? I was like, okay, you hold that thought. When you come back, we're gonna have a chat about it at the dinner table, right? And then you add that nuance, and he's
Yeah.
like,
Nuance is what's needed, man. The
Yeah.
more nuance we can inject into everything, the better off we all are.
Except language, because then it's confusing.
Well, I don't know. Like, yeah.
Mark, are you gonna roll a tobacco for us?
I can do that. I can do that. I'm gonna just go and check on the kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hop off.
We're yeah.
We'll be back.
I think that was them calling me.
We'll be back.
Was that?
What are we going to talk about?
Start with. You've been quiet, so can you kind of take this over for the next
Sure.
10 minutes?
I'd love to
20
talk.
minutes?
Yeah.
Talk about
please.
the
Yeah.
kinks, Scotty.
Yeah, you've been very quiet. I just picked that up.
Well, I don't know. What are we talking about?
Talk about Neil Young's ditch period.
I don't know much about it, to be honest, Blakey, except for my personal experience, which most of my memories were driving that shitty blue van, like from Cambridge to Auckland every week for quite a wee while there, listening to that on CD.
What about
Marky introduced me to Tonight's the Night, actually.
what about the concept though of recording and creating music, in the way that he deliberately did, where he'd become Neil Young, like after the gold rush and Harvest, Harvest had become this massive thing,
Yep.
and then made the conscious decision to eschew the probable limelight and superstardom in favour of a deliberate approach towards genuine creation, genuine art. And I think in some ways that kind of encapsulates where we're at, right? We're never going to get to the top of most of the poppermost.
No, of course not.
Of course not. But at the same time, the genuine output outweighs that thing anyway. What about that?
I'm at the top of most of my poppermost, if that's what you're talking about.
Marky does like the I statements.
Why would you?
I do like this.
Why would you operate a band who doesn't have 6 million followers online, etc., in this day and age? And the Slacks are a great example of we're like a modern day skiffle band. We're the version that everybody can do if they're willing to put it all on the line. And like we don't put it all on the line anymore. We put bits of it on the line, our important bits on the line.
On the line.
But I don't know what else to say about it.
Talk
really.
about like your philosophies and things that you believe in. Like, do you believe in God?
Oh, here we go.
Jeez, man, like you're asking me to ask questions that I've been trying to avoid asking myself most of my life, to be honest.
Answer the question.
I think that makes you smart.
Well, there's definitely a mystery about humanity, right? There's definitely some unanswerable questions. And that's as far as I'm willing to go on that.
Come on, mate.
Well, how else do you interpret that? How do you interpret it? What do you want to subscribe to or believe? Because it's an unknown, and so you've got modern day versions of trying to describe God as an unknown alien race that was perhaps here in our early years, and that's like religion. It's trying to explain something we don't have. We can't say yes, that's how it was. Like no one knows that. And so these are all just.
So do you have a faith? Are you an atheist or agnostic or?
I don't.
A Buddhist or a communist or
I think they're all interesting ideas, and I think everything has a
It is
So
feeling.
genius.
It is feeling the Steinlag at the moment. I like this. We got him. We got him in a place he doesn't normally go to. Hey, Adnan, can I just have a little short injunction here?
yeah, go for it.
How often do you get this rip doing your podcasts?
About God.
No, I'm talking about the units of alcohol,
The
imbibement. You know,
the condiments.
Yeah,
This doesn't happen every day.
of course. Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's very rare.
Would you say
Yeah.
it's our
I
influence?
do this once in maybe 20 episodes.
It's an occasion, eh?
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, and that's
Like, do you feel like we
once
should
in 2
have?
months.
Should we have like NASA orange jumpsuits on for this episode? Like,
Next time
or
we'll do costumes. Next time we'll do costumes.
We should all have the terry
Toweling.
toweling, the
Yeah.
terry toweling.
Yes,
Yeah,
please. I
yeah,
would
yeah.
love that.
Showing our Persian rugs through
I've
the.
got
through
some,
the
I've got some storytelling. I've actually got
yeah,
some
you
storytelling.
do.
yeah.
But how
And I
cool is
respect
this,
you for
huh?
that.
That's
great.
good, bro.
Yeah,
So good.
Great top.
yeah.
And that's one of the great
So,
things.
Scotty, God, yes or no?
Well, you want me to say yes or no? Like,
No,
It's
Scotty,
a-
invite nuance. Invite nuance.
It's
Don't.
a-
Yeah.
I think.
Don't be a
just-
horse whisperer.
I think that it's a version of what everyone's trying to explain, and I think the thing that God has going for him, that his book's been around for 2,000 years, and people like history, and they like tradition, and they like being able to go.
Does God only exist out of that one book that you're referencing,
I don't
the Bible?
kind of.
Okay, let me challenge you, all right?
The
let
Justin
me,
Bieber?
let me challenge him, right? Okay. So we take every book that is religious book ever written, right? We dump it,
Any illuminated text.
And I've not
And-
really read any of them.
yeah, and let's take all religions,
Burn them?
all the books, and burn them, and destroy all the knowledge.
No,
Well, hold on. And the next thing we do is we take all the knowledge about science and we're going to burn them and destroy them. So there's now and then we're going to see what happens.
It's the Ricky Gervais.
This is the Ricky Gervais
yeah,
piece.
yeah.
So there's two things that's going to happen, right? Science is going to come back exactly as it is. Religion won't. So the point is, religions are a construct of reality that people have lived. But what's interesting about these people is, even though if religion comes back different to how science comes back, it's still a religion. There is still faith in
Yeah,
your
and
system.
it's still serving
yeah.
the exact same purpose.
yeah.
Yeah,
And,
it's
science doesn't fulfill.
That's-
and it's trying to answer the same questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so it's in you. Faith is in you. Whatever it is, everyone can have different expressions about it. But God is something that I discuss in my every single episode. It's like my new obsession. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, that's a pretty tricky question to answer. But
Just avoid it, bro.
well, no, I'm not avoiding it. I just think that
Be honest.
everybody.
Be honest.
I think that the trick is figuring out what you're about, and then most people align that with, a bigger thing.
God can be energy, just a spiritual energy.
Totally. Yeah, I'm not thinking of him as
Well,
like
it's
a dude
it's
like
funny,
Gandalf.
Adnan, because my personal philosophy on this has taken a bit of a change in the last sort of 6 or 7 years, and it was actually something that this man on my right said to me, which I would like for him to expand upon. But it's the concept that God, that I'm God, that you're God,
Yeah.
and that we create the world ourselves. Interestingly, as some science would suggest, like from the way we get the light of the world through our eyes to our brains, we're kind of constructing the world anyway. But Maki's actually got a really cool philosophy on this and I don't mean to drop this and say, Maki, just say it, but
Yeah. One
I
thing
wouldn't
I
mind
want to
hearing
give
it
him
again.
time to think about is what I want to add is that what we are witnessing now with AI that we've been talking about is we as humans are creating a new God. And it's an AI God. And it's a God that's built on, I know the truth and I can explain to you the beginnings of the universe.
But
Right.
did AI create the universe?
Well, there you go. So we are
Already in a
now creating
simulation?
a new cult, a new religion, a new faith, which is
Totally.
worshipping to AI
Yeah,
in many
science.
ways. So there'll be a lot of people who are faith people. They have the faith strong in them. They would follow that movement, and they will accept
But
that
but-
as a
but-
god.
but-
That will be identified as a new thing.
Like, is AI created by humans, or is AI,
Yes, I think that's my view. It's created by humans.
which means that aren't we God? If we're creating AI, if we're creating something that can describe the universe in totality, doesn't that mean that
Maybe we didn't create it. It was existent before we were here. Because it was in our DNA, we could do our own version of what AI is and technology is. So it's. I can ask you this question, and I had a lot of fun with this question with a guest, Stephen Moore, who was on my show to talk about how he's creating this universal clock, so we can capture time anywhere in the universe with one time, and that will define that event, right? You need that for logistics,
Cool idea.
especially with like going between Mars and Moon and the Earth. He talks about this whole idea of how, was maths invented or was it there and we've somehow...
and we're just describing math,
Yeah,
like
describing it,
like we
So
describe.
if it's
physics.
there and we're describing
Sacred
it,
geometry, bro.
then who's created it? And how much do we know about maths?
Sacred geometry.
And Stephen Moore talks about this idea of telepathy, and he says, well, UFOs, they actually don't pull a lot of G's when you see them going from one point to the another point. What they're doing is they have the ability, which we will in 1,000 years, to turn matter into energy, and then come back from the other end. I was saying, okay, so what you're really saying is that in 1,000 years' time, you and me, you're in Canada. I'm talking to you virtually, and I'm in New Zealand. I can say, Scotty, let's go to Paris for breakfast. Right? We turn our physical self into
And I
energy,
said,
and we are in
breakfast
Paris
at Tiffany's?
having breakfast and coming back to New Plymouth.
they're already doing that with quantum. They're already
Right.
doing quantum teleportation, right?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
So that's a fascinating, and we can do that physically. We can do that, and it would just take us another 1,000 years to figure it out.
Probably not even that long.
Cheeky 1,000 years. Will we last that long?
I reckon we will. Human
Let's
beings
go
are
to
like
Kill Tony.
cockroaches.
Boom, we're in Kill Tony, and we're back.
People
That'd be
keep
sick.
saying
It's hard
only
to get a ticket.
cockroaches
It's
will
hard to get a
survive
seat.
nuclear wars.
Yeah.
We got
Humans
30
will.
years. We got 30 years next.
They got plenty
30
of time.
years?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
No, you have
You
more.
know.
We're
What,
coasting
are we
down the...
talking before minor cataclysm or bloody revolution?
No, before we shuffle off a coil, bro.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, well, yeah.
There's going to be a
Yeah,
good
I'm talking
20,
personally.
30
Once you
years
got-
of
once you're
intense
out,
inflation.
you're out.
Yeah.
There's going to be a good
And
30
all
years.
all of this is moot. Sweet.
It's just that butter's going to get more expensive every year. It's going to be like cigarettes, It's going to
Let's get back to
30
God.
years.
Let's
Yeah.
get back
Come
to
on,
God.
Marky.
Can I
Please.
Can I have that lighter, bro?
Oh, yeah, you can.
Right, yeah. So if
Which-
God was like, if he manifested again as a son or whatever and came back to earth, which band would he be in?
Bon Jovi.
The
No,
interesting
like-
thing about
like
God...
a now band, bro. Not from your memories. Like
Dr. Dog.
he would be in Led Zeppelin.
He'd be in Dr. Dog.
No, he'd be in like Arctic Monkeys.
No, and now band.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting thing about God. God can explain to you everything and the creation of everything except the creation of himself.
That's like a lot of science. I think that part of me believes that science is the new modern religion because it's just a way of measuring things, really, and it's incredible what the scientific method has led to, and new technologies, and what people are starting to understand. Like some of the stuff that's coming out about mycelium and like mushrooms and trees, and like the underground connections between plants that clearly was not understood previously, like is incredible, right? So some of the things that people are able to measure now are incredible, but I don't think that answers any real of those what's up questions. You know, what's up? I'll tell you what's up. Cigars and whiskey.
You know,
cold
like
beers
what
is
you're
what-
saying
hang on,
before, you know,
hang
like
on.
you destroy all the science and all the religions, and then science would come back the same.
Religions won't, but it will
Religion
come
won't.
back.
But the religion,
well,
the
the-
religion will. It'll just be a slightly different.
Yeah,
narrative,
the
right?
the, the, the text won't be the same, but the
That's
my
the
point.
general
And do you know what?
framework would be
do
the
you know what?
same.
That's
the
my
science
point.
wouldn't
Yeah.
come back the same either. Like science has been like
It'll be like miles instead of kilometers. Right?
well, there would be different language for it, yes, which would make a big difference. Like
And
if you
churches would be
started-
like, you guys are special.
Well, that's true. Like our like biology wouldn't be described by Latin.
yeah.
You know, like you
Terms,
fought. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
So
Yeah.
it wouldn't actually come back the same. But like,
But the
maths would
overarching
come back
principle was the same.
Purism, like geometry,
Unless
would come
people
back
had
the
a
same.
different
Yeah,
word for
and,
three.
and Newtonian physics will come back the same.
I do like
What?
how there's.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I do like how
Well,
there's.
if you- not
We'd
if you-
still measure gravity
but-
at 9.8 meters per second, and we'd still like, you know,
But like, okay, yeah, I suppose so. But like, it'll be Tiglarks, not
yeah, but
I
it's
do
still
like
the same
how
thing.
like when
No,
numbers,
no, it's
when numbers get
different.
No,
together.
like it's-
there's
Well, it's the
certain
same as the
patterns that just
religion, right?
happen and
It's the
recur.
same thing.
Like if you
Yeah.
if
I think
you
that's
could
cool,
convert Tiglarks to meters per second, then it would be
Anyway,
the same
he's got
thing.
to talk about Tiglerwarks.
Well, that's
What the hell, guys?
That was the word he came up with. I'm just rolling with it.
Come on, there's a reason why I've got 6 boxes of
We need-
unsold vinyl
We need
in our basement because you guys are
we
talking
need
about
G Rock.
Tigglywarks.
We need G Rock to sort this out for us.
The slacks don't know what they're up to.
Well-
That's what AO would say if it knew anything what it was
Can you
about.
grab the Slacks information, Abe, so we can point it at the camera so we know what
Yep,
everyone's
we
talking
can
about?
definitely point
Turn
it
it
at the
around.
This is the record. It's yours for $50.
Boom.
$50.
It's the only merch we do
Can I
is
pull it out?
Of course.
yeah, music for the ages, vinyl, slacks on wax. That's what it's all about. It was our dream. It
What
came
you
true.
should do is open the gatefold, Adnan, because that's remember that part of the experience with.
Well, if you pass it to me, I'll read it like Sam Hunt.
Yes,
there's-
go on, please.
And there's hidden
Go on.
messages.
I want to hear one of these songs.
The great thing about that
Read in the style
cover
of Sam
art
Hunt.
is that a good friend of ours created that cover art, and then when he did the inside of the gatefold, he's hidden some messages and words and letters and images in there, and it's very slacks because
This is all just a placeholder for Marky reading one of these
We
songs
always
out
have
in
some
the
text.
style of Sam Hunt.
Yeah.
Who did the design of the ape in the front with all the numbers and the digits?
A pianist did it.
Yeah.
Broker Brothers is the
Yeah.
name
It
of
was
his.
One of the bros
It was
from,
our
from
concept, though.
Whangarei.
It
Yeah,
was our concept.
yeah, but he got it and he made it way better.
So that slacks thing up there that was originally made by one of Marky's students when he was a young teacher, and our friend AP turned it into a bit more of a thing, and he's
Created the logo.
done these. He's done a lot of images and concepts and ideas behind Marky's head on the wall there. Meatheads Tonight, it says, which is a lovely interpretation
I
of
over.
Meatheads Unite.
He did the slack out.
And Meatheads is not a nod to idiots. Me at is
Where are
originally
you at? Where are we at? Where are,
Mobile
where am I at?
Entertainment
Where are
Activities
we at?
Team. I'm
We are
here.
here.
I am here. Where
Yeah.
are you at?
So that is this is, you know, you talk about consuming and creating. This is a creative endeavor for and maybe a core group of about 7 or 8 people who believed that this music was worth investing energy and time into, and then we
We believed in ourselves.
We believed in ourselves.
We believed in each
But-
other.
But like, how much effort has gone into this, like these songs and this album, and then it's consumed in a second. You know, like,
Did
and
you
then
feel-
dismissed just as quickly.
It's consumed in 3 minutes and
Did you
30
feel-
seconds.
I just
Enjoying this
want to hang on. I
album.
just want to make it really clear that we're not promoting this album in any way, shape, or form, right? Like this isn't. We're not here to
Yeah.
talk about it.
Yeah.
It's because it's the only. It's not.
It's on the wall.
It's not the only good thing. It's just because it's the best thing we've done. Because it's the best thing we've done. We're talking about it. Not
Yeah,
that we're trying
yeah.
to sell it.
So when you were doing this album, did you feel like you knew the game and you were pretty much conductors in putting this together than being musicians?
So we got to the point where the albums we'd done before were like
Heavily restricted.
done quickly, you know, done like
Heavily
the
restricted by
second
time and
album,
money.
Welcome to the Rolling Vibe, which is on the wall there. Welcome to the Rolling Vibe was done in a week, pretty much. So we recorded everything and produced everything in about a week.
4 days at the Durham Road Hall.
Yeah. So this one was like, okay, we're going to take our time to get everything done. You know, we're going to take our time to get the best version of the song.
We took 6 weeks
down
deciding on the
and bring the
track
best people
list.
that we've got at our, you know, within our group, within our sphere, bring all of them together and really pour our, pour everything we've got into the song
Yeah.
and make a studio album. And that's what makes this album special for us.
Yeah, that's a beautiful album.
It might be worth just explaining a little bit for people who don't play music, people who do consume music but don't play music.
Yeah.
Right, like an album like Welcome to the Rolling Vibe, the last time we did before this one. The reason why we could do it in 4 days is because we knew exactly what we were going to do and we knew exactly what we wanted it to be like. But through trying to save time and money's really the key thing, but time as well. You would learn it as how you want to do it, and you'd perform it and perfect it as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes it might be one take. It might take you one go.
Tomorrow
Sometimes
comes
it
with
might
one
take tomorrow comes to one go. Some songs might take 5 or 6 goes, but generally, like, you're trying to nail it as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
With this album, for a lot of the songs, we deliberately went into the studio not knowing how the song was going to sound, not knowing what we were going to play, and just scratching out like a basic version and then thinking, what can we do? And then trying this, that, or the other until we felt like we were on the right track.
Yeah.
And then and not having the restriction of we need to get this done.
It was awesomely
Yeah.
indulgent, eh? Like
Which
we were able
is a
to-
totally which is a really artistic
Well, it's kind of
way
like,
to do it.
It's kind of like an artist sitting down and doing a sketch in an hour and a half,
Yeah.
and then doing a canvas for a week and a half.
Yeah.
You know? Like, that's the difference. Yes, you still get the idea of what you're trying to say, and it's still there, but when it's on a canvas and it's an oil painting, and it's, you know, it's that much more potent. Yeah, because you've put more energy into it, you've put more thought into it, put more money into it, you put more everything into it.
It's the luxury of being able to do what we like to do, which is live music and recording in a studio. And so you can make your money with live music because people pay still to see live bands and get excited, which is great. And I think that's the key to all art. And then we're at a position where we can take that money and we can put it into recording in the studio. Sometimes it's like, oh, I don't know, what are we up to? But recording in the studio is almost as much fun as playing live. You know, and so we're doing it, I reckon, for ourselves, you know, and all of that, the way you do it, it's just how you would line up.
Adnan, this stogie's nearly done, bro.
Operate and
Yeah.
I've nearly smoked the stogie right down to the butt.
Yeah, we've done pretty good.
You said it was a 2-hour smoke.
But it's been 4 hours.
It's been a 4-hour smoke, bro.
I finished mine within an hour.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
did the
finished.
same, and then I
No,
had to
like
stop it.
I took the thing off.
Yeah, you butchered it.
No, that's how far I got down to.
Yeah.
like he's already
yeah.
smoked it. He's already been
But
smoking
how
it
come
for
yours
mine.
is shorter? Mine's shorter than yours. but
Pass
it's
me
still-
the lighter. I'll get mine finished.
Hey!
It's a mystery.
Slip, drop the slip catch.
I could light this fucker again.
Ooh, yeah. Blakey,
Oh yeah,
you got any cold Steinlagers in that chili bin?
there's a couple.
Do you want to do a...
God is a concept from which we measure our own pain.
You got the
Yes, it is.
Well,
God, I'll say it again. God is a concept
No.
with which we measure our own pain.
yes, John.
I don't believe in Buddha. I don't believe in Jesus.
He would have been like,
I don't believe
that's gonna
in Zimmerman.
that's gonna surprise
I
some
just
people.
believe
That's gonna
you're not gonna
surprise
want
some
me.
people. That's
Kill
gonna
your fire.
that's
Put her
gonna
in me.
that's gonna offend some people. That's gonna surprise some people. He doesn't believe in Beatles, but he was in the Beatles. How can that be? He's a contrary hippie.
Contrarian.
Yeah.
I don't believe.
I was like that from a child, apparently. Mum was like, when they used to do the flashcards when I was a kid, I'd be like saying the wrong thing, but it was the one that they showed me before. And I attribute that directly to Dad's rock and roll rebellion streak
Yeah.
that he had.
Glass houses.
Even
Glass
though he
houses.
was, even though he was like a lockdown, like, yep, sure he played a bit of league on Saturdays, sure he was on the surf club, sure he got on the piss until Mum like fucking cracked that whip. But like, you know what I mean. He was a rocker, I reckon, Dad.
Yeah.
That's it.
I was going to say something.
I think taking that sticker off was a bad idea.
Yeah, you got to keep it.
Do you want some of the Stogie Ogie?
Write it down.
Have a little bit more of this one. I'm enjoying, so share it.
Yeah, of
but
course.
I honestly didn't think I would like cigars, but then I'm remembering
cigar that size.
the
before in my
horrible
life.
one Judy gave me on my 21st, and I'd drunk so much alcohol.
But that's when you thought you inhaled.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And there was twice tonight when I
was
inhaled
never-
accidentally, because it's just a reaction sometimes when you're tugging on a big fucking
Yeah, you're
stogie,
like,
right?
Once you inhale, you're like,
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. It's a cigar. But the flavour, they were delicious. Thank you, bro. Yeah, it was awesome.
good cigar, huh?
Yeah, it was.
You
Changed
got
my
over
mind
it.
about cigars.
That's the good thing about cigars. It's got a lot of benefits to you, actually. You know, actually, a friend of mine actually had a stroke, Cam Slater.
He had a stroke.
He had a stroke, and he was paralyzed like half of his body. And he figured out that smoking one cigar a day and all the nicotine he's sucking in is actually helping him to recover. So cigar became one of his tools to help with the stroke.
You know, Che Guevara was a big cigar smoker, and he had emphysema later in life,
COPD.
and he had a doctor who he used to go and see, and the doctor told him to cut down to one cigar a day. So he got a 2-foot cigar rolled, and he smoked that every day.
That's like the classic, like, you know, 50-year-old lady that's like, I only drink one glass of wine and has a comically large fucking bowl.
Yeah.
That's called getting on with life.
Yeah, Shay.
Just shift the goalposts.
Oh,
Make them wider or closer.
what I was going to
Whatever.
say is, like, you know, like if God, you know, like if you had a version of God, right, and like everyone's version of God is different. Like Scotty, you pretty much look like
It'd be
Hunter
like
S.
he would
Thompson's
be
God.
like he would be for me. It'd be like Brian Wilson with guns.
Let me ask you this, yeah? It just came in my mind. I was like, oh, this is a good question to ask. Who likes Trump and who hates Trump?
I'm on the fence with this one because I don't really follow politics.
Yeah, I'm a Trump agnostic. I feel that that everyone who loves him is misguided, and everyone who hates him is misguided.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people take him literally for what he says, and a lot of people take him seriously when he says something, because when you remove the curtain of satire out of the way, you can see that there are benefits of what he's talking about, or there are negatives of what he's talking about, right? What are you, Marky?
Well, he's a polarizing character, like you were saying, Blakey. I think he is probably a necessary catalyst to what's happening there. You know, like it makes sense that he'd be a leader of that country to me. You know,
Right.
I think he's like all like men in that position of absolute power is kind of like megalomaniacal. You know,
Yeah.
like just because I don't think he's ever probably been checked in his life. You know, like he's come from money. You know, he famously says, you know, I came from nothing. My father gave me $1 million to start. You know, I came from nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, so he is like the country that idolizes absolute like entrepreneurial ruthlessness and idolizes it. You know, like you look at all those industrial like forefathers like Ford and who's the guy that built the
Rockefeller.
Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Who's the guy that did the railways? Carnegie. Yeah. So Disney. So like all those that country idolizes that ruthless. You know, like you were saying before about your yoga. Like you're like, bitch,
Yeah.
do this, bitch. It's like that big dick energy is just hailed as the height of the American dream. You know, so like you are going to be the best because you're going to crush everybody, and you know it's in your
And
field.
you're going to make lots of money.
Yeah, and you're gonna, and so it's that attitude that Trump embodies, and so it's like the chicken's coming home to roost. It's like that makes perfect sense, and like whether or not he does good or bad for his country and for global politics is yet to be seen, because it's only through the eyes of retrospect that we can actually judge any of these things that happen. But he is sitting on that throne now in a time where it was absolutely crucial for humanity. And like like the doomsday clock or whatever.
Yeah, and one of the reasons
like
that
it's
he
happening.
had to be
That's a
in
really good
power is
point.
because the left that's been in power have lost their
Hey, let's put
the Democrats.
well let's put some qualification on the left.
Yeah, what is that?
Well, I mean, like Joe Biden's America, or Joe Biden's government wasn't a left government.
Extremist, radical left.
No.
What was it?
It's very centrist, borderline,
Centrist,
borderline
Okay.
centre right.
So what's far left for you?
Well, in American terms,
Or yeah,
well, I mean, you're looking at things like, say, Bernie Sanders' platform in 2012.
yeah,
like,
that's far left.
Yeah.
but also
Or in
Kamala,
2016, like-
she was Tim Walz talking about changing the constitution because they believe that nobody has the right to free speech.
Yeah,
know?
but the Democratic Party is always going to protect the oligarchy, the
Yeah.
like the swamp.
Yeah.
If we look at Trump's
but-
language,
yeah, and
and that's one of the things. Like, say, like Trump would do something, can tie people along by saying, "Hey, I'm going to drain the swamp." When I get into Parliament, we're going to get rid of lobbyists.
Yeah.
We're going to shut the door on the connection between lobbying,
just do it differently.
between government and then Wall Street or the military industrial complex or the health industry. He said he's going to shut that down, but then when he got into power, who did he have? Like Rex Tillerson became. The dude who was an oil mogul.
just evolves.
Well, no. Who was like one of the biggest monsters in the swamp. He didn't drain it. He put him into his cabinet.
Right.
Yeah, like it's he's there's the smoke and mirrors of politics. Works just as strongly with Trump as it does with
And I think
anyone
one
in
of the
the
things-
Republican or Democratic establishment.
In
Yeah,
New Zealand,
one of
they
the
get
things-
away with that because no one's really looking hard.
Yeah, I think one of the things he did really well, Trump, is that he was able to relate to a lot of frustrated people who just wanted to engage in communication that was just common sense. They were just, this whole gender ideology, this and that, the amplification I'm not saying I believe in these things, but I'm just making an observation that people felt the amplification of all this gender things and men needing tampons and men's toilets and all this stuff
Yeah,
and
that
the
wokeism culture. That
wokeism culture
the new markets
made
the new
people
markets.
feel like Trump was approachable because he was about going back to common sense, whatever that means to people. I'm just trying to
totally.
explain that.
The thing
That was one of the interesting things where he was very successful at is appeal to that people who
people
wanted,
think that
common
culture's being
sense.
attacked or that
Yeah.
culture's being eroded or something like that. But what's going on is that people there's a new market to be legitimately marketed to, which you couldn't market to in previous decades because it wasn't talked about, and and so you're getting conversations happening that didn't used to happen anymore, and people are uncomfortable with it. But it's no conspiracy. It's no change to humanity. It's just that it's become more to the forefront because it's a new market that is a potential source of income.
Yeah,
If you market to it,
I don't see someone as Trump as like a genuine populist who can shake up the way that our discourse is sort of operates.
he
like
claims to be populist.
well, of course, yeah, but what we need is a political someone to come forward and just decry, like deny, absolutely reject any culture war, sort of any kind of cultural war issues that try to put people on the left or the right of an issue. Take whatever you want. Let's take immigration. Let's take trans people, whatever. These things that aren't actually going to change the political landscape in any meaningful way, except feed into these culture wars that only exist to divide us, to stop the lower class and the middle class, the left and the right of the proletariat combining and realizing that actually we have shared issues that are the direct result of our political system, and that the only way that we're going to defeat it is by coming together and having a class struggle rather than a left versus right struggle.
Yeah. So what's your view about politics in New Zealand? How do you see the government? What do you make of Jacinda Ardern, her 1984 approach to governance, George Orwell's 1984? What do you make of the left today? How would you describe who's woke?
Shit. Okay. Well, woke. Woke is the exact thing I'm talking about when it comes to
Who's woke in New Zealand from a party perspective?
What the fuck is woke? What is it? When I first came across the term woke, it was like an internet term.
This is base,
right? It was kind of like base. It was people who were pointing out the machinations of the deep state or like a ruling class.
Teenagers call it
Those were
angst.
people that I heard that were described as woke. And now woke is people with purple hair that are talking about them, they, and like this kind of shit. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
got shifted
personally,
from being
I think
aware.
if anyone's having a serious discussion about politics and they bring woke into it, it's almost like what's that rule people talk about? Like, if you bring up Hitler in a conversation, it automatically makes your point null and void. Like, there's a term for that. I forget what it is, but like, it's an intentional spanner thrown into the works.
Yeah.
I reckon.
Right.
And honestly, like, I think
Redirection.
anyone who earnestly promotes, defends, or decries wokeism is kind of like they've either been led astray or they're intentionally trying to lead people astray.
It's like what people used to say. What
that,
was
I guess
PC?
that's
But-
all I
but
can
you-
land
you-
on with.
no, but-
You asked a lot of questions then. So
the same as
Okay, well,
PC in the
let's
90s.
stick to the woke thing.
When
You-
people said PC in the 90s, it was
You
the same
haven't
thing.
yet defined to me what wokeism is from your perspective.
of course, and what I'm saying is I refuse to engage
But
with the
that's
idea
how-
of what
that-
wokeism is.
You're engaging with my
I-
cigar, bro.
I'll have a crack at it.
Give me a bit.
Would
You're
you-
engaging with my
Hang
cigar.
on,
Give me
You're
some.
contradicting yourself.
No.
If you strongly refuse to define wokeism, why are you different to people who hate wokeism? It's the same thing.
No. I'm not sure if you understand what I'm saying. Like, I think that.
No, I'm asking you, what's wokeism? Give me the answer.
Yeah, and also what I think wokeism is
Yeah.
is a deliberate attempt to muddy discourse. That's what I think wokeism is.
No, wokeism is about free markets, free expression, individual liberty. That's wokeism. Respect each other.
Free markets is wokeism. I
Yeah,
don't.
it used to be wokeism. Yeah, it's
I don't know.
classical
I think.
liberal.
Well, I mean, maybe.
Wokeism comes from classical liberal.
Yeah,
movement.
does
Which
it? Like,
yeah,
personally, I remember when I first remember it being used, it was for people describing
There's
people
nothing wrong with being
describing
woke,
people
But
who
people have changed the definition of wokeness.
Yeah, so my.
Well, that's what I mean.
My first impression of it was quite different. Before all of this, it's actually like a postmodernist view of things. It's like people who are woke are people who are awake to what is being sold to them. People like originally.
I think they're exactly.
and
I
that-
agree.
and the
Original,
original
Yeah,
but it
it
doesn't mean
means-
that now.
No, but
No.
that's language. Language changes and gains and loses currency.
Yeah,
but
but-
like when I first came across woke, it was like you are not blind; you're awake
Yes.
to what is going on.
Yeah.
And-
You were taking
but
some
what
great
it turns
LSD at
what
the
is it?
festival,
What
bro.
it is turned into? What it has turned into
Yeah.
now? It's like
It's what
the
through
individual
the culture war.
well through a lot of like incredibly complex like social dynamics that have gone on globally and like and within certain countries is the individual means more than the collective. So like the individual rights of somebody
No man is an island,
is,
see?
is more it takes precedence over the well-being of the masses, so it's like my right to be called in the correct pronouns or whatever, like that whole gender identity thing is the tipping point for wokeism, it's like that's a massive trigger point for
Yeah,
people,
and I'd say
right?
I think it's been intentionally led that way.
It's like the person. So the whole neighborhood is partying, right? The whole neighborhood is partying, and the person who is woke in this current day and age calls sound control, noise control, right?
Which is interesting.
because that person wants to go to sleep. The whole neighborhood
I'm with you.
is partying, but that person wants to go to sleep.
Which is-
So the police, the authorities turn up and say, "Hey, you guys, this person wants to go to sleep. They're awake. They're woke. They'll be woken up, And they say, well, you have to go stop partying because that person wants to go to sleep.
Which is ironic because woke
That's the best example of New
wokeism
Zealand wokeism I've ever heard, Marky.
It's really good. I
It's
like
true.
it. And that's
We're a
how-
health
that's
and
how we should
safety
all view
nation.
wokeism. That is
Shush,
how we
go
should
to
view it.
sleep. You need a good night's
But
sleep.
it is
You're
ironic
overtired, New
because-
Zealand.
Because that person, let's take wokeism out of it. The person who calls noise control because they want to get to sleep, stereotypically is a conservative person, and the people partying stereotypically are liberal. And in this scenario, we flipped it. Yeah, which I think I find ironic. It's almost as ironic as the people that a lot of people who don't like the treaty, for example, often, and I'm using these terms deliberately, often or sometimes or
Occasionally.
like older white people in New Zealand.
Well,
Like
the,
me,
the, the,
like
the
me,
same
Blake,
goes
like
with
me.
The same goes with categorizing the people who like the treaty.
Yeah, totally. But I'm just making a point, and that people who don't want the treaty to exist, for example, right? And what would need to happen for the treaty not to exist is for New Zealand to create a constitution and to
Yeah.
become an independent country, independent from the monarch, create our own country, write a constitution,
which
and
I
start
believe in,
again.
which I think we should do.
Yeah, well,
I'm in that
and
co-
so do I.
I'm
I agree
gonna
with
be
you.
upfront on that
I
one.
agree with you. Yeah,
That's where I sit.
But the irony,
offense.
the irony in that is that often people who are most who hold on to the idea of the monarchy, who least want to create a constitution,
Yeah.
are often those same people, those older
Yeah.
white people. Yeah, and I find that I just find that ironic.
I had Thomas Newman on my show. He is the legal lead at the Free Speech Union, and he talked exactly about that. I mean, he's a lawyer and he understands legislation and all that stuff. So it's saying basically, we need to start again, have a constitution, and that really captures, a lot of the things that we are fighting over for no reason through all these different pathways that take you nowhere. Start again, fresh, constitution, and you go from there. And
it's such a tricky thing, right?
and then he has some crazy ideas about just have almost no government, like almost
should be
no
awesome,
government,
but
right?
wouldn't
Almost
work.
no government.
But it wouldn't work. Like we.
Well, yeah, he has some wicked ideas for sure, because that's
The
like
thing
a
with rewriting
The-
things to suit today is that it's only going to suit certain people.
Yeah.
And so the great thing about going with the historical document is that there's already a lot of work that's been done with it, and so I don't think you can just replace a lot of hard work and focus with this is better for all of us, because I don't really believe that, because so many people are not really about all of us,
And the thing is, for any kind of massive change like that to happen in New Zealand,
But the problem with that,
oh, hang on. The thing with any massive change like that in New Zealand is that it would have to happen overseas first. Like, we couldn't just create our own version where we have almost no government.
okay, let me ask you this question: what aspects of our history that we should let go, and what aspects of treaty we should let go? Let's not talk about the more things we should be doing. What are the things we should let go so we can get to a place where we are New Zealanders and Kiwis, and it's what are the stuff we can let go?
We can let go of the Commonwealth.
We can
Okay.
let go the idea
Which
of the
I'm
crown.
with. I agree
Yeah,
with
let
that.
go the
I agree
idea
with
of
So,
that.
crown.
we could become a republic.
Yes, and
Yeah.
what do you achieve out of that?
An
constitution
independent
and
an independent identity. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you could rewrite the treaty. And then it would
Why can't you just retire the treaty?
because it's like you don't have you can't say this you can't say this plan doesn't work, okay? So we let's do something different. And then you go, where's the plan?
And
Right?
who's
So like
funding-
you
who's
can't
funding
you
the
can't
plan?
get rid of that plan unless you've got a plan.
No, the plan
And
is
so like
the plan is the constitution.
the treaty was signed by between the indigenous people of New Zealand, the Maori, and the Crown,
yeah, but
the
let's
British
say,
Crown. So like if you say the British Crown, that has got nothing to say now because they don't deserve a point at the table because like that's an archaic like colonial
because of Harry
system.
Pothead.
Right. So then you say that doesn't work anymore. Thank you very much, guys. Awesome. We'll still fight with you against. We'll still probably send troops to
Bad
wherever you.
guys.
Yeah, yeah, well-
but honestly, we're going to do it this
But we
way.
don't have any troops or planes or boats.
No, we have some troops.
No, we don't
We have
really.
some troops.
Yeah.
We
But
got
that,
S- we got
and so,
SAS
so,
guys.
then,
Linton.
so then you could move forward
Going out with the
from
girls
now,
at Teachers
right?
College
and
in
you could
Palmerston North.
and you could have New Zealand Aotearoa instead of double New Zealand, like
New Zealand.
extra New Zealand, like New Zealand extra.
Get
Zealand
through
plus.
New
New
Zealand.
Zealand
Fully
plus,
insured New Zealand.
Aotea Zealand.
Doesn't
I
matter
don't
if a
know.
mountain goes off, you're fully insured New Zealand.
Isn't it crazy about the mountain? The mountain is now a person.
Hey, well, if that's what it takes to prevent it from being like
Do you know?
have
But if
stuff
the
done.
mountain is a
Exploited,
person,
yeah.
the mountain is responsible for the people that die on the mountain.
Well, I feel
Is
like
No,
that
it's not.
you can
no,
take
it's not.
it.
I'm not responsible. If
Well,
someone comes
it's-
onto my property and dies, I'm not responsible.
Yeah,
kinda
and it's the
are.
same with like
but your
how.
property is not a human. The mountain is now.
But you can't put the
legal
mountain
person.
in jail, and that's kind of
If
good.
if a corporation can have civil rights, which
Yeah,
it can,
a corporation
then
acts as a
mountain
human.
can-
It fucking precisely.
because
Yeah,
at least the mountain is benign.
Yeah,
The
like, show me,
corporation has civil
show me
rights.
corporations that are held accountable for fucking for their like
But
you
they
know
do
Yeah,
have human
yeah, that's a
rights.
good point. That's a
yeah
good point.
like let's take what's that family that made in in America the family that they've got the drug company and they created it was either OxyContin or one before that where they basically hooked millions of Americans onto ridiculously strong opioids purely for the sake
Wow.
of profit, like destroyed countless lives, wreaked economic havoc, tore the fabric of society in a way that had never been seen, and have never been held to account.
Wow.
You know, like
I've never heard of them.
what's the
I
family?
want to see the documentary
remember
about
the name of the family.
that invented Panadol.
This is
and
when you need a
didn't-
producer to bring it up.
To, yeah, bring it up. You would have heard about that, Adnan, surely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I actually, honestly, I'm surprised I haven't. Sometimes I am. Like last year, I was surprised when I came across the story that in 1999, this guy, he goes on Tucker Carlson, right? And he basically tells the story, which I've been around for a long time and I never heard of it. And he talks about how in 1999 he sucked Barack Obama's cock, right?
Good effort.
Right.
Would have opened that mouth.
You know,
Yeah.
and you're like, wow, like how did I miss this piece? Right, seems like a really big deal. And then he became
Did
president.
he look like Michelle Obama?
No, he looks like.
Pretty hot dude. Pretty hot dude.
Pretty hard dude.
Yeah.
I reckon.
You mean Big Mike? And this is just like a white dude, and he's just like, yeah, I sucked Obama's dick, and this is how I sucked his dick, and I'm like, whoa,
The Sackler family.
how did I miss
The
this
Sackler
guy?
family. That's who it
Yeah.
is.
The
Yeah,
Sackler
those
family.
fuckers. Yeah.
The Sackler family.
Far out, man.
It's,
It's a crazy,
Yeah,
crazy
so
world.
like if they want to give Mount Taranaki
If
like,
the- if-
personhood,
if
I
the-
say
Yeah.
I reckon
hallelujah,
if they're
man.
going to
Yeah.
do that, they
Hallelujah.
should call it MC.
like you know, like if we want to be
I don't get it. I it just doesn't.
okay, here it
process
is. Here it is. So this is the thing. So this is the difference between like indigenous culture.
It's paganism, essentially.
and colonial culture, right? So like the colonialist culture stems from a monotheistic religion. So all colonized countries come from a monotheistic religion. You know what I mean? So like one God that looks like us, and it's a prophet that's been on earth, you know, and we listen, and God looks like us, you know, and this is what you do.
Yeah, but
Here's the rules. Here's the sacred text. Do this. You right? Indigenous culture is all the gods exist within the elements that we have. So the mountain is a god.
And
the
those
rivers are a
mushrooms,
god.
those
the ocean is a
mushrooms.
god. The sky is a god. The earth is a god. Right. So when those two cultures come together, right, and you try and like consolidate or reconcile what those two like completely different ideologies, right? So like the monotheistic colonialists come in and say, you guys are savages. And yet these people are trying to live in symbiosis or synchronicity with the elements that are actually in play, right? But we want to tell ourselves that Zeus sits on a cloud in Mount Olympus, you know.
I don't think
And
many
these-
people want to tell themselves that anymore.
but like whatever story you want to tell yourself in terms of your
Yeah.
you know your religion, right? So when those two ideologies clash and exist in here, because there's ancient wisdom
they
and
did.
there's ancient wisdom in that indigenous
There is,
knowledge,
yeah.
right? So how we live as organisms on Earth and how we try and reach collective consciousness with the universe. But the colonialists will say, hey, this land pays, otherwise it's a burden.
Yeah.
And this is how you do it. Here's the book. There's 10 rules. Do it like this.
Yeah, but the argument that I have is very simple. We have laws for humans as a result of experiences and the good and the bad the human has done. So the human laws are created on specific, specialized human behavior. That's what makes you a person, an adult. It's clearly defined, and the laws apply to you as a human because you are a human. Now you take those laws that have created for a human and you give it to, physically and biologically speaking, it's something that's nothing to do with being a human.
Yeah, like a corporation.
No, it's just a mountain.
No, but so that happened. So you know when
It doesn't have
Emancipation
eyes,
Proclamation,
doesn't shit,
so when
doesn't have
in
a mouth, can't think.
No, so listen. So when Lincoln freed the slaves, right? So when the Emancipation Proclamation happened, and they gave rights to black men, right? The slaves. What they also did is gave human rights to corporations. So corporations can that's the limited.
It's precedent.
That's the limited liability company. So like this entity, right, is responsible for all the ills of the men that are making the decision, but the men can defer to this corporation, which is a human identity, which has civil rights.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that the mountain is a corporation or a god or a faith has to have
the field. It's even the field so that people can't fuck the mountain over, exploit it without repercussion.
Without repercussion. Like sociopathic tendencies, like a corporation does, because a corporation only looks at the bottom line.
So
whereas a mountain only looks at its like surroundings. Like if you climbed up to the top of, have you been to the top of Taranaki?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. And so you look down and you see that mountain shapes everything around it. All the rivers, all the coastline, all the soils owe homage to that mountain. So it shapes everything in the geography.
You want to protect it, and the best way to protect it is you give them human rights. Is that what you're saying?
It's one way to do it.
Egg monster.
Maybe within the boundaries of the way that we operate, maybe the best way to protect it is
Why can't we protect it without needing to give them human rights?
Because they keep coming back. Like if you look at the black sand mining off
the seabed mining,
and it's been pushed back so many times, and it just comes back a couple of years later.
Or government plans to mine, our national parks, which have been enshrined in legislation, but you can just change that legislation, right? You can just change it to make it so that these human laws you were talking about, it's kind of, it moves on a whim rather than through collective experience or collective desire. It can just be changed. But if that place, that mountain is given the rights of a human, you can't take it away. You can't just say no. We're gonna blast the side of it out. We're gonna get some rocks or some metal inside it to make money.
And you can guarantee that human, if you could call it a human, is not going to abuse anybody, is not going to exploit anybody. It might actually blow its top and destroy fucking thousands of people.
Yeah,
but
it turns into a god. Turns back into a god.
Yeah. Whereas some people would say, well, maybe we should charge the mountain because it killed thousands of people by having an aggressive outburst.
No, that's the insurance companies, bro. The insurance companies.
Yeah.
And I mean, and I think,
can the mountain be insured? Now that it's a human?
Yeah, well, who's going to take the risk?
Insurance? I can't get human
Who's going to take the risk?
Yeah.
I think it's worth pointing out, in the interest of nuance, that we point out the other side of the other side of what I guess our collective opinion is that like the concept of regarding a mountain as a human is kind of farcical and it would be easy to see it like that.
But that's where.
And
we're
I think,
at.
in some respects, it kind of is.
But that's where.
Right? Because are you actually saying that mountain is a person? Like, I mean, of course you can't.
Yeah, but what are the
You can't.
consequences of
Delivery
doing that
for
to
Mr.
common
Egmont.
sense? The risk. There's always a reaction to these things, right?
Yeah, but I don't think laws are grounded in common sense.
Yeah, but I think there's a cultural shift that some people feel like this is fucking stupid or
Yeah,
retarded.
and so I think
so they're getting a negative reaction from
and I
it,
think
right?
I think what they're worried about is that it's kind of it's almost like legally codifying the world view of the Maori.
There you go.
I think that's
There you
what
go.
some people
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
worry about with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think I have to say that like part of that's valid, right? At what point does creating that make a mockery of law? Like at what point does it make a mockery of human rights if we can say that a mountain has human rights? And so I totally understand where people come from when they say that.
The law
but,
is a mockery.
Yeah, exactly. And so and it's kind of
It's an ass.
it's kind of weaponizing the law against itself by saying like, yeah, like if the only way we can stop rapacious fucking greed or like your progress, if the only way we can do it is by saying that mountain's a person, then fuck it, let's make the mountain a person.
I'm a person.
You know?
You're a person.
It just feels like it's not something that has longevity to it.
No, the mountain's going to be there forever, bro.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what we
But
say.
people will define it differently. It's my
Yeah,
point.
but like,
Whoever
it
is
doesn't
in-
matter how we define it. Like, we're all going to pass, and the mountain's still going to be there.
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't matter if it's a person
Unless-
or not, but it
unless-
does matter in the realm of our like own little petty laws.
But does it matter if it's mined then?
It matters if it gets down
well,
the
they're
track.
mining the
Like,
seabed,
if
so
it-
you can
yeah,
say
if it
that,
gets
you know,
down the track.
A part of all of this stuff points out to ego.
Who'd want to mine a volcano? Anyway?
Ego of human beings that believe that they understand the earth better than the earth itself. So we have to protect the earth from humans. This is all part of the anti-human propaganda. Climate change is the same thing. A lot of people use climate change arguments in a way to create this anti-human thing that somehow they know what's the best thing for the earth. But my challenge is earth has been around for 4.5 billion years. Okay, it knows how to look after itself. It knows how to regenerate. It's done it taking 45 million years since the destruction of the dinosaurs. Okay, so if you fuck it up, right, it will take another 10, 20, 40 million years and it will regenerate.
Totally.
Okay?
Yeah.
So the
something
reason
like
that
Topol
you are so
or Yellowstone
fucking,
will happen again and will reset.
ass deep
Yeah.
in this whole climate change is because you're being selfish about what you want, which is saving yourself and having everybody to come on that movement to save yourself. But my view is that the earth doesn't care. Earth knows more than you do. So you are being egocentric and a narcissist by saying we need to protect that mountain by using human rights when the mountain, as you said, will be here whenever we're gone, knows how to protect itself. You can't fuck with the mountain. It's there. It's a physical force.
I mean,
right?
it's kind of
So
it's kind of
it's a
just legal
bizarre-
chicanery, isn't it? Like it's
Surely
not.
that means that
I don't
nation's
think
I think
it's
there's a good argument to challenge that thought. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And
Are they talking about protecting the space like the national park?
yeah, to be honest,
You
I'm
know,
not even sure exactly how the legislation works. All I know is that it's a thing that's happened, and it's almost a talking point in a culture war, which is
Well, you can't.
you know.
You can't.
Just
go up
let's
there
let's
and
just
take
like try to
seedlings and
avoid
saplings to put in your
culture
garden,
war
right?
Yeah.
Never been able to do that.
conversations in general.
So
I reckon.
to bring it
Like,
back to
don't
what I was saying
like it.
before.
We're not talking about substance with that kind of stuff.
No,
We're-
but it's
Yeah, but
it's
it's-
worldview. That's what we're talking about. We're talking
Oh,
about
totally.
worldview.
Yeah.
So
I'm
it's
not-
not
I'm not-
substance. It's worldview. So like
yeah.
when you bring it back to
It's
it's like,
borderline for me.
Yeah, it's like So if you want these two cultures to exist, I talked about a bicultural society here.
Yeah.
If you want these two cultures to exist, you have to walk in those two worlds of like legal legislation and understanding that there are forces at play that cannot be defined by this, right? So like
But instead of having that exist in its own realm, you're bringing it in the legislative world.
but
You're
that's
saying,
on-
well, we the only way we can recognize what we believe only if you put it through legislation.
You believe in democracy, don't you? Like that's the only thing that counts is what happens in the corporate sector, and so you need to have this stuff because otherwise you and I don't get to change anything.
Yeah, they'll always
hold
win.
on.
We can be
They'll
like,
always
I'm voting
win.
for these
Come on.
guys, and
Hold on.
it won't make a difference.
Hold on. The corporate that owns the Mount Taranaki is the iwi,
Well,
the Maori people.
yeah, well,
they
hopefully
make money
they'll
off
be-
the mountain.
Well, the
And
Egmont
hopefully-
National Park was established in 1938. So, like, you know, if you look down on Egmont,
years to
on Mount
come.
Taranaki, Mount Taranaki, you see
Big monster.
a complete ring of native forest. So, like, it's already an incredible, like,
Egg monster.
yeah, it's already an incredible, like, what would they call it? A natural wonder, like you know, what's it called when they preserve a native, like an
intrinsic
area, and they
temple?
call it, you know, like
a national park
a
or-
treasure, you know, like a national treasure,
Right,
You know,
like a-
so
like a taonga.
yeah, taonga. So like Yellowstone,
Yeah.
you know, like Big Sur or whatever. It's like
Area of
it's
national significance.
national significance. So it's already there, right? So
Fly Hill.
like somebody 4 generations ago had the foresight to go, let's ring this shit off.
Yeah.
So like it just can.
So we don't put sheep up the side of it.
yeah. So it can just stay as it
stay
is,
a
right?
rainforest.
Let's do
Yeah.
Puki Kuta
Yeah.
Park,
And so
so we can have
that
Womad.
came from a respect to the whenua or to the mountain or whatever. So like it's like if you look someone in the eye and go, look, I'm not gonna fucking encroach on your front yard because this is your front yard. So like I'm gonna build my house over here.
Yeah.
So you can have your space. It's like that's what happened already, and now it's just like. Well, we might as well make it a person. It's probably been misgendered. It's not a man. It's probably a woman. And, you know, like, I think Pihanga had a lesbian relationship with Taranaki. That
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
Mountains
Where does
been
this?
misgendered.
Where does this stop? Because in 1,000 years, we're gonna have.
No, it doesn't matter. In 1,000 years, there'll either be a minor cataclysm or a bloody
No,
revelation.
in 1,000 years, the Chinese.
You're really quite.
In 1,000 years, the Chinese are gonna come out and say, "We've been here for 1,000 years, right? And we have evolved into
2000, if it's a 1,000 years time.
No, if they're here now,
Sure.
because Chinese have been here for 50 years, whatever it is.
Oh, they came in the gold rush, bro.
Okay, so let's say they're here for 1,000 years from now on, right? Then they're gonna come out and say, "Well, we've been here for 1,000 years. Tick. We've evolved with the land. Tick. We have our own beliefs on how we see mountains and stars and this and that and the sun. Tick. We need the legislation now to accept our world views of how we see a mountain, a river, or this or that. So put that into legislation."
Yeah.
Right? So where does it stop?
It doesn't stop, bro.
Are you better off in saying we're going to follow universal human philosophy and principles and values? We, the people, the Constitution, okay, have rights.
Are you assuming there's a constitution now?
Well, no, I like the Constitution, so I'm bringing
No,
it back to that.
like a New Zealand constitution.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like that.
So
I think
the
we should
treaty's
should
gone?
have a New Zealand.
So
Treaty's
we're a
gone.
republic?
Treaty's gone. We're a republic.
Yeah.
We have a constitution.
That would be sick. That'd be tight.
Yeah, and so the mountain is a mountain, and that's there. That's all there is.
But can we say in the constitution, a mountain's a mountain, and let's not mine? I'm not sure why you'd mine a volcano, but like, let's not.
Let's not
For
cut down all the
lava.
native timber.
Yeah,
Have
let's
you
not
played
cut down all
Minecraft,
that,
Blake?
all those sweet hard timbers that are up there.
Lava.
Yeah.
Well, you can do that through regulation. Just have really good regulation.
But
Yeah,
it's
in New
just-
Zealand,
Regulation's a dirty
in New
word,
Zealand,
and
No, it's not a
regulation
dirty
is
word. It's a
like,
good
Oh, mate,
word.
and
I-
the
in
in
New
the
Zealand,
modern world it
regulation
is.
is cheap.
Oh,
Like it's,
come on.
I think it's
Don't,
cheap.
You know, no, the point is,
It's so cheap to get the regulation you want. Look at what they did with road
okay, hold on.
cones.
Road cones, yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Mike Ferris. Mike Ferris comes on my show, and he talks about the 200,000 children that has been in state care that have been abused. And one of the behaviors and the problems that's picked up is people who were doing the abuse were not in recognition of the fact that they were causing abuse. They thought that they were doing something that was normal, right? So it's kind of the same thing. You when you don't have regulation, people start doing stuff that they think it's normal, but it's actually not.
No,
No,
man,
hang
that's
on,
not about
hang on.
regulation, bro.
At that time, when people were abusing people with state care, there would have been rules against what they were doing.
Yeah, but they're still doing it today.
But those rules
we
are
need-
regulation. You know, like those rules that existed then.
Well, they're not good regulations, are they?
Well, this
No,
is
they're not good people, man.
not good.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
The mountain would never do that.
You look at Gloria. You look at Gloria Vale, right?
Yeah.
And you have this guy who comes out and says, "Yeah, you know, I've been, abusive to kids, but we'll do better next time." And the government says, "Oh, okay, cool. Here's a few more millions of dollars because you do your own schooling." And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So you have
That's
That's-
all cultural perspective, though. It's like, you know, like throughout history, we talk about history. Throughout history, there's been examples of cultures existing where hideous things have been, like human sacrifice of children, have been the normality because that's how the culture exists. You know, so like it goes back to like what is right and wrong. Nothing is right and wrong. There just is, you know. Like the Carthaginian Empire, you know, you've heard of these guys. But like before Rome rose, they were like, they pretty much owned the Mediterranean. They've like the north of Africa,
Yeah.
right? So these guys were at the peak of civilization, right? They had the greatest empire of its time.
Naval superiority.
Yeah, naval superiority, and they had resources throughout Africa and through the Mediterranean. Anyway, their culture got to the point where they used sacrifice to the gods. You know, they got to the point where the greatest sacrifice was a human sacrifice, right? So they did human sacrifice, and the greatest sacrifice for a human was a child. You know, because the child was innocent, and the greatest child was the highborn child, right? So there became a trade in like the human sacrifice of highborn children.
A trade.
A trade. So that was what.
So they became a commodity.
Yeah, it became a commodity, right?
What?
So that was the height of a civilization in humanity, right?
Yeah.
So whatever happens in humanity, like that is there's no kind of extreme that it has not already been done. Do you know what I mean?
But we need to move on and get to a place of color blindness and not identify ourselves by color. Right? Color blindness means that we have this focus towards merit and not that this is your culture and this is your God, so this is what you want to do, this is what we do, and then we are white and we do this and we're that. It's color blindness takes a very different approach to solving the problems we have. It's like you don't really have to call the mountain a person.
But you might as well. You might as well.
No, you don't need to unless you have to. And why?
It's better than sacrificing babies. You know, it's like if you look at it in the grand scope of like what culture is, like calling that mountain a human doesn't hurt anything, you know, and it's just a matter of the difference of the lens that you're looking through. So if you're looking through,
why would you do it? If it doesn't hurt, it doesn't change
because it
anything.
preserves it. Do you know the three principles of the treaty? It's preservation, protection, and partnership.
Yeah, but it's preserved since now. Who's destroyed it? No one has.
No, but no one will.
So why would you bring something to a problem that doesn't exist?
Well, it's a potential problem. Like we go back to
discussion.
How much
Like-
is the potential
is it a-
of this
is it a
problem?
problem?
well, okay,
or
so
discussion?
we talked earlier about
If
like
the
the-
rate
say
of
like the-
destruction is 0, why would the probability of destruction is high?
no,
that we need to bring in-
but the probability of destruction isn't 0, right?
How much is it? That's my question. How much is it?
Yeah, so it's
How much is it?
Well, I guess what it is, it's
How much is it?
It's whatever the value of the resources that can be
within it.
gleaned
No,
from it are.
no, just because the
right?
value is high doesn't mean the probability of
No,
destruction.
no.
is
Well,
high.
I mean,
Of course it does, bro.
Of course it does.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
So here's a
But there's no
completely
evidence of
local
destruction
example.
in the last 150
like
years that it existed.
You know the seabed mining that's happening just off the coast of Patia?
Yeah.
So if imagine, right, if that place had national significance, right? So you could not. So do you know what they're doing? Do you know the process of seabed mining and what it does to the marine environment?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah. So it's completely destructive and disruptive, right? Right.
taking
So
away.
So you're
The
saying
discussion has been-
if somebody finds value on the mountain and starts to disrupt and destruct it, this law will protect it.
Yeah.
If
but-
it
yeah.
has human rights, yeah.
Right.
So if you said the seabed off Patia, like even though
If the
most
Moana
people
was
was a person, then you can't just like
Rape it in the
go up
arms.
and you can't turn into a Catholic priest and just like totally desecrate it.
I get that.
You know,
I mean,
like-
nobody wants to see the mountain destroyed because people just all of a sudden found something that's
and
valuable
of course
on the mountain.
and of course like when if we take this literally like the value of resources on Mount Taranaki is I'm guessing pretty fucking low. You're not going to find a bunch of gold in there. Like it's a volcanic it's a volcanic structure. It's mostly volcanic rock. You know, like and it's just been and native bush on top. Like there isn't an intrinsic value. You're not gonna mine minerals out of there that are gonna create your batteries for electric cars or whatever.
But
you
if
know,
you
like
did, you can
tourist
guarantee
industry.
that they'd be fucking in there.
exactly.
If it was
yeah.
full of gold or oil or
Yeah.
those things.
I'm gonna drop an exclusive.
Oh, drop it.
I
Like it's
have an
hot.
official store where I sell my clothing and other things.
What's it called? Can you shout out the
Yeah, it's called primordialascent.com.
Okay, no.
primordial ascent?
.com. And I have my coffee range, which is called the Flying Saucer Coffee, the UFO blend.
Keep going.
Yeah. And I've got my own supplements range. It's called Forge. I love testosterone and those kind of things. It's really good. And I have my clothing range. But I'm dropping my first cologne.
What?
Yeah, I'm doing my first cologne.
Ascent.
Scent. It's inspired by the lava, ash, mud, soil on a volcanic mountain.
Hey.
And it's inspired by the Mount Taranaki. So it's spicy, it's strong, it's fiery, right?
Like the coffee, bro. Like
Yeah,
the,
the UFO blend, the
the-
flying saucer coffee, and so I'm gonna drop that sometime this year, and I haven't settled on a name yet, but it's gonna be inspired by the Mount Taranaki and this earthy lava, ash, rocky soil that you find on a mountain. So that's exclusive drop.
Well,
It smells amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, it smells like.
I don't know how that ties in. That sounds like a shameless plug.
Well,
bro.
actually, you just like you're like
That's what I said. It's a shameless plug.
so your UFO coffee
Yeah.
is that named because you have an interest in
UFOs, I do.
yeah?
Yeah, obsessed. Yeah.
Awesome, bro. Can you tell me what your opinion or your summation is of and I'm tying this to UFOs very loosely. Of the drone activity that had been reported on the eastern seaboard in America, in New Jersey, and around those areas. Yeah, like, and the recent proclamations by the Trump administration that even at the time, the White House was saying they don't know what it is, blah, blah, blah. This could be enemy things, da, da, da. And they've now told us that the FAA and the people know exactly what it was, da, da, da. Can you shed any light on that? Because I'm totally... in the dark on this. Like, what the fuck's actually happening there?
Yeah, I mean, you can go down the route of motive and understand, what motives there may have been for that to be there. What is true is that there was something there that we're not going to deny that.
So what's true is there were drones in the sky that couldn't
Drones?
that weren't reacting like any other drones that we normally would expect. Like they have the people like police authorities have the ability to say like land a drone. They can point a thing at a drone and make it sort of come down. And these things were.
But you can simplify it. You can simplify it into 3 categories. Okay. The first category is it's aliens from a different planet.
Okay.
Very simple, yeah?
Yeah.
The second category is it's aliens from our own planet that exist in a different dimension.
Whoa.
Okay, that's number 2.
That's
And
number 2. What's number 3?
The number 3 is it's obviously a man-made
Ours.
thing.
Yeah.
It's whether some guy that's living in his mother's basement and watching porn every night and high on some drugs
Or
from
it's
his
the American
pharmaceutical
military.
and he's just fucking with the man, right?
Yeah.
Or it's the Chinese spy, or it's a distraction from the government itself, or
Yeah.
it's a secret government project. So 3 categories.
Yeah.
From a different planet.
Yeah.
Alien from our planet but lives in a different
I
dimension.
wasn't expecting that one. Aliens on our own planet.
I think that speaks a lot about all the UFO sightings we see.
I reckon
it's
it's
a
the most
higher
likely
human
of all of
dimension that exists that's been around since the
I
inception.
think you should have led with number 3.
no, I want to hear about number 2.
Number 2
it's
is,
fascinating.
I want to hear about number 2.
Because you can go and look at rocks and drawings from ancient civilizations of
I've
alien-looking
seen those.
structures.
They look like fucking.
So if they do that on a piece of rock that goes back 5,000 years, it's like, hold on a second, is that just a vision he had, or he actually saw that creature?
because the buffalo on the other wall look a lot like buffalo.
And maybe
Hey.
if they are aliens from our dimension, they might be more revealing if we live in the jungle and the woods. They might be less revealing if we live in an urban jungle. That's an interesting view to look at it as well. That's why we see less of it. Almost like they are scared of us and they are out of touch with us.
That number 2 possibility, I wasn't expecting that, Adnan. I wasn't expecting that one. That's a. Yeah, that's.
I think that's
Well,
way more
well, we
likely
learn
than
these
So anyway, so
travelling
what?
for
Which
trillions of miles.
of those 3 things, which do you lean towards to explain it?
I think the first 2.
The first 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah, first 2, yeah.
Non-human.
So Bob Lazar, have you heard of Bob
Oh,
Lazar?
yeah, fuck yeah.
Right? I mean, Bob Lazar talks about this whole thing in the 80s. He was at Area 51, and he was there to try and replicate the anti-gravity propulsion system from this alien craft. And
Element 3.
element 115.
115, yeah.
Which
yeah.
is basically an element that is highly pressurized metal in a form that is impossible to find on Earth.
And that hadn't been proven to exist by
Yeah.
physicists
Yeah.
at that time, but it
Yeah.
was later.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Bob Lazar's story is so consistent. 20, 30 years on, it's consistent. And so I believe in the idea that there has been aliens that have explored the planet. And I think a part of that justification is also the time and space that the universe has been around. If the Earth's been here for 5 billion years and the universe 13 billion years, there's no reason to argue the fact that there's been a civilization in the past that have lived for 1,000,000 years. And they have been sophisticated, advanced. They've come here and explored through silicon alien bodies and shapes. So that's number 1. And number 2 is that, they are here and they are a creation of the Earth and life that exists on Earth, but they exist in a different dimension. And they are able to come into a physical realm and then disappear back again. Right, and that then leans into supportive arguments about the fact that we've never went to the moon, we've never left the magnetic field of Earth. We haven't
got through the radiation belt.
Yeah, we haven't been through the radiation belt. That's a very strong argument. People make that. Even Joe Rogan doesn't believe that we've gone to the moon. right? So you have that as well.
Didn't he change his?
No, he's very strong at it now. He's very firm.
Did he?
about,
Was he there? Then he went back, and now he's come back. I think at one point he changed his view on whether the moon landing was.
Yeah, I don't know, but at the moment he thinks it's all fake.
It's funny. It's funny to hear him talk about the skepticism around the moon landing, but then in the same breath talk about Elon landing on Mars. Like it's
Yeah. I mean, when Elon comes on the show, he's Joe Rogan is like a dog. It's like tell me everything you know, right? The relationship between a dog and a human. So I think there's so many different ways that you can look at those things, but I think those are the three reasons of what's really going on or what happened in New Jersey with those drones.
So then why do you think that the Trump White House would say that, no, we know exactly what they are. They were given FAA approval. It was done for the purposes of research or other such things.
Yeah, I understand.
Why would they say that if it was number one or number two?
Yeah, so the thing with the Trump administration and the way that Trump operates that not a lot of people understand is Trump's the deal maker, and he came from New York making deals, and the art of the deal, the book that he wrote in 1986, was you never show your hand. You distract people with information to protect your hand, or protect the deal that you want to make. He will say, we need Greenland, and the media literally says, he's gonna invade Greenland. But actually, he's not saying that. He's saying, well, we can do a deal, and we can give you
buy it off of Denmark.
Yeah, we can use populism culture to create a referendum. And referendum, they'll say, well, we want to pull out. Once they pull out from Denmark's deal, they can say, well, America, we are free to make a deal with you. We'll give you the land for you to put an iron dome and protect yourself from Russia and the North and all that traffic coming your way. That's what Trump wants.
Greenland?
Yeah, use Greenland.
Protect Greenland from Russia?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Was it oil?
Surely, so are they banking on like a shift in the ice cap?
Well,
then, like, surely it's resources, right? It's oil. Yeah.
And
it's been melting since the Beatles were a thing.
And so Trump never shows his hand, is my point. Trump never shows his hand, and you never know what he is thinking, the deal that he wants to make from what he's saying.
Yeah.
So he's very clever with that. So if Trump comes out and says that we know exactly what they are.
They were given FAA approval.
Yeah, so, well, he's using... Maybe he doesn't know what they are. He's saying that to create some kind of, whether confidence or...
He's like a subtle version of John Key.
Yeah. John Key was exactly like that.
Subtle, but
John Key, Mr. I will resign if we can prove that we've been spying on you.
I don't think you. I don't think you're gonna.
Yeah, what a fucking.
Well, I like for me personally, like I think that we've had enough chat. we've had enough chat for everyone to know exactly what we think.
Yeah, this has been fun.
Yeah, about all things non-musical.
Yeah. All things non-musical.
Tell us quickly, before you fall off to sleep, your socials, your accounts, where can we buy your information, Abe, album?
Scotty, what you got, mate?
Ask G-Rock. Get onto G-Rock.
Get onto G-Rock.
Yeah,
G-Rock.
I would love
G-Rock
to talk us out.
Wrap it up.
I
need to go to pee
wrap us out.
and have a smoke.
Actually, can we make G-Rock, can we feed G-Rock's information through a voice processor that can sound like Sam Hunt?
Oh, yeah.
Can we do that?
Well, I'm pretty sure.
Has someone modeled Sam Hunt's cadence?
No.
Hey, but thank you, bro, for coming and speaking to us.
Yeah.
Giving us an
Thank
opportunity
you,
and a voice. Like, we really appreciate
If
that.
anyone stuck through this, I
work.
fucking salute you.
No,
Oh
my
he's
God.
Gonna edit, bro. He's going to edit.
Oh,
hard. He's gonna edit hard.
No, don't touch it at all. I think the thing about it, even if people don't watch the whole thing, we're going to make a lot of clips from this. and we're gonna write news stories from this.
Yeah.
I think the stories about Mount Taranaki, the fact we're sitting under the mountain and talk about it, and the world's interested in it, I think that's a newsworthy piece as well. And I think we had lots of really balanced debate with critical thinking and nuance.
Nuance.
Right?
Let's.
So-
Yeah.
So we I'm sure we've enriched each other in many different ways, and it's been fun.
Thank you for having us, bro.
Information ape. Where can
Right.
people get information ape?
The slacks.nz.
The slacks.nz.
It's on Spotify as
Yeah.
well.
It's on
Information
Spotify.
ape.
And
The
YouTube.
Slacks.
And
It's
iTunes
and YouTube and all the places you'd expect
The
to get
slacks
it.
on TV.
And you
Great
can
stuff.
probably also rip it from somewhere online for free.
Yeah, or download it
Yeah.
on your website.
Someone,
the Slacks.
also
someone
free.
might even have a torrent.
free.
You never know.
Yeah, you
Some
never
people
know.
have the
Never know.
record.